I was thinking maybe we could make this into a YouTube video, a compilation, maybe like 12 hours of reacting to fucking YouTube videos. That could be a cool second channel meme title. We could do part 1, part 2. If so, that was the introduction just now, so we should actually introduce it again. We've sold out on stream. We were getting low viewership since Attack on Titan ended, and I refused to read Vinland Saga because I'm a coward. We now have 10 viewers in chat. Record for the last 2 months, alright? We've been living on 3 chat streams, 3 viewer chat streams, so we're here to react to videos, other people's YouTube videos, and talk about them. We're doing Chainsaw Man first, Hiding in Public videos, maybe some other ones. We got maybe potentially political, problematic-esque Mr. R recommended videos over here. This is, have you already forgotten, chat? This is where you say hello to YouTube. We haven't done it in a long time, but let's see. Let's watch a video. That's what we're doing. I don't know if it needs that much of an introduction. This video, if you're seeing it on YouTube, is just a compilation of 12 hours of us doing that from different streams. We can't stream for 12 hours. We can stream for about an hour and 40 minutes before this goddamn laptop goes flat, but all right. Let's fucking do it. Let's see what Hiding in Public has to say. Miller just said that this video probably says nothing. The potential of that being true. I'm holding out hope for the point of Chainsaw Man over here, though. Let's see.
Soon, Chainsaw Man will break you.
Also, we did a video like this for Attack on Titan, which was kind of a nothing video, but
If not, it's possible it already has. Or maybe you're one of those
remember the video? Remember the video? The cool music video?
super cool and not insecure guys who are gonna comment, yeah man, it was whatever. I mean, no, stop. I live tweeted my general reactions in a pretty spoiler-free manner recently. As
I was following this as he did
I
this.
binged all of Chainsaw Man in one 8-hour setting, and if anything, I can say it was an overwhelming experience. Instead of the lighthearted rock and roll vibe that was sold to me, I got something with so much intricate detail, so many...
Is that really the reputation of Chainsaw Man? Lighthearted and, I'm not questioning the video, I'm just saying that's kind of an odd thing if that's true. I'm so clued out of the zeitgeist or anything like that. Chainsaw Man, to me at least, is just this weird B-movie crazy abstract bullshit that somehow got popular, I don't know why, and it's fucking sick, and I like it a lot.
Many small moments and moving parts, so many pieces of world building that for a full understanding possible, you pretty much have to transcend just needing knowledge of the manga itself and normal culture.
I don't know if I'd call it world building. Again, we're nitpicking. This is a great way to start off our reaction career. There are lots of little artsy moments in Chainsaw Man, but I don't know if it's world building at all. Though it kind of does do a little bit of world building, just kind of in the background. And I feel like I underestimate this a lot because I just say that I don't really care about world building. So I'll try to check that. But a lot of the little moments, there's a lot of little details in the background, I think. But a lot of the little moments, like I remember Denji and Makima both crying after like their 10th movie that they've seen that night on their date, is like one of those little moments. Or like this whole arc felt like a weird little moment thing, where it's just a little bunch of little artistic weird things that happen. Like the trip that they go on right before... I guess now I'm getting into spoiler territory, and I try to not get chat to leave, so I guess we'll be vague. But the trip that the three of them go on before the thing happens, that's like another where it's like a 2-chapter thing. The weird stuff with the gun devil and just the weird way... Hold on, we got a follower. We haven't got one of those in a while. The snowy kawaii Vulpix. Well, there you go, lol and Vulpix in chat. The way the Gun Devil deaths are recorded, obviously that's incredibly abstract, cool shit. Just a bunch of the unique ideas that are very, like, subtle in the same way, very, like, simple. I don't know. That's sort of the appeal to Chainsaw Man. But, let me check chat real quick. I've heard no one call it lighthearted. I mean, if you didn't listen to anything anybody said, but you just sort of caught the zeitgeist of Chainsaw Man, you might think, oh, Chainsaw Man's some crazy, wacky shit. Which it is, but it's also, like, really dark. Really dark is... I always get mad at people calling anything that isn't Berserk really dark. It's not really dark. It's kind of dark. It's like a... gritty, more so, you know? Look at the sewer and stuff over here. Gritty. Gross stuff. Yumanji? I feel like I've seen this name before. How do you think Chainsaw Man will have an effect on the industry like the isekai boom? I mean, I've seen like 15 anime. I don't know anything about the industry. What is Vulpix linking in chat? Does somebody else want to click it? I don't care about world building yet. It insisted for ages before reading One Piece that if you don't care about the characters, you don't care about the... One Piece is different because it was all delivered to me in a simple 1 hour package, and that was the first hour of the Nate lecture, which is just this perfect world building, lore building thing. That's cool. But I usually don't, like, I always say Attack on Titan has no world building, Berserk has no world building, and I don't care and I don't need it. World building can be good, of course, but let's continue the video.
Parts where Send just needing knowledge of the manga.
Oh, and then we talked about outside references, like the language stuff, and this is true in cool and cute, and I like that stuff a lot.
Culture. There are parts where, depending on your translation, there are
just the weird abstract fucking shit of like leaving panels in a different language untranslated. It's just like cool, interesting ideas like that. Or the fourth wall breaking finger attack and shit like that. It's a bunch of these, like, Chainsaw Man creates a world in which this is possible, this like a wacky reality where you somehow take everything seriously and it feels grounded, but it also literally breaks the world constantly. It's like chaotic in that manner. It doesn't appeal to traditional senses of things have to make sense and things like that.
Translated bits of German and Chinese sprinkled into arcs present, as well as other older languages. These aren't super crucial things.
Also racism.
I think you can generally pick out what they're saying based on context, but the fact that it's there is...
That is an interesting thing, because that happens in The Godfather, right? There's the one scene where in most versions it's untranslated, which is when Michael and... Oh my god, how can I not remember? It starts with an S... the bad guy in The Godfather Part 1 for at least the beginning of the movie. Salvatore? No, that's not him. The Tatalias are backing him up. I remember the Tatalias. Well, my brain cells are gone from that link. I'm looking at chat for confirmation and Godfather knowledge. I shouldn't. The bad guy from the beginning of The Godfather, him and Michael talk in Italian, but it's not subtitled, though there are different parts of the movie where the Italian, especially in Sicily, obviously is subtitled. And then when I got to Godfather Part 2, the version I was watching didn't subtitle the Vito stuff. And until like halfway through the movie, I looked up to see if I was... Because I thought you were supposed to understand through like context clues, and you kind of can. So it was an interesting first viewing experience for me of the Vito half of The Godfather Part 2 of the flashback part, where I just assumed it wasn't supposed to be translated. But yeah, it's an interesting little thing of like... It's a quirk you can do, put into your work. Untranslated stuff that you force the audience to pick up through contextual stuff, even though that's not what The Godfather Part 2 was doing. Though The Godfather Part 1 did it. So I wasn't a complete moron for just being like, there's no subtitles, should get a different version.
Generally pick out what they're saying based on context, but the fact that it's there is still so interesting. And this doesn't even hit below the tip of the iceberg. Chainsaw Man has an infatuation with global cultural mythos that downright makes up the skeleton of the entire series. Almost all of the origins of the characters are on archetypal levels that I'm still trying to organize the blatant usage of, because even though it will almost certainly seamlessly go over the head of most likely 90% or more of the viewers and readers, the meticulous detail and creative decisions are just written that dense. Fine.
I agree with this, which is kind of my pitch for the series of what I just described was good about it is kind of antithetical to that, and this goes back to my world building point. But I feel this is true that there is a lot of dense stuff in the background of Chainsaw Man that you just skip over the first time. I was trying to do a Chainsaw Man reread, but I only got through the first chapter, and I was noticing a bunch of stuff in that. I can't recall that now. I think I have a document with a bunch of notes in it, but I believe in Chainsaw Man enough to believe that those details are in the background. I feel like I had an example. Because when he initially said, like, the backbone of the series is global mythos or whatever, I sort of started thinking about Black Lagoon. Now, it's not mythos in that, but Black Lagoon has a lot of, like, all the different mafias are represented in Roanopa, and there's a lot of knowledge regarding the different structures of them. And then there's a bunch of world politics stuff, geopolitics stuff of the 80s, which I think is when Black Lagoon is set in. that's going on there. The CIA interference in certain things, the what's going on in China and things like that. The corruption in Venezuela that comes into Roberta's backstory. So I was thinking about Black Lagoon more so there, but
Ridiculous detail and creative decisions are just written that dense. Fine as a popcorny snack, fine as a 5-course meal. You pick and take what you like. It's ready for that. And if you want a video like that, going into all these deeper messages, by the way, going into all of the origins of the characters and
is he going to shill his upcoming video that we've got in another tab or a different video?
Context with a full, broad history and detail, and all of the reaches into cultural application across the world, because I'd almost stake my life.
Am I hearing Minecraft sound effects? I've always thought like I should try and use sound effects more. I just always get lazy and never do them. I feel like they add a lot to the video.
On the fact that no one else has made that video, despite it being very clear intentional choice of the author. Please comment and subscribe. I've never done this before, but if the video gets 5,000 likes, I'll make a super spoiler-heavy video digging into the real
I told you he's going to shill this other video, right? I got a big brain.
meat of Chainsaw Man's story on an extra textual level. But I need this video to do well and hopefully convince any Chainsaw Man manga holdouts in my audience that it's for you. Oh, and that you have better...
It's funny, the other one has more views. I wonder if it's because he uses the weird text things. Nate used to do that a lot in his Weagawa videos, and I wonder if they might fuck your shit up. I'm not sure.
Odds of having it sent to you. You should probably turn on the bell as well. Anyway, the point now is, as a reader and soon-to-be watcher, you're likely to miss stuff. And the thing is, Chainsaw Man has the respect for its audience and the self-awareness to not point to all of these smart things it
I'm
does.
just reading, alright?
It just does them. This is something that a lot of media that thinks it's smarter than it is always does, trying to point out all the interesting character development it's doing, but they don't realize that by taking time out of the narrative to basically shove the reader's face in it, they're taking away from more opportunity to continue building those sorts of moments in the story. Chainsaw Man doesn't rub your face in it, it just does it. Almost every character quirk and detail that gets laid down in the story, even jokes, have a tie-in and is a hint, a reveal, or an emotional conclusion to massive moments in the story. From Kobeni's initial joke origin of having a strained abusive relationship with her family, with so many characters seeming to briefly become aware of gaps in their memory, to one of the first simple character details that we get from our main character Denji. The fact that he'll eat just about anything. Chainsaw Man was a story that, more than once or twice, did something many stories never do, many stories fear to do, that is, subvert the narrative in a meaningful and significant manner. Just when you see the typical comfortable building blocks start.
Now, a bunch of Chainsaw Man is coming back at me. Also, this part is a bit weird. The weird pot shot at whatever this game is, I guess, is fine. Narratives pointing out their own character development is just a thing they can do. It's not always bad. I don't want to do anything can be good thing over and over again, because that'll be every time we watch a video. It'll have to be, there's no rules in art. Do whatever you want. But there's a weird subplot where the dude impersonates the dude, and then he goes to his friends, and then they start a business or something. It's one of the brothers. The Assassination Brothers in, like, the global arc. I'm slowly remembering all this stuff. It's like, Chainsaw Man reread has to happen at some point.
Starting to take form. The story rips them from you and redefines typical comfortable building blocks starting to take form. The story rips them from you and redefines how you understand the situation the characters are in. Under all of that, though, all of the clever tight writing, hilarious moments,
Hold on, I fucking blanked out and wasn't listening.
are in. Under all of that, though, all of the clever tight writing, hilarious moments, and over-the-top action, there is a pure, warm message only a monster could find distaste for. Chainsaw Man, soon, especially for anime-onlys, will break you. I don't know how much they are going to cover in this first season, but I can't imagine they would be able to fit some of the major reveals, or definitely not the entire story, that make it truly special. Still, I'm surprised it took me so long to check it out personally.
Anime's bad, right? So much of the Chainsaw Man appeal is, like, because it's a manga and it's specific manga things it's subverting and fucking with and things like that. I don't know, anime's bad.
Despite all of my friends and Twitch viewers recommending, even sending volumes to me, thanks Hatchling, by the way, maybe I wasn't giving
My fucking viewers don't do that, huh?
attention, but it was never sold to me as the deeply complex narrative it is. And you know, maybe that's part of the catch. Maybe that's a fault in why I shouldn't sell it to you this way now. But if there's anybody like me who's still a holdout, I figured this might be the way to finally push you over. Because obviously the appeal that people generally take note of are the more blatant aspects. It's harder to articulate why things work on a more substantial level. Rather, it's easier to point at and state a grand set piece. Because
I mean, he's doing the, is it My Black Lagoon thing? I feel like there's a better example. The, like, you like this for the wrong reasons, Lamel. What did I do that for? I definitely did that for Black Lagoon. I think that just is the example. I do that about Game of Thrones Season 8 a lot, where I say you dislike it for the wrong reasons. Because it is bad, just not for the reasons most people say. But it's cute. Nobody really is... Like, if you look up Chainsaw Man videos, like, there was the one Chainsaw Man is almost perfect video I didn't like at all. I had a bunch of ideas for Chainsaw Man videos, but my rule is that I have to reread or watch something at least one time before making videos on it, and I don't have time or didn't immediately afterwards have the enthusiasm to go back through Chainsaw Man again. I kind of have that now. I think we read Chainsaw Man at the beginning of this year, right? No, I remember it was I remember the exact day I finished Chainsaw Man, or the night before. I looked down at chat for a second and lost my train of thought completely. But yeah, so there aren't many Chainsaw Man videos, so I could see people being like, well, that's pretty cringe. I think you're the only one that can make the good Chainsaw Man video, but he might be. Let me read chat for a second. Are you Chinese? Are we talking to me? Emilo? Yeah, he is, Health AU is saying. ABC or live in China. He sounds British. Oh well, I'm back. They just 30 minutes after all. Erg, my color is now a light blue disgusting. Hey, how long? What is this parallel involving Kobeni? He was teasing it earlier. He didn't really elaborate. Carl, you want one? What, a Chainsaw Man volume? You're not actually I'm not giving you a fucking address to send things to, chat. The joke was that I'm not allowing you to send me things. Actually, I'm not sure, but I've heard that technically the anime should cover the entirety of the manga. It's unclear if it'll all be in Season 1, though. I mean, I feel like they could fit it into Season 1 if they do 26 episodes. It's only like 97 chapters, right? Or 96? Mr. R is linking something telling me to read it, then this, and is your color purple, and then he's linking something else. I think it changes from user to user. Unless you set it specifically in your profile, it just picks one for you. No, not purple, you associate with Mr. R. Alright, I'm going to click these Mr. R links real quick and see what the fuck he's linking me here. Anime was a mistake. It's nothing but trash. Yes, the old Miyazaki memes. You gotta love them. Why is this fucking mouse not working right now? Oh, what am I looking at here? Did I say something about... Oh, was Mr. R going to send me these or something? Mr. R is the only one that spends money on me, I must say. Here's how to set another profile color. Well, there you go. Anime has issues with compressing the material style or pacing. It made me enjoy the manga, not a simple author. That's considered illustrated. Yes. You said, chat, send me stuff to read. I'm telling you to read this stuff. Well, I wasn't saying tell me to read stuff. I was saying send me free stuff. You idiots tell me to read and watch everything. I don't need any more of that. But yes. When is your Naruto stream starting? Oh, we could do Naruto videos. Holy fuck, Pinekit, you're a genius. Holy fuck, that's the answer. That's the way to the truth and the life. But anyway, we got to finish this Chainsaw Man video. It's been okay so far. I feel like these soon will break you videos are more of a general overview of like where like the mindset of the community is now and how it's going to evolve, sort of like this warning that I can tell you something's going to be good before it's good to a wider audience. That's kind of cool.
Level. Rather, it's easier to point at and state a grand set piece, because medicine goes down much easier when it tastes like candy. And candy is easier to sell. The beautiful art, the action, the main character just wanting to touch some boobs and get a kiss. These are immediately...
Well, a lot of the reason these are the selling points because it's funny, right? And it sounds cool. For whatever reason, having the motivation of your character be he wants to feel boobs is cool because it kind of subverts the motivation thing of shonen protagonists, people who are sick of normal shonens where they want to be the best in the world, they want to be the pirate king, they want to be the Hokage. Instead, Denji here is better because he just wants to feel boobs, and then they would give some shitty justification for, and that's relatable, bro, or whatever. There's like multiple reasons why this is Mother's Basement also made a video on it. But yeah.
Likeable in a lighthearted, fun, and funny way, and the protagonist being so morally driven by his own hedonism while still being grateful to those who help him in some sort of moral sense. I'm sure that it makes him very...
Denji's weird bullshit is also... Denji's real good. He's like... It's kind of mean where I say everybody's like Luffy, but he is Luffy in the Craven sense of sort of just like the stupid funny dude. But he's also... There's like a... It was very telling. I think the moment at the end where he like looks at the screen and just says, I want to have sex with tons of girls. Like, I don't want to just settle for one. I don't want to die fighting this battle. It's just that's always a moment that sticks out to me of like that kind of caught me off guard, and I was like, what's this Denji bloke actually about? If we think about things, we gotta go through and realign maybe who he is and his hero status and things relating to that.
Those who help him in some sort of moral sense. I'm sure that it makes him very endearing.
The philosophy of Denji, whatever his last name is. That's a shitty video someone can make.
To most people. Whether they relate to his total lack of experience or wanting him to see the experience as they have on the other side, there's an endearing quality there that makes you want Denji to have a better life. These are the things that endear and bring people into Chainsaw Man.
It is impeccable in how much you like Denji immediately.
But to classify it as just a dumb fun action run...
There is something to be said about that, because again, we're going to do the Luffy comparison, because you want Luffy to succeed so well, at least I do, and there's something intrinsic about Luffy's... Let me mute and then let the ad pay through. There's something intrinsic about, like, I want Luffy to be Pirate King, like, really bad, just because I love him, because he's one of my favorite characters of all time. And that happened almost immediately on the most recent reread, before Miller gets up my fucking ass about it. And Denji's similar in the way you want him to succeed, and you're just immediately on his side, because what a man to follow. And I feel like Naruto, it's interesting because traditionally Naruto has not been viewed as this. Naruto has been annoying as a kid and then a pussy as an adult or as a teenager in Shippuden. And that's sort of been the interpretations of his character widely. It's interesting because I always think about the Rogers-based reaction thing, and he's now past me, so I'm not watching the video that came out today, the most recent one. The thumbnail is him crying to Kushina and Minato's flashback. He doesn't miss with Naruto. He just doesn't. But it's interesting, his reaction, because he is really on Naruto's side. Like, the same way I'm talking about Denji and Luffy is the way he would talk about Naruto. And even the normies, I've been watching them react to Naruto for fucking 3 years or whatever. They're sort of doing the same thing, where they're very much on Naruto's side. So it's probably just some old internet bullshit meme joke that Naruto was annoying as a kid and an annoying pussy as in Shippuden. Because I kind of do feel like I like Naruto a lot more now. It's interesting. I feel like it's much more visceral with Denji and Luffy just because they're much more visceral characters from much more visceral series. But it is said, like, those two characters, you immediately want them to succeed. Maybe people feel that way for a lot of characters. Like, do I want Eren to kill all the Titans at the beginning just because his dumb mother dies? Not really. Tell me who these Titans are is really the push forward here. That's the interesting stuff going You don't really intentionally you don't really know Guts's like a motivation for what he's doing until 13 volumes in and you see what Griffith does. And at that point you're like, well, yes, we're full in on the death to Griffith camp, but it's not really the same.
Into Chainsaw Man.
And also there's a million things tied into
on the
that.
other side.
Don't compare other things to Berserk.
There's an endearing quality there that makes you want Denji to have a better life. These are the things that endear and bring people into Chainsaw Man. But to classify it as just a dumb fun action romp is to surprise...
Another YouTuber making something about dumb, fun, dumb action romps and getting mad and saying it so much more. Where have we seen this before?
Yet sorely undersell its value, in my opinion. Because...
He's making There Are No Badass Women in Black Lagoon. I wonder if he's gonna get shit for it.
If it hasn't already, Chainsaw Man will break you. Chainsaw Man was consistently willing to go places few series dare, do things notoriously handled bad in past works, beats with infamous status few series touch, and then take those...
This is an anime tube trope to... There's always this emphasis on saying this thing of like, this series does what no other series has the balls to do. I think we should just generally avoid saying this in all respects. Like, no other series subverts things like Chainsaw Man. It's like, we can praise Chainsaw Man for being subversive without saying this. I used to say this all the time, and I won't say it anymore because obviously I've seen 15 fucking anime. That's kind of underselling it, but it's not underselling it by a lot. So, like, making general statements like this, I think, is dumb. Hiding in Public's probably seen a lot more anime than me, but still, I don't know. Unless you're B and you're literally watched every anime and that's part of your fucking appeal, I don't know if you should say things like that about industry stuff. I don't know. It's just a trope that I don't like
works
too much.
Beats with infamous status few series touch, and then take those moments and handle them with grace, all while flaunting around some of the most out of context and sometimes...
Fuck off. Hold on. Who's following? Jotaro Jojo meme is now following.
In context, ridiculous imagery, like the Chainsaw Man riding a shark in a flesh typhoon chasing someone with a nuke on their head. It's hard to imagine in any way that being grounded or serious.
Also, I'm thinking a lot about Look Back as I think about this stuff, and there's a lot of density in that, obviously, where it's like, I know a lot of this went over my head the first time. The general premise didn't, but like all the Don't Look Back in Anger reference, the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood reference, and all that stuff. And then the sort of reverence that all of the other mangaka had for this series of sort of like, Fujimoto does it the best with all the density and how he does things like this. Specifically the Ray Hero tweet, we were talking about Black Lagoon earlier. Makes me feel like, especially, like, I believe that there's a lot of this stuff in the background of Chainsaw Man that could use some delving into that he might do in this video, but...
Serious, or that a series can just do something that silly and stupid on the face of it, and campy, and not, no pun intended, jump the shark. But it doesn't.
It's just juxtaposition. You gotta love some juxtaposition every once in a while.
It's just good stuff. So, I want to repeat a sentiment I made in January.
I think juxtaposition is great, and I think it's very powerful in a lot of senses. And I think Chainsaw Man is definitely an affront to that. No, an affront would mean that it's anti that, but it's like the prime example of that. The Sopranos does that a lot, where it'll do some wacky shit in what's supposed to be this serious, all-time great drama, and then of course Mad Men and Boardwalk do it, following sort of the same footsteps, like the Mad Men episode where the dude's foot gets run over with the lawnmower and things like that, where just some crazy wacky shit happens, and then like the juxtaposition of that to the normal procedural sort of nature of the show, and then Roger making all the jokes immediately afterwards and everybody laughing at him, and Joan and Don making jokes about it, and it's just like the juxtaposition of how people, you would think people would act versus how people really act if you were serious about it, and the mundane juxtaposed with like, this doesn't belong in this show but it works perfectly. Chainsaw Man does a lot of that, but just generally with story convention of just having wacky, crazy shit on the backdrop of this drama that you take super seriously. That seems very juvenile, but probably has a lot to say. And seems very juvenile, but obviously has a lot of these genre conventions built into it. It's not just some shit that some teenager wrote to be edgy. There's actually some veteranship, like, it's not necessarily otaku-ness to it of like knowing a lot about anime, but just knowing a lot about media in general. Like in Look Back, we're not really talking about anime references. We're referencing Oasis and Quentin Tarantino movies. Not exactly like abstract fucking things to reference. Oasis is one of the biggest bands of all time, and Quentin Tarantino is one of the biggest directors of all time, but you understand what I mean.
January this year on my Attack on Titan.
What's the fucking Hideaki Anno quote about how you should look outside of anime to make things good? B used to talk about that all the time.
Stuff. So I want to repeat a sentiment I made in January this year on my Attack on Titan video. Maybe even with more confidence. In fact, I'm sure of it.
There's some Attack on Titan's ending is bad, guys. Attack on Titan's ending is bad, guys. Energy coming into this right now. I need to make those fucking videos. God damn it.
On Titan video. Maybe even with...
Because he can say it with more confidence because Chainsaw Man has a good ending.
More confidence. In fact, I'm sure of it. And that is, just be open. Allow yourself to be taken in. Don't wall off your emotions or stop thinking when it gets hard or confusing. Invest yourself. Be willing to feel. I think there's a lot of different people that can get a lot of different narrative things from Chainsaw Man. And a lot of people who will resonate with those things that could possibly change.
I wish I had the balls. I know if I was editing this, I wouldn't be allowed to, I wouldn't allow myself to leave the Attack on Titan stuff up on screen while I was, also this is recycled from an old video, and I recycle one image from One Piece, like a color image that I'm like, that was in another video, I probably should get a new one. I felt bad about that, but to just keep the Attack on Titan stuff up now that we're talking about Chainsaw Man again, I should just fucking be lazy with the editing. My editing's bad anyway.
Chainsaw Man. And a lot of people who will resonate with those things that could possibly change them for the better. Because again, soon,
God, that fucking panel is so good. That whole chapter with the
that
girl
could possibly change them
and the puppet
for
shit.
the better. Because again, soon, if you allow it, Chainsaw Man will break you. Whether you connect to
the
the
fucking Monsters Inc. reference. God, Chainsaw Man.
familial notes,
And this fella, this wacky motherfucker.
notes of self-efficacy.
Such a traditional plot device of like the warning, like
Will
the
break
doom
you.
is coming. I'm the
Whether you
doom man,
connect to
but
the
having him being like, what's he say? He says something is awesome. Something is awesome. The future is awesome, or something like that. God,
familial
Chainsaw Man is
notes,
good.
Notes of self-efficacy and trust, the love of a friend, a pet, or of romance. Whether you connect to the feeling of betrayed trust from others and trust in the validity of your own feelings. Whether you connect to the desire to be loved, to be seen as equal, or to accept the parts of yourself people normally deny. There's a lot to receive by reading Chainsaw Man. So go read Chainsaw Man and leave a like if you haven't already. And if you have other things that personally appeal to you at Chainsaw Man, feel free to let me know. I respond to almost every comment. All of my gushing here is an effort so I can hopefully stew up some interest in my audience and release my so much better Chainsaw Man video that I'm working on right now next week with big confidence. Also, if somehow you missed it,
Take him a week to make videos.
I'm going to Otakon with a bunch of YouTubers and have
Apparently,
a
Otakon was like recently.
Snapchat I'm reopening while I'm. If you're watching,
This is just.
please help me get it out by. Friendly Neighbor was being 2093. Daniel.
Yes, this is just bullshit at the end. So, how long did that take? An hour to watch a 9-minute long video? I thought Minty was here because I saw Roboghost's color, but Roboghost being here is almost as surprising. I don't think we got 13 viewers on this fucking stream. It's wacky. Ava 2, Arali says. I'm not sure what that was in reference to. I think it changes user unless you specifically set it to your profile. No, not purple. I can only associate purple with Mr. R. What is this clownery? Here's how to set the profile capture. Oh, I already read all this. You said chat to send you stuff to... I already read that part too. Naruto, that we already said that. Luffy, but horny. A little bit. Miller is linking something. I can't remember if I clicked on it or not. No, that sounds like a Wisecrack video. Who can forget the Wisecrack videos? You'll never see him become Pirate King if you don't read it. I mean, I could just read the chapter as it comes out. Don't test me. Oh my god, stream. We'll talk about the Water 7 stuff I saw today in a second, Miller. Remind me when I get to the bottom of chat. Oh my god, streaming at a suitable time zone, in a suitable time. You read Tokyo Avengers. The question of if I'm reading something is almost always no. And with Tokyo Avengers, it's a no. I have no idea what it's called. The name's kind of cool, though. I have heard the name around. Or maybe, people's sensibilities just evolve with time, and with them the internet as well. F. Denji, I want power to achieve her dream and become president. True, power is based. Yes, I indeed wanted Eren to kill all the times, not really. This is a joke. If you read my messages, you probably wouldn't understand it. Is anime good? I heard it's getting animated. Well, how would I know if the anime is good? If you watch the first 3 minutes of every anime, you don't have time to watch bad anime, I believe. Who's B? Formerly Digi, is who B is. Is this guy making a YouTube video? Isn't it adverse to Chainsaw Man to gauge anime only's expectations? Kind of kill the shock factor? I mean, maybe. Yes, right. Fight me, Kyle. I love these negative vibes, which means more money for bacon. The future rocks. Is that what he says? The future rocks? That might be what he says. Now that's Chernobog lookalike. Are we talking about the Future Devil from Smite? Nah, Mythology Kid. Well, Smite gets all of its stuff from Mythology. The juxtaposition that Denji can transform into a chainsaw devil but walks around with an axe. So you don't play Smite. What happened to your Sopranos vid? Didn't get many views. That's what happened. Well, I had a feeling watching 1 second of One Piece would convince you. It didn't convince me. I just want to talk about something. Hearing Kyle dejected voice as he realized he still hasn't read my messages. Give me so much. Yes. I thought Anne was talking about their previous chat messages, but no, they're talking about the Twitter messages, which I still haven't read. But at least I have the little pop-up to remind me that I haven't read them every time I click on my Twitter messages. That's probably all the reacting we're going to do this stream, especially since that took so long. So if we're cutting the YouTube video up, and if this is very much a YouTube video in the future, this will be the part where we cut off. In fact, if I'm going to make it into a YouTube video, that's what I was going into. We should probably include this portion. So we'll see if I'm going to make this into a second channel, like 7-hour compilation of me reacting to video essays. But if we are, we're going to put this sentence in the YouTube video. It's going to be the first one post-cut, so say hello to YouTube, everybody. We need to talk about the different ways to potentially react. We must discuss reacting before we actually react. We've got some videos here that we might want to be reacting to. There's a few ways we can do it. Big Mom's possible foreshadowing at Syrup Village? 830 chapters beforehand? What the fuck? Anyway. Last time we went through a 10-minute video in like an hour and a half of stream, and it wasn't very good viewing experience, I'm sure. Where you pause it every 3 seconds to say something because I got something on my mind. Now, that Vosh video I was just talking about actually has a point about this, which was more about like streamers reacting to political videos and how they sort of ruin the context and things like that. Pausing something every 5 seconds is probably bad. It ruins the flow of the video. It's probably hold on, I have all of the positives and negatives written out here. Different ways of reacting, brought to you because of that Vosh video. Pausing all the time. Positives, making new transformative content. It means that you're not just jacking somebody else's content for your stream, you're actually talking over it and making it something transformative. That's the positive. Negative, destroys the flow of the video, makes it easy to isolate points, and is potentially a bad viewing experience for the audience. Then there's another thing. We could pause it once every minute. I could make it a rule, which I think I tweeted about, which was something I would do, where I would force myself to only pause it once every minute. What do we got here for the positives of this one? I don't have to write points down, but it lets the video flow in patches. Or we could play the whole video with limited, only extremely necessary pauses and write down responses to go over it at the end. This would be the third option, where we largely play it and maybe I pause it like once every 8 minutes or something. The problem is here, then the stream is just watching a video without me saying anything. It'll probably give the most This is actually an interesting thumbnail. I wonder if this video is good. I wanted to add it to the playlist, but I'm not on my personal account. I'm on the ENT account. So chat, you can vote on these. I think tonight we're going to try the 1 minute thing, because if I let it play for 8 minutes, I'm going to want to say a bunch of little things, but I would just like have to type them out on my notes thing, or maybe I could literally bring a piece of paper in here and write it down. Because the reason I wanted to do a more direct format than just doing the digest every week or month or whatever I was doing is because I would always watch the videos and I had so much to say like while watching them, and then when it came time to do digest, like I would have forgotten a lot of the things to say. So this way, we get to say things in real time. But this could be to our detriment as well. So let me get out of the notes thing, see what chat is saying, and then we'll start this. Continuing the reaction thing. Please do 2 times speed. No, that's not fair to the videos either. Didn't you know the best region is Unova, the end? It's definitely like one of the worst design regions. It's literally like the circle meme. Some of the regional aspects are interesting, but there's like no crossover things or anything like that. That's in all the first 4 things. I remember that was like the biggest criticism of Gen 5, that the region design was so terrible. Not literally like the environments in the region, but just the map design. I know people get mad at Hassan for never saying anything and just playing the video. I think that I haven't watched Hassan's stream in a long time. Hassan just playing videos and not saying anything is 100% dog shit content. I mean, it's kind of boring not hearing somebody else's thoughts, whatever they may be. Same with the Let's Plays with no commentary, offers nothing of interest. Could be a cool gameplay thing or something. But yes, watching a video probably isn't cool gameplay. I think pausing every minute is the best, plus it helps against the YouTube algorithm if the reaction is copyrighted. Please do 2 times speed. Watching the video, pause the video. True, dude. Unpause the video. Maybe I should just say true and not pause it. Kino, I will literally die on this hill. It's literally a fucking circle. If we're talking specifically about the map design. Like Chargestone Cave, that's a cool place. Better start sharpening your sword then. What the fuck is well never mind then talking about? Alright, are we gonna get into this fucking The Point of Chainsaw Man video? Miller better get the fuck out of here if he doesn't want spoilers. This is supposedly gonna spoil everything. We got 11k likes, nearly 100,000 views. The Hiding in Public is here. He makes some good videos sometimes, some boring videos sometimes. Chainsaw Man is stupid, simple, danger. I'm sure this meme is going to be great. I'll read the comments after the fact, then we'll see if we get into this fella's video. His videos are like way shorter. Alright, everybody, let's try not to pause it every fucking 3 seconds. Let's get rid of this. Let's try and watch the whole thing before the laptop goes flat at the least. We went through all our bullshit. Has it been 45 minutes of stream? It's been 48. You were wrong, chat. Let's go. I'll get back to reading it, I guess. Have you been reading it? Is this a new Miller development? Are you telling me circles aren't cool? I go back to reading it. I think I already know what it's about. Alright, everybody. 4, 3, 2, 1. He's doing the countdown meme. Everybody shut up. Let's go. Tell me if it's too loud or too soft or whatever the fuck. Usually got good editing. That boy hiding it. Also, we pausing it. Also, tell me if, is me talking when the video's playing, can you hear me more than you can hear the video? Because that could be important, because I could say little things like that without having to pause it. But, anyway, let's go.
Makima is God, or more accurately, Makima is a false god in 2 different ways. That she is based on the fear of a mythical false god outside of Chainsaw Man, and that within Chainsaw Man, even being from that false god, she is a devil incarnate version of that false god based on the cognition and fear of humans. Meaning, more, she is the devil creation of the idea of that false god, and not it itself, since she is tied to the fear of the public. Are you following? Confused? Well, spoilers ahead. I tried to warn you with last week's video, but this will be a deep dive into not just Makima, but many of her followers and who they truly are in about every sense of the word, using explicit, extra-textual reference. In other words, this isn't some grandfather's, did you notice her hair is red and red is evil garbage analysis. It's not any of that. Not that that can't be enjoyable, but this took a lot of effort, So please show me some support, and if we can reach 1,000 comments and 6,000 likes, I'll consider digging into Chainsaw Man again in the future on a different angle, because yes, I do want to talk about it more, but I'm also trying to keep my channel up and running.
Alright, it's been a minute. The pop YouTube shit is weird, of like, if we get so many likes and so many comments. Little weird. I don't know if I like that at all. I forgot that Makima was the fear devil or whatever for a second, so the beginning part did confuse me a little bit, but now I'm back on track. Fuck, I did have something else to say, but I fucking forgot it. I know. Me trying to remember points is not going to be good. Fuck. Fuck. Goddamn. Oh, saying extratextual, extratextual, that's the word he's using instead of metatextual. I think I use metatext to mean like 3 different things a lot of the time, and I probably shouldn't do that. I don't know if that was the thing I wanted to say, but
angle,
I guess
because yes, I do want to talk about it more, but I'm
Miller says I've read a volume. Well, there you go. It's already a 10. Chamila doesn't care
also
about
trying to
being
keep
wrong.
my channel up and running, and I want to put my limited energy toward things that people are actually willing to support. Otherwise, I'll go homeless. Getting right into it. Have you ever considered why Chainsaw Man refused to eat Makima's devil, removing her name with the other great devils in a...
Wait, is Makima the fear devil? Because, well, never mind then saying fear devil question mark. What was she again? I mean, oh, the weird making fun of the color analysis thing is kind of weird. Feels like that, that Twitter meme that now I see everybody constantly make fun of about your English teacher will try to tell you that the blue in this scene means this or whatever. It's just some dumb fuck. Doesn't understand what mise-en-scène is. Felt kind of like that. Domination? Wait, what is she literally canonically that somebody in chat help me out here? She's like the fear devil, right? Or not? How did we go down to 7 viewers? But anyway. Control. That's right. She's the control devil, not the fear devil. Okay.
Chainsaw Man refused to eat Makima's devil, removing her name with the other great devils and atrocities. You ever wonder why she seems so infatuated with him? What makes her a fan of Devilman? Who he is, who she is, or her followers? I hope so. Now, let's do a brief overview for the metaphysics of Chainsaw Man's world as a launching point so that we can get into the further stuff that I have to say without confusion. Chainsaw Man exists
Jesus Christ. Part 1 metaphysics.
in a world where things known as devils live, not the conventional way that we imagine devils. So, as it goes, the power and traits of the devils are essentially eternal. When a devil dies on Earth, it returns to Hell, and when it's killed in Hell, it returns to Earth, with the only real change being that the memories of the hosts are
Quickly, that really is a fucking great concept. I don't know if that's probably not something Chainsaw Man came up with. It's probably a reference to something else. But like the reincarnation meme in like heaven and earth or whatever, or hell and earth. Remember how hell is just Monsters Inc. memes? Quality stuff.
forgotten, essentially turning them into a primal origin state or archetypal personality state.
Wait, I missed whatever he was saying.
To Earth, with the only real change being that the memories of the hosts are forgotten, essentially turning them into a primal origin state.
Kraftsdorf has talked about this in like every video I've ever seen of him, about how everything in anime is just Buddhism, because Buddhism is about reincarnation, basically. Like forgetting your name, forgetting all the personal memories, but like the spirit of the person coming back, or whatever. Talks about this a lot in Naruto and the way people misunderstand Naruto's themes and things like that. It's just now that he's pointed that out, like I noticed it and everything, he points out how that's basically what happens in Evangelion, how any Evangelion is much more Buddhist than it is Christian. There's another instance of that.
State or memories of the hosts are forgotten, essentially turning them into a primal origin state or archetypal personality state. Think back to what Power said to Denji to find her again and change her for the better again. Beyond this, the devils are essentially tied to and controlled by human cognition and fear. However much the human populace fear an idea, make it as powerful or as weak of a devil. So naturally, things like knives, guns, and weapons are bound to have devils linked to them, and powerful ones at that. There are also devils with things culturally associated with classical horror, like bats and snakes and mannequins, and more general concepts like the fear of the dark, or Lovecraftian horrors such as fears of the unknown or of knowledge in general. Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. You see pretty much all of these show their face in part 1 of Chainsaw Man, but more than those, we have to look at the other beings that show themselves. You see, since devils exist and gain power from the collective...
I can't tell if he fucked up or if he's doing the meme thing where the editing is off because it's going to come back at the end. If he's doing the meme thing like we try to do in the Goodbye Attack on Titan video, that's pretty cool.
Human subconscious...
If not, well, doesn't really matter.
You see, since devils exist and gain power from the collective human subconscious and fear, it is driven by their cognition. The world
God, there's some cool shit in this fucking series, and I kind of forgot all of it. Do you remember this shit?
Subconscious and cognition was first devised into extensive detail by psychologist Carl Jung, and don't worry, I'm not going to give you a huge history lesson or a full on-site course. But this is really important to understanding many of the major figures in Chainsaw Man, so
hold on, everybody, we've got an advertisement. You want to go to Griffith University, guys? Ads could dox me, you know? Now you know I'm around a Griffith campus. Queensland Rail? Now my state's being doxed.
Don't worry, I'm not going to give you a huge history lesson or a full on-site course. But this is really important to understanding many of the major figures in Chainsaw Man, so I hope you'll bear with me. So now, another thing that Carl Jung really expanded on was the concept of archetypal figures and beings. The idea that regardless of culture, of history, of placement for a story, there are beings and character concepts and character archetypes fused in with our DNA as human beings. I'm not saying you have to believe what he was saying in real life, but this is
The archetype meme is interesting, because I've heard this fucking whatever concept before. Because you do see patterns in people a lot, where it's like, oh, I've met this kind of person before, and it's kind of like, I'm sure unique, they are unique in certain senses. But this also happens with characters a lot, where it's like, oh, I've seen this like character before, or I've seen this character in real life. And it's interesting, I always talk about this, how it's interesting how different series get like descriptive facts about reality, like they like to focus on very certain things. I don't know if we ended up saying that this just wasn't true and this was just some bullshit I had made up about Attack on Titan, but Attack on Titan always having like shit humor was always weird since it was such a dramatic story and things like that, and they would take a second every once in a while for Levi or Kenny to talk about having to take a shit or whatever. And like Berserk's hyper focus on like the comedical interactions between certain like people when they're having jokes and stuff like that, especially in the back end with the RPG party, and how that's so like specifically realistic in certain ways. Stories have this, right? It's just certain people are fascinated in expanding on certain little idiosyncratic natures about the world. And this probably comes through on this archetype point of like being very descriptive in certain senses. But the archetype meme is good. This is another, like, everything goes back to Naruto. This is another criticism people have always had about Naruto, is that the reincarnation meme is bad because Naruto is destined or whatever, even though that's not the point.
Human beings. I'm not saying you have...
I'm not going to look at chat until the end, I guess, because I don't want to read chat as I'm watching the video, because I can't do both at once. Plus be having the streamer energy going on. So I guess we'll look at it at the end. Or maybe 10 minutes in we'll go through chat. We've been alright with the pausing so far, I think.
To believe what he was saying in real life, but this is undoubtedly the foundation for the way that devils interact and exist in the metaphysics of Chainsaw Man. In real life, this was meant to explain patterns that seem to emerge from surviving cultures all over the world and explain how they could seemingly have, on some psychological level, even without merging ideas and culture to culture, this same idea of different characters. Things like countless creation myths about time, types of heroes, anti-heroes, and more. Many of these are tied to religion more broadly, and what is so broadly feared and significant as God's religion? Fear of eternal punishment and infinite powers all over the world.
Oh, we're going into the control meme because it's like a fear of God, because Makima is control and God is control. That's where we're going with this, I see.
Over the course of human history...
All paintings are cool, huh?
Not much. All over the world as God's religion. Fear of eternal punishment and infinite powers all over the world. Over the course of human history, not much.
Oh, I also like This is something I've been noticing recently. It's always been in everything. It's odd that I'm just noticing it. And this is another Krastorf point that he brought up about Evangelion, about how instrumentality and like the LCL pools of like people's souls is just like heaven. And it's interesting that like every story is kind of about rejecting heaven. Intentional or unintentionally. Preston also brought this up in Game of Thrones, where the Weirwood Net is kind of just like heaven, where all the souls go and merge and hang out with God forever, and how the story is almost certainly going to be Bran rejecting the Weirwood Net and like resolving to individuality. I guess it kind of plays into like the like base instinct of wanting to go to heaven or whatever after your job on Earth is done, and sort of these stories highlighting the role on Earth more than whatever afterlife it would be. But whatever, these are broader concepts.
All over the world. Over the course of human history, not much. Many of these figures, even if they do become reskinned or change name or form, these archetypes they represent still live on within them. In the case of Chainsaw Man, the writer Tatsuki Fujimoto made no effort at all to hide this influence, and instead, it comes off while reading it, if you already know of this stuff, as some insanely cool and nerdy gloating that he's doing here. He did his homework, in other words. So, let me say, as a huge fan of ancient cultural myths and religions, studying some in college and more recently being into Persona and Shin Megami Tensei, I was immediately struck with Power's name. Why Power? Why name her that? I mean, it could be a classic case of Japanese artist sees cool English word, but since the story dealt with the devils, she reminds me of the class of angels in Gnosticism, and broader archetypal Abrahamic mythos. This isn't something that you would find sitting in your Bible, of course. It's a lot more culturally broad than that. Power is the name of the 6 of 9 orders of angels, also said to be the authorities over heaven and justice. Notably, are academically driven toward philosophy, and... What, you think any of this sounds like her at all? Of course not. I mean, she tries to sacrifice...
Does Power have a high IQ? I forgot that meme. Was she being sarcastic here? I can't remember.
Any of this sounds like her at all? Of course not. I mean, she tries to sacrifice and have Denji horrifically eaten over a cat, and then stupidly takes pride in removing the life of and sacrificing him and many other things multiple times, as well as blatantly disregarding the value of any life or any justice for most of the story. She's notoriously a liar and racist, and the only thing that seems to categorize her even close to this is she's superficially a devil hunter, making her an actor of justice in a very loose sense. But this super justice-seeking person, deep down, really, as we meet her, is not Power. I looked up just to check pretty early on, and after seeing all this overwhelming evidence and difference in description, I dropped my crackpot idea and went back to saying, okay, fine, it's just a cool name. No more to think of it. I mean, after all, she's the Devil of Blood, right? So, of course, that means that she would be her own thing, right?
Want to work with the
Hold
best
on,
film
everybody.
studios?
We're going to a different university this time. Makima's true self and her followers.
Then, 2 pages changed everything. About who the characters were meant to be, how we were supposed to interpret them, what their devils were. The first on chapter 75, where the President of the United States within Chainsaw Man drops a bombshell of knowledge about Makima's ability. That she is the control devil. And the second on chapter 83, where she is welcomed by the apparently dead beings that Makima is revealed to have been controlling all along. These are her most loyal followers that bow to her in the hall and act out her will. They're all...
The interpretation of this part, from me at least, was... I didn't think that they were always under her control in that sense. Though her power was that. I really need to reread Chainsaw Man before talking about this at all. I don't know. I don't know what I thought about this. Remember Chainsaw Man? It was some wacky shit. Reread definitely necessary. Denji's doing his Shinji meme here, where he can't even walk by himself.
all called out at once. Although, even I only recognize saying all along. These are her most loyal followers that bow to her in the hall and act out her will. They're all called out at once, although even I only recognize 6 of the 8 listed. Beam, Seraphim, Galgali, Dominion, Virtue, Power, Angel, and Princey. Having Power's name here, it becomes clear that the name was no mistake. It wasn't that Power was following her own justice, but under the control... Well, I'll get back to that. Angel is so obvious, I'll pass over it as to not insult your intelligence, but Seraphim, or Seraphim, is an angel with many wings also from Abrahamic mythology, like Power, and draws its power with its love of God. In Jewish Kabbalah, they are said to be the higher angels who flew to the heights of heaven and placed the seat upon which God sits. Dominion is another angel known as lordships in Christian mythology, part of the second sphere, who managed to look over the nations of the world and of Israel and regulate the actions of lower-class angels. According to Jewish lore,
I wonder,
they are...
this is actually just a curious thing, because this, we're going to say Krasdorf's name again, but he talks about, I don't think he ever uses the word Eurocentric, but about how all Western, like, anime videos or whatever, all Western anime critique, which is the shit you watch on YouTube, is usually flawed in the way that it always looks at things through a Eurocentric lens, through a Western lens, when these are usually Eastern stories. Now, there's a wrestling event in the New Japan Pro Wrestling calendar called Dominion. It's the June pay-per-view. I think, yeah, it's always in June. So I don't know if it seems like it could be a thing in Japanese culture. I don't know if Hiding in Public knows about this or if he's going to factor that in here. I don't know the origin of this at all, but I wonder if certain things like this, because he mentioned this at the beginning, he was like, there seems to be these universal archetypes that are found like all over the world in these creation myths. So because that could almost be used to dismantle this video and just say, well, it's not necessarily an outright reference, it's just, he memed into it again, right? People seem to meme into these archetypes over and over again. Now, them having the same name would obviously lead in this direction. There's another Krasdorf talking point, this one that I don't necessarily agree with, is that he likes to say that unless you have like a direct statement from the author claiming that something is a reference, it's kind of like stupid to ever say that they're referencing anything. I don't agree with that at all. Like, if you're ever watching a Mafia thing, it's probably going to reference The Godfather in some sort of a way, or have a similar scene in some sort of way, and it's not going to be like, well, fucking David Chase came out and said this was a reference to the fucking Godfather. It just will be. So I don't necessarily think that's just interesting to think about. I don't know the word Dominion and the importance it has in Japanese culture if it's outside of this. It was just interesting because I know there's a Japanese wrestling pay-per-view called Dominion. Again, it could just be a cool world. And I know they call it Dominion. They don't say the Japanese word. Dominion from Osaka-jo Hall, they say it. But anyway.
And regulate the actions of lower-class angels. According to Jewish lore, they are Hashmalim, or the 4th rank of angels. Virtue are also in the second sphere of the Christian hierarchy of angels alongside Dominion, and maintain order among heavenly bodies and servants. They are placed at rank 5 on angels, making them the rank equivalent to Seraphim. And finally, Princey, or as I believe the full name is meant to reference, not Princey, but Principality. Principality. Principality is an angel in the 3rd sphere of angelology, and yes, angelology is actually a thing. And their duty is to give out orders placed on them by Dominion. In other words, Principality is the lower class of angel. Dominion is described to have power over, as I mentioned earlier. They all connect, in other words. I was uncertain of Beam's placement, and I suspect Galgari might be Gabriel, but I really don't have confidence, so I won't speak on those two. Moving on, who is the creator of broader Abrahamic mythos? Yahweh, Jehovah, God, right? Well, yes, but in some circles, kind of actually no. And in Gnosticism, as we've been discussing already, it's actually said the true creator of the lower world, aka the physical plane of reality we inhabit, is Sophia. Sophia wanted to have a child but didn't consult with her male partner or God the Father, who is different from how modern Christianity conceptualizes Father God, who they conflate with Jehovah. In this case, they're actually separate. Instead, Sophia gave birth and was left to abandon her falsely conceived child, Demiurge, who, left alone above the lower plane of existence, grew to believe that he was the true god and the first thing to have ever existed. He became obsessed with his loneliness and power and believed beings of the lower realm must be his creation, and strove to, first, have them love him, to quell his loneliness, and second, to control them with religion. In other words, he became what is colloquially referred to as the God of Control, the canonized Abrahamic God. The angels then powered...
I can't tell if the cue of the music was cool or cringe, and that's my favorite type of cool.
He became what is colloquially referred to as the God of Control, the canonized Abrahamic God. The angels then, power, dominion, principality, seraphim, and countless others were created to carry out the assumed divine will amongst humanity, all serving him as the God of Control. This isn't even a parallel at this point. It's almost copy and pasted, isn't it? Makima, the devil of control, more powerful than many other devils, and with the ability to control the will of others, naturally created a large system of devils to worship her and follow her commands under her control, just
it's
as
interesting if this is a weird inversion of, like, the hell version of this, because they're all devils. We're 11 minutes in. I think I should look at chat. And just catch up on chat real quick. I don't think we're going flat anytime soon, so we probably will make it to the end of this video. It's been fun so far. I'm not sure about the points yet, but... Control, close enough. Is it I saw people still arguing over the nature of her devil weird? That's one way to phrase it, even after part 1 ended. Incel devil... That's truly my biggest fear. The Buddhist thing is kind of true. Nah, it's definitely true. So female sexuality is the most powerful devil? No, because it's control. Because female sexuality controls people. Well, never mind then. It's incels coming out. My boy Jung, yes, the psychiatrist boy. You already doxed yourself by saying where you lived and that your mother does for a living. Calm down. Well, that might be true. It means Isayama doesn't know how to humor also what the hell was going on with the teeth gag in 126. Was that the Connie gag? I can't remember. Just bad timing, lol, based instinct. It's the usual human rejects utopias stuff. Whenever somebody says utopia, I just think of that one Mad Men scene. It's actually really good, where Rachel says how the Jewish people have two definitions of utopos and utopia, where one is the city that can never exist and one is just how we understand utopia. So utopia is supposed to be like a depressing word. Mad Men's great. Remember Mad Men? I guess it's the exception here. Thrones are better. It's generally just rejecting false heavens, because if it was actually heaven, why would you reject it? It's closer to the Christian idea of rejecting pleasure, in my opinion. I mean, do these people really... George R. R. Martin definitely doesn't believe in heaven, right? He's like an avowed atheist. But maybe. You think this is utopian, but it's not. Yeah, it's like this idea, again, is in Naruto, because Naruto does not the instrumentality, but the infinite Tsukiyomi, and like... immediately Gaara says to the idea that this is just like a false piece or whatever. It's kind of that. It's like a shortcut basically to happiness, and it's like, no, you have to live on Earth to be happy. You got to try. Hell, not heaven, etc. I didn't interpret them being followers all the time as well. I thought it was just after, because she's the control devil. Well, I think what me and Mr. Y in chat here are doing is you're kind of trying to like not have the autonomy of these characters taken away, which is also something I see always get criticized in these types of This is another big thing about Naruto, is that like, their autonomy didn't matter because it was all preordained or whatever. And this Buddhism concept of like a rebirth seems to be at odds with that. And I think it's just a very Western YouTube critique to be like, well, now the characters doesn't have autonomy, so I can't care about their struggle. And it's just kind of like a stupid thing that's people think is a rule, but it's not. No, it's more akin to the idea of humanity refusing stasis as a state of existence because it supposedly makes probably life less valuable, properly because inequality for how horrible it is one which makes our lives more enjoyable, adversity theory and all this stuff. Why would it matter whether or not you analyze it from a Western perspective if it's all subjective, bud? It wouldn't. But Kraftsdorf is not a subjective boy, at least not in that sense. Damn well, never mind then, having no fear. So it's all dystemic indoctrination. Dystemic? Like the opposite of intrinsic? I don't know. I mean, maybe heaven is good by definition. Is heaven definitionally good? I guess it depends on your heaven definition, right? So, because I feel like every story would have the edgy moment where heaven isn't actually good or whatever. So something that's not good, therefore, is not heaven. I don't know what word I was trying to say. Back to the video. We went down in viewers. We're down to 8 viewers. We had like 14 before. What were they here for? I thought everybody just showed up for the React content. But apparently not. Maybe it's just because specifically we had more listening to the Aurora song than this, which is kind of pog, but whatever. Let's
the angels
a little
and
bit.
many other devils out of control. This isn't even a parallel at this point. It's almost copy and pasted, isn't it? Makima, the devil of control, more powerful than many other devils, and with the ability to control the will of others, naturally created a large system of devils to worship her and follow her commands under her control, just as the angels of heaven follow Jehovah, and with the same names as those angels. How's that for an analysis, huh? Well, I'm not done yet. In fact, in a way, we're just getting started, but if you haven't, please share this video, comment your thoughts so far, and help me get more people to see this, because I imagine few people can't be impressed by how straightforward and incredible this revelation is. I mean, it's basically just right there in front of our faces. And how much it speaks to the writing ability, too, of Tatsuki Fujimoto. Considering the fact that having a story so focused on archetypal figures would then incorporate those archetypal figures in such a vital and typical story narrative.
He's building himself up here quite a bit. I know, KFC exists where I am. Further doxing. Let's entertain chat while the ad is on. Listen to the rhythm of my clap. Fuck, I feel like I had something more to say and I should have used that time to say it, but I was thinking about that while trying to think of what I was thinking about, and then by then the time was up. I wouldn't be so confident in a conclusion I ever tried to draw in my life, because it would be pretty bad if this was not true.
Story narrative.
Also, the please share thing is a bit much at this point.
On to a final big point, though, and that is, why does Makima find so much interest in Chainsaw Man? Why does their relationship always intertwine and seem to continue forever, even beyond the human Denji before and assumably after his life? Well, you have to look at a few things. The true power of Chainsaw...
I wonder if it's going to incorporate the reincarnation meme at the end. Oh, it's so interesting and so cool that like the Control Devil comes back immediately, implying that it immediately got killed when it went to hell. Ooh, what happened there? Isn't that cute?
Man is to defeat devils for good, eating and eliminating them from the world, eliminating the very fears that are chaining humanity from their progress. Makima mentions how the idea of what was done in World War II had been forgotten, even as far as the term no longer existing. This isn't to say that it couldn't happen again under another name or term, but it is to say that those instances previously were erased. The evils, the fears that restrained humanity were relieved. Because, to remind you of the metaphysics, Chainsaw Man isn't killing true beings that exist of their own volition and will, but instead, beings that exist infinitely and purely out of human cognition. Because of this cognition and the way that erasing them changes reality, there are some things I theorize Chainsaw Man can't, or at least wouldn't want to eat, aka permanently destroy. These being powerful things like the Darkness Devil, and I'll explain that later with other examples. A key moment I like is what causes Denji to decide to kill Makima when he asks her if bad movies would still exist in the ideal world.
Wait, hold on. He eats Makima, right? That's the big meme. He chops her up and eats her at the end. But Denji does it, so I guess Chainsaw Man didn't do it, because I was going to be like, well, then why does the Control Devil come back? Shouldn't it not exist anymore? But I guess if Denji eats it, it's different than Chainsaw Man in the Berserker form eating it. Oh, I remember the one panel where it's like the last thing they all heard, and it's like the revving of the chainsaw. That's pretty fucking cool, guys.
When he asks her if bad movies would still exist in the ideal world of control that Makima seeks to create. Then Makima states that she believes the world would be better if bad movies cease to exist. So, here's the question. What's a bad movie? And what makes a movie bad?
Uh-oh. Oh. Are we going to do the subjectivity meme in real time in a video?
Actually asking two separate questions there. There are a number of different rubrics on how a movie could be judged as generally bad, but let's use the lowest bar as an example. Say somebody wrote a comedy movie, and not a single human being on the earth laughed. That's an objectively bad comedy movie. I know this is obviously hypothetical and technically speaking impossible, but imagine, in the same term, someone made a horror movie, and not a single person was scared or self-reflective or just feeling existential about it at any point while watching it or related to it. That's a horror.
It was a great character drama.
Feeling existential about it at any point while watching it or related to it. That's a horrible horror movie because it defies the very definition of it. It's like saying that a square is a bad triangle. It's not even a triangle. It's doing such a bad job at being what it's trying to be that it is literally outside of the definition that would define it. So let's do a different one. Say someone wrote a letter to express their love, not a movie.
That is an ad for Adblock. It's kind of cool.
And all they wrote was, say someone wrote a letter to express their love, not a movie, and all they wrote was, I hate you, and negative things without a shred of nuance that could give anyone the idea of positive emotion. Then, in this extreme hypothetical, you could say definitively that, yeah, they did a bad job expressing a love letter to someone. You could also loosely apply this to movies in a different way, and I promise all this movie talk isn't for nothing. The thing is, though, even though these are hypothetically possible, we know intuitively they're most likely impossible situations to happen. Thing is, though, that isn't reality. Even if it looks like things were badly constructed or put together in generally agreed upon poor aesthetics, and people can agree, yeah, that movie isn't made very well, a lot of those movies can still be so bad they're good. In other words, there's still some enjoyment and positive emotion to be found in them by people who admit, even, to seeing an amateur level of craftsmanship or worse. So, even if they're bad in construction at being what they tried to be, they can still cause good for some people. Denji says that regardless of the risk of bad things existing, the positive things that you gain in contrast to them, or even from them directly, can be valuable to life. It is because of this disagreement that Chainsaw Man and Makima will be opposed, but also because of this reasoning that Chainsaw Man can't erase her forever. Because she is control, and fundamentally in the story, Denji represents freedom. The fear, chaos, hedonism, and rebellion of freedom. And without things controlling, oppressing, and creating order, freedom as a concept will cease to exist as reference. They are intrinsically tied to each other. Like, if he erased the dark, there would be no concept to light. Erasing evil itself gets rid of good itself. Both sides of a coin must be maintained to maintain the coin as a physical object, as something that exists within reality, to maintain life, and love, and freedom.
Wouldn't the meme be closer to chaos and order? Isn't that the that's not Buddhism, right? That's Shintoism? I don't know religions. I don't even know what the fucking Christian shit's about, let alone these Asian religions. But the harping on freedom could be another American West meme thing. I know. Again, a lot of analysis like this is a very specific type of like correlation sort of reference memes. The naming does seem to like support what he says, and that's probably his best piece of evidence here, is that these things reference these angel things, so it seems to be true. So even if we assume that, it's still just sort of like, well, the Denji Makima dynamic isn't wholly unique in this situation. And really what makes Chainsaw Man good is not this part. Let's finish the video.
Sides of a coin must be maintained to maintain the coin as a physical object, as something that exists within reality, to maintain life and love and freedom. The point of Chainsaw Man and the response to this comes with the reincarnated child Makima, now named Nayuta. One at the raw state, a hopeful future where Denji can teach the new devil of control the value of freedom, the joy of a relationship, of being loved without being forced, which is also the reason many give for why God created humanity with free will, so he could have a relationship rather than commanding them entirely. In exchange for Denji teaching this new incarnation of the devil of control, the rules of an equal relationship, and a respect for others' independence, he gives up some of that independence he had in exchange to raise her right for the future. She gave up some of the...
Isn't it this fucking circle meme? Because a part of the white is black and a part of the black is white. So now he's got some sense of control over here instead of just being this wild, free spirit thing, and Makima, the control devil, is going the reverse direction, having some of the freedom.
Control. He gave up some of the freedom, and a pure relationship of love and care was created, giving the balance that perpetuates human society. One of the most pure relationships one could have. One of parent and child. And so, Chainsaw Man is an incredibly well-written story with impactful...
Is it really a parent and child thing, or is it like a older brother, younger sister meme?
And baseline archetypal messages, even carried out by archetypal heroes with proper names, and yet disguised so well that sometimes it's easy to just see Chainsaw Man riding a shark through a typhoon after a bomb-headed lady. How's that for an in-depth analysis? I'm sure that this will leave many...
I've said that line about 3 times now. How's that for an analysis?
How's that for an in-depth analysis? I'm sure that this will leave many with a lot to consider, so tell me your thoughts below, and help me share this video across anywhere that you can think of. YouTube has inexplicably suppressed my channel for the last 2 months. They even denied copyright appeals 3 times before I had to get in direct contact with them and get it approved. And I just seriously, I need help. I need help to keep this as my job. Also, I doubt anyone will be Gnostic because it's a pretty dead religion, but if there's any religiously Jewish people who have anything to add, I would be interested to hear your takes too. I simplified a lot of this video for the sake of keeping things compact, but there is a lot more that I left out, and I hope that you turn on notifications for the new awesome stuff that I have to say next. If you want to talk to me, also, directly, you can come by on my Twitch, or in a voice chat, you can support me on Patreon, where I do a Patreon voice chat at the first of each month for 2 hours every month. Finally. Thanks to those who already support me on Patreon, like Friendly Neighbor, Whizbang2093.
Alright, I think we're done here.
Otakon, once again...
Didn't this event just happen? Didn't I see some people at this Otakon thing? I think the video is pretty cool. I do like the, that type of analysis, the like reference to theology or whatever. I think it's kind of fun. In terms of illuminating Chainsaw Man, I guess it's just because I've only seen it once, and my rule generally is like I'm not gonna make a scripted video on anything unless I've seen it twice, just because I've talked about rewatches or whatever being super important before. It's good to contextualize things like that, I think. Not exactly a blowaway video. Wings and Ranch. I saw that I had a notification. Of course it was a shitty meme. On, a shitty fucking Berserk meme. What did chat think about the video? Should we create a ranking system? Is chat gonna say yay or nay or something? Isn't that a Twitch emote? I don't think it would. It didn't blow me away or anything. It's not a top 10 video. I don't even know if we'll put it down here. But remember that we did watch that Hiding in Public video. We kind of got a top 5 right now. I don't know if we're going to cut this part of the YouTube video. I don't think we have enough time to do this Fane stuff, if that's even how you say his name. So we'll probably do that next time. So let's see what Chad had to say, I guess, before we sign out completely. We're up to 10 viewers now. Oh my god, you're right. There are so many stories where someone says heaven is not that good. The cringe. Well, I mean, if heaven is definitionally good, I don't even know. I don't want to say it, but I'm pretty sure that's like... I don't know if anything would be intrinsically good. It's kind of like begging the question a little bit. I don't know about that, to be honest. I would never consider agency to be culturally dependent. Well, I think it's misinterpreted a lot by like Western people as like, oh, they don't have agency if like you're just reincarnated every time, because they don't understand the reincarnation meme and that like it's different people, just again the same archetypes. It's all thing. If this descends into the objectivity/subjectivity argument, because I feel like it's going there sometimes. Moral objectivity, yes. God, I was right. Don't mean cringe argument, though. If no one believed 1 + 1 was 2, it would objectively not be 2. Is math subjective? Vosh moment. Google clearly reads this chat and accepts suggestions from your viewers. Nah, annihilate all evil without a care and create a perfect world according to your ambivalent ideas. I like this more. Sometimes I just want people to stop being intellectual and just enjoy the fights and funny character interactions. So true. I mean, they can enjoy whatever they want. By the way, how does somebody know the point of Chainsaw Man when the manga isn't even finished yet? Kyle, help him. I can't believe somebody would use the younger sister and older brother unironically in an impersonal way. You know, there are older brothers and younger sisters in real life. 5 out of 10 enjoyable, worth the time. Well, never mind then said. Well, never mind then just wants us to watch that berserk cock philosophy video. I think those connections to theology are really cool, like with the angel connections. I don't know if it's really cool or if it's just cool to learn about the weird theology memes. But videos like this always feel like they're reaching, even if they have valid evidence. It just feels like a lot. It was an okay video, just that 5 out of 10. I think his Skypiea one was pretty decent. Okay, lots of words are circular. Something that is good is by definition good. But what if you question that? Wouldn't that be an interesting time? But yes. But is good always good? Sometimes bad can be good. What is melancholy? Thrones is still better. I have no idea what Anne keeps saying. Thrones are still better. I don't know what they're talking about. But we'll probably cut the YouTube video here and cut to the next if we are indeed making a YouTube video. So there you go. Get out of here, YouTube. Well, not get out of here. We'll be back in a second. Let's switch tracks a little bit. Switch tracks? Switch... Yeah, I think switching tracks is that saying. Switch codes? Switch tracks? We're doing it. We've done 2 Hiding in Public videos. Let's do some good creators, some top tier creators. We're here with chat again. We're still here with chat because this is all in one YouTube video. We have to remember these things. We're going to do a Nerd Rider video and a Broey Deschanel video, hopefully this stream. Though the Broey Deschanel video is 41 minutes long. I don't know if we have that long left in the battery. We're going to start with this Nerd Rider video. I've seen these ones. This is the first one from 2021, which will be eligible. I don't know if I've even introduced the list or the reason why we're basically doing this to the YouTube audience. But by the end of the year, I do want to make this video. Probably the day after the year ends or something. You've already got a working list. I'm not sure about the order right now. And I would expect these 2 creators to be on it. So, and usually I don't like to watch like super high-end videos on stream, but I thought, fuck it, we'll do it this one time for these 2 creators. Let's see. I guarantee this video is in like 4K or something. No, it's only in 1080. I have no idea what Travosky does. It's interesting when you go to the higher end YouTubers and like the top comments are all from check marks. The ContraPoints videos are like that all the time, right? All the bread tubers will be in chat simping. Nerdwriter seems to be another one of these fellows. These videos, view-wise, aren't doing that well, I guess. I guess you expect every one of his videos to have 1 million views, like some of these ones. Like even this James Gandolfini one, I always expected to do better, but it's only up to 500,000 views. Pathetic, basically. I have a video with more views than these two, though they've only been out for 2 months. We didn't check how much views the Griffith video had today. I wonder if it's at 310 yet. Anyway, let's get into it. I don't know anything about this. We'll see. Miller has his hesitancies about me talking about things I know nothing about in terms of YouTube videos, but let's just introduce these videos. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Fuck it. We make mistakes. But if you haven't seen a Nerdwriter video, they're pretty fucking good. So let's go into this. I like the narration, you know?
In my last video, I talked about how the pandemic altered our relationship to space, to the built environments of our urban centers suddenly emptied of the people they were made for. Those eerie cityscapes reminded me of De Chirico paintings, in which he sought to depict
I hope you can't hear the fan in the background here, because my laptop is shitting itself. It is starting to get hot in the waste we call Australia, so...
The world with a strange reminded me of De Chirico paintings, in which he sought to depict the world with a strangeness that forces the viewer to see the familiar with alien eyes, like those...
Using viewer to describe, like, the audience for a painting? I don't know. I always get weirded out when I say, like, the viewer. If you were reading a book, you would say reader, right? I guess it's the viewer. What else would it be? But never mind.
The viewer to see the familiar with alien eyes. Like those paintings, quarantine gave us a unique chance to reflect on our world, to ask more fundamental questions about our relationship with the spaces we live and move in. But what about our relationship to time?
Him stepping in those puddles with his shoes on is really off-putting. I think that's the point.
Our sense of time during the pandemic was just as warped
the
as...
fire warm, because water and fire are opposites, you understand?
Our sense of time during the pandemic was just as warped as our sense of space, maybe more so. Those first few weeks of the lockdown, time felt simultaneously slow and fast. Hours dragged on at a snail's pace, but weeks flew by. 2020 seemed endless while it was happening, but in retrospect, it feels brief, shorter than a normal year. At least it does for me. These contradictory impressions of the passage of time are not unique to the pandemic. Our sense of time in the present and our memory of time are different things, and we experience them differently. In the moment, time is warped by our emotions and activity. When we're having fun or busy working toward a goal, time generally seems to pass more quickly. When we're bored or anxious without much to do, time drags. Scientists imagine the internal clock as a counting pacemaker.
Wait,
the more
I kind of zoned out and I'm watching the dude. The puddle is like drained now, right? Or is it a different puddle?
we're bored or anxious without much to do, time drags.
No, I guess he was stepping in the thing at the back where it's deeper. Never mind.
Scientists imagine the internal clock as a counting pacemaker. The more pulses you count, the longer a given duration seems. The key variable here is attention. The more attention we give to time, the slower it feels. When we're doing something fun, we forget to count the pulses, and time speeds up. Memory, on the other hand, judges time in a different way. Thinking back on events, the mind doesn't count pulses, but memories. Consider the holiday paradox. Good vacations, remember those, pass in a flash. Before you know it, you're already on the plane home. But later, when you think back on the trip, it feels long, like so much happened. That's because vacations are full of novel and emotional experiences, and those are what get stored in memory. In retrospective time perception, the more we can remember in a given period expands our sense of its length. What do you remember from the first 3 months of lockdown? If you were a doctor or nurse or essential worker on COVID's front lines, You might remember a lot, and those early days may seem like a year's worth of experience. If you're like me and spent weeks at home doing the same few things day in and day out, far less will have stuck in your memory, and that time might feel extremely scant, almost like it never happened. Whether COVID time seemed long or short, for everyone I think there was and is a sense of temporal distortion. Maybe I should explain what you've been looking at for the past 3.5 minutes. When talking about time distortions, there's no more relevant artist than the Russian filmmaker Andrei Tarkovsky. This is a shot from his 1983 film Nostalgia, in which the main character is trying to cross an empty pool without letting a candle. You may have noticed that this is the second time the candle died. The camera has been slowly following him back and forth, and it's right about now, as he heads to the start again and the shot crosses the 4-minute mark, that you become aware of the odd encounter you're having with time itself. You can feel the texture of it, its presence, as if time were not only a concept, but a substance, stretching out in front of you, expanding and contracting with every breath. It's beyond interest, beyond boredom. Tarkovsky induces a kind of trance.
Который начинается с момента, когда мы говорим «начали», и кончается, когда мы скажем «стоп». Что это такое? То есть это фиксация реальности, фиксация по существу времени.
You said Russian, right? He sounds Italian. First of all, we got to get the racism out of the way. That's what that was. The trance thing is real. It very much entranced. I didn't notice it went out twice. I only noticed once. I haven't said anything really. So maybe it was Miller was right on this video. But I'm still into it. It's fun.
Реальности.
Also, the first 3 months of the pandemic, the whole pandemic, nothing changed for me. So that's... It actually feels like a very big disconnect for me. I think for Australia generally, especially Queensland, I don't know if there was a long lockdown or anything like that. Like, people went back to school, like, after 6 weeks here. So, like, I don't know, my mum went back to work, my brother went back to school. I don't think my mum ever stopped going to work. My dad definitely didn't. And all that stuff. Plus, I was so disconnected from the outside world that it didn't. If I didn't have the internet, I wouldn't have even known. And masks didn't become a thing until like this year here. But it is a pretty big disconnect. I don't know if it's just because of the Australian experience, or specifically the Queensland experience. Obviously, New South Wales and Victoria did way worse, and they've been in harsh lockdowns a million times over. I think we've had like 3 actual lockdowns here, and I think they've all been this year. Even when I fucked up my hand and I had to go to the hospital, like there was nobody at the hospital. I didn't have to wear a mask to go into the hospital or anything like that. I'm trying to think if the receptionists even had masks on, and I don't think they did. I don't think the doctor that fucking stitched up my hand had a mask on either. I don't know. It was just... I think the nurse did. But I don't know, it's kind of a disconnect, like this massive cultural event happened, and it's like, I don't really have any reference for it. Increasingly over like the last 2 weeks when I've been going out more, I guess I would feel it now if it happened again. But anyway.
Начали и кончается, когда мы скажем «стоп». Что это такое?
I haven't looked at chat. I looked down, I saw Well Never Mind, then was here. I'll read chat at the end.
Это фиксация реальности, фиксация по существу времени. Ни одно из искусств не может зафиксировать время. Это мозаика из времени.
Like De Chirico, Tarkovsky depicts reality with a dream-like...
Was that De Chirico then? Because he sounded Italian?
Quality that like De Chirico, Tarkovsky depicts reality with a dreamlike quality that lets us feel the familiar as foreign. His camera glides back and forth like a hypnotic pendulum. The man's footsteps register like the pulses of a pacemaker. Tarkovsky locks our attention on time so that it slows to a crawl. We feel every second of this 9-minute shot, and the moments between seconds too. In daily life, we almost never experience time like this. Those instances when we are focused on time are usually those when we want it to pass quickly, like when we're waiting for something. This is different. Tarkovsky is dilating a segment of our personal timeline to such a degree that we catch a glimpse of the infinity beneath the normal rhythms of life. He reminds us that this time is always there, that we can access it, that we don't have to follow the accelerating tempo of the world around us, at least not all the time. You don't come out of a Tarkovsky film with the same perspective on time you had when you went in. It'll be the same for the pandemic, I think. There are some rhythms we'll be eager to get back to, and others, now that we've experienced their absence, we'll be eager to leave behind. In a decade, we won't believe that we ever devoted time to certain things, or that we didn't devote time to others. Life, like film, is a mosaic made with time. Some sections are fast, some slow, some we remember, some vanish. The pandemic was and is horrible in so many ways, but it let us see the mosaics of the lives we were living. With that knowledge, maybe we can better design our time into the future. Hey everybody,
I think it's one of the only times, I don't know, chat's probably shitting on the video, I liked it a lot. That's probably one of the only times I've ever been streaming where I forgot I was streaming for like minutes at a time. That was kind of insane. Oh, I have seen this video too. Because Polly is the song where he sings rape me over and over, right? I assume
so much
the
for
rest
watching.
of it is just a square
And in a Squarespace, their design team is your
also, that would have been so easy to edit. I'm jealous.
social.com. So you can
time stuff, I know, well, never mind, then's here, and I'm pretty sure like the passage of time or whatever is like a basic philosophy meme, or a general common thought. It's a more eloquent way than I've probably ever thought about it or anything like that. But let me check chat real quick. Well, never mind then says, what have I missed? Is this video intentionally boring to show how slow time can move? Also, I really want to watch the movie now. I want to see what the context for this is. I like weird art shit like that, long shots like that. Ava does it a few times, only like a minute or two at a time, and I love it every time. So yeah, that's like some shit I like. Tube time, speed it, please. ADHD Zoomer brain. We've time skipped 2 years. I've closed my eyes in 2020. Oh, the other thing is like he was saying how like 2020 felt like it went slow and fast. Even though I wasn't doing anything, it still feels like faster than usual. I think when you're more cognizant of the date, I think it's also just the bombardment of information that we have now, where it's sort of like you check Twitter every day and there's like 3 new things everybody's talking about. And like, could I remember what they were 2 months ago on this day, on the 13th of, what was it? We're in September now, August, July. Fuck no, but there's like 3 things you've got to be worried about, you got to have an opinion on, you got to be mad at other people's opinion on, and like every day, and it sort of just washes over you. And I feel like it creates like you don't even realize that the day's over yet. But this is all time stuff. Obviously you notice time when you want things to speed up, and you don't when you want them to slow down and all stuff. Like that's thoughts you have, like existential thoughts you have when you're like 11. Video was cool, but my ADHD is too severe, sadly. Didn't get much from it other than time flies when you're having fun. I mean, that's kind of the point, but then that's kind of the basic point at the beginning, but then he gets into the movie and how you can, like, tap into this sense of time underneath it. For the first 3 minutes, because I was like, oh, Miller's going to shit on this video, I know it. So I kind of had that thing. That's always a bad way when you're trying to, like, if you're trying to show somebody something, it's just never do it. Never show your friend your favorite anime. Don't try to get them into wrestling. It's all bad. Because you're just way too cognizant of things that don't really matter because you think they'll say something about it, even if they don't think it actually matters. But whatever. That's actually a good point. There is something new to worry about, but it's mostly pointless things. I mean, isn't everything pointless in the end? But yeah, I like that video a lot. I know he's talked about Tarkovsky before. That's the only way I probably would have ever heard his name. He wasn't a painter. In fact, he was a filmmaker. I think I was right that the dude that sounded Italian was an Italian dude because he mentions that after the fact. He probably could have put his name at the bottom to, like, because I feel like you could have easily missed that. But yeah, that video was really good. I don't know if I would put it on the top 10 list. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Like, I don't think it's better than any of those top 5 just because it's so brief. But I feel like Nerd Writer videos are always like that. It's usually a very basic, like, yeah, everybody noticed this, but he sort of elaborates on it in a specific way and then pairs it with some sort of art stuff and then gets to a deeper level. I feel like ContraPoints videos are like that a lot, where it's obviously always a very basic concept, envy, men, whatever the fuck. And then it goes into some esoteric stuff, and then... What does esoteric mean? I think it just means like meandering, pointless. Spelling is my worst suit. I got it right. Intended for or likely to be understood only by a small number of people. So it's like, okay, how did I even use it in the context? I guess it's not esoteric because they're popular YouTube videos, but let's try the problem with method acting. Let's see the Broey Deschanel videos. This is 40 minutes long. How long do we have left on stream? Oh, we will make it close if we don't pause it nearly at all. Let me lower the brightness a little bit, because I don't want to like end it here and then start it in the next one, but we might have to. Broey Deschanel I usually consider to be the best bread tuber, but I don't know if she'll have a video better than Envy this year. Again, I haven't seen all of them. The Bridgerton one's pretty good. The Celebrity one is really good. Killing Eve I didn't have much context for. Same with Gossip Girl. But yeah, we'll see. Another person that I think is very good at this thing we do. Let me read chat before we continue on. This is what we do now. Hopefully I will talk more, because that was kind of bad, but it was kind of cool that the video made that happen, especially with how much we paused those hiding in public videos, just to nitpick every specific point about Chainsaw Man. Nerdwriter doesn't really make videos like me, though. I would say hiding in public kind of does, so it's more like I have more insight there. Videos like this and even more pertinent in today's world. Time performance is very quick, and the pandemic shows us how slow time moves when we stop our busy lives. Please don't watch a 40-minute video. What happened to watching Last of Us videos or something? That was the other idea. I knew I had a third idea. I was like, oh, we can watch all the fucking shitty Last of Us videos in another 7-hour compilation. 7 hours of miscellaneous videos, 7 hours of Attack on Titan videos, 7 hours of Last of Us videos. I'm pretty sure this video is going to be good, so don't worry about the 40-minute part. Mr. Weiss says, Lamau, let's start, because 40 minutes.
This video is sponsored by HelloFresh.
They all got sponsors, and frankly, I want one. I did get one email about a sponsorship one time from, like, a clothing company when I had, like, 30 subscribers. That was wild. Obviously, I thought it was a scam, so I didn't email them back. But anyway, we got a content warning for sexual assault. Method acting. Oh, this might go into unironic wrestling stuff, because there was the method actor who played... Who was the actor that had a feud with Jerry Lawler in Memphis? And then they made a movie about him where the actor was, like, doing method acting, And, like, I remember Jerry Lawler gave an interview about how the other dude was never like this. He's fucking bullshitting. This method acting shit is bullshit. We'll see. Flash warning. That too, chat. I guess I gotta fucking read this. Always concerned with better representing the I'm gonna read this in my head, chat. You don't want to hear me read big words and fuck it up. So it's just basically an acting definition that could kind of fit method acting. The method of Simpsons.
I will never again.
These videos are already always very, very well sourced too. There's always quotes and there's also like university sourcing at the bottom, which I was supposed to do in high school for like ancient history, but never learned how to do. And the teacher kind of did it for me.
The level of discipline that I imposed on myself as a teenager in art school. With my ambitions high
Tell me about volume, by the way.
childhood optimism living out its final days, I spent my 4 years as a drama major tirelessly honing my craft. I scoffed at my ambivalent peers and sobbed in the bathroom when I didn't land a role. Whenever I cried at home, I would stand in front of the mirror and recite my favorite monologue. From my earliest days at the school, I came to understand art as the chronic opening of an unhealed wound. My intensity was in part a manifestation of my own teenage desire for validation and respect, but it was also in part a product of the trauma-reward feedback loop that permeated the culture of my school. In grade 9, I performed a slice-of-life monologue based on a girl I had observed at the mall, and delivered my final lines through shaking sobs. I finished to rapturous applause with no memory of the performance, and felt euphoric.
I have listened to this before. Something that this first 2 minutes stood out to me as wild. Like there are like art schools for like high school or something. Then I thought about like my school, and I guess it was kind of that for sport. But I think every school in Australia is like that for sport because it's like the only thing we're really, really good at. Like we had like a drama department and like a performing arts building, but it was like 50 years old. It was like a cool amphitheater, I guess. I hope I don't dox my school by saying this much. But like, it's just kind of wild that you could have an art school. I always hear about those things, and like, I don't know. They probably exist in Australia. I was gonna say in like American media or whatever. But whatever. This is just an aside.
Rapturous applause with no memory of the performance.
Like nothing has treated this seriously in Australian schooling but sport.
And felt euphoric. In grade 11, we were asked to submit a diary entry about a secret we had been keeping. I wrote about my depression and the feeling of being chained to the bottom of my own mind. My teacher later told me she read it to her senior class as an exemplary submission. This made me feel important. In grade 12, my creative writing teacher asked us to pen a personal anecdote about our lives and present it out loud to our peers. Most people cried during their presentations, and with the guide of our teacher, the class would sigh in collective catharsis. I wrote about how proud...
I don't think anybody ever cried in a performance, because I did drama until like grade 10, I think. I didn't remember anybody even crying from nervousness, so it's all kind of wild. Outside of that, like, there was no other performance. Ancient history, believe it or not, you don't have to perform. I guess you do have to do oral presentations, but it's just somebody looking down at a script. Oh, and we did film, but that's recorded presentation.
The class would sigh in collective catharsis. I wrote about how proud I was of my dad, and ended the presentation, again, in tears. I wanted to prove that I was serious about writing. It was the only A I received in that course from a teacher who otherwise took little interest in me. I wouldn't trade my time at that school for anything. While many have gone on to bemoan their experiences there, I feel privileged to have had the opportunity to explore an art without real-world constraints. My adult years were a difficult adjustment because I lost my creative outlet. Acting had been a form of what I felt to be therapy, a place where I could tear open my heart and receive praise for it. But over the past couple years, through self-reflection and conversations with friends, I've come to terms with how exploitative the culture of our school could sometimes be, how prejudices crept up through the institution and disadvantaged...
I want to make a point quickly. I read through chat, but yes, memes. I feel like with all of her videos, because she starts with the exploitative stuff about how this could be exploitative, which is technically true, but if you've seen enough red tubey type videos, your mind immediately starts going, oh no, I don't like the direction this is going. This is going to be about how all school is exploitative or some weird esoteric, can we use the word now, bullshit in that direction. And I always find that she brings it back and actually is the only red tuber that does it well. So if I assume Well Never Mind then's brain started going off, oh no, red tubey direction, all labor is exploitative is coming. Chill. I'm telling myself internally to chill, and I'm trying to blame it on Well Never Mind then.
Could sometimes be. How prejudices crept up
She
through
always
the institution and disadvantaged certain students. How some teachers sapped from our young traumas and used them in their quest to find validation and respect in their own lives and careers.
The culture of my high school did not exist in a vacuum.
The discomfiting and spectacular mixture of art and pain is something that's long been venerated in Western society. From Van Gogh to Kahlo to Hemingway, we tend to understand art as this great release and expression of pain, an exorcism of inner demons turned into a
like
magnum
our friend Hideaki Anno, that's the first thing that came to my mind, I'm sorry.
opus for reverent beholders. Pain, an exorcism of inner demons turned into a magnum opus for reverent beholders. The pain
like that magnum opus, Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Less. I think the most insidious and mainstream version of this duality in art comes around awards season.
You know, when the media outlets start spinning stories about the ridiculous process that an actor underwent to prepare for a role, and then we all kind of laugh about it, and we're like, they must have really wanted that Oscar. You've heard it before. He lost himself in that role. Or as the saying goes, he went method.
The method, which is an acting technique that's popularly understood as an actor's total personal devotion to a character, is one of the most simultaneously beloved and maligned practices of the acting world.
In popular culture, it's almost commonplace to associate the method with good acting. But no one can really agree upon what the method really is.
At this rate,
I want to point out another stupid thing. It took me like 7 of her videos to figure out that this is like the brand or whatever, Deschanel, right? That's like a high brand of like jewelry or clothes. I don't know anything about fashion. I don't buy my own clothes. Leave me alone. But it took me too far to do that. She explained her name in like a Q&A video, and I just saw it up here, and that's what it made me think of. I remember Broey was something too. I thought it was her real name or some shit. I don't know fuck all about fashion.
No one can really agree upon what the method really is.
At this rate, anything from just researching a role to needing therapy to get out of a role is considered method.
For Black Panther?
You've seen the listicles. 5 method actors who almost died for a role. 10 times method acting went too far. And the list includes Natalie Portman learning ballet, intermingled with Daniel Day-Lewis catching pneumonia for refusing to wear a contemporary winter coat on the set of Gangs of New York. It's gotten to the point where we've stopped questioning why we think the method is good, which has culminated in a pretty destructive culture for the world of film.
I thought we were going into the wrestling meme I was talking about, but it's boxing. God damn it.
Maybe it's time someone deigns to say it. Or maybe it's time I deign to say it. Method acting does not necessarily a great actor make.
It's trying to be more performative than usual.
These days, it kind of goes without saying that acting requires some degree of empathy with a character. But this concept wasn't always a linchpin of the craft. Actually, it was brought about in the late 19th century by theater practitioner Konstantin Stanislavski. In his observations of theater rehearsals, Stanislavski found Russian stage acting at this time to be stilted and dispassionate. Describing one rehearsal, he wrote, "The director sat on the forestage and gave his instructions to the cast. 'What should I do here?' asked one actor. 'Sit on the sofa,' the director answers. 'And what should I be doing?' asks another. 'You are nervous. Wring your hands and walk up and down,' the director orders. 'Can't I sit down?' the actor persists. 'How can you possibly sit down when you are nervous?' replies the bewildered director. Stanislavski identified that a truly believable performance requires a degree of realism, which is impossible when an actor's every move is micromanaged by a director.
So he developed a praxis for actors that would allow them.
There's a thing. Nobody's gonna get the wrestling analogy, but this in NXT, if anybody is a wrestling fan and they understand this, it feels like that a lot of time. I always notice it when Adam Cole walks to the ring and he like always puts his arms up at the same time, where it's like, is he nervous? What's going on here? He's like one of the best wrestlers in the world. Why does he do the same thing every time he walks to the ring? And then it was kind of juxtaposed when CM Punk came out on Rampage a few weeks ago, and everything just felt so natural. And it's just sort of like watching old wrestling especially, it's like, oh, it's very natural. Walking to the ring wasn't a thing that they had to think about and do the same way every time. But like if you watch anybody that's come through the NXT system, they all do the exact same thing every time, and it's like bad. Like when Bianca Belair swings her hair and at the same point and then like skips the same way every time to the ring, it's just like, oh, you're kind of making me cringe. It's wrestling. Everything is wrestling.
Every move is micromanaged by a director.
So he developed a praxis for actors that would allow them to conjure up organic emotions and movements on stage.
He called this praxis the system. Building upon Russian theatrical realism brought about in the earlier 19th century by actors like Mikhail Shepkin, he sought to create a grammar of acting, a basic set of techniques and exercises that would allow the actor to develop an inner life rather than just imitating external life. This process would allow an actor to breathe life into their character and react organically in the moment to their scene partners.
I've done very limited acting in my day. When I was in drama class, I used to really like doing the directing and telling people what to do. Best in the world at that. We'll try to do it again in the future, I hope. The acting itself, it's such a disconnect, because even when we were doing film and TV in school, and obviously then you have to literally be the director and the writer or whatever, like trying to, like there's no way to tell somebody to act in that situation that can make it good. Like all the acting in those student films, especially since it's not an art school or whatever, maybe in art schools it's better. Like it's all terrible. It's all just like over-dramatic drama acting or things like that. And there's just a difference. And again, if we can take it back to wrestling, you can tell like wrestlers are not good actors a lot of the time. That's why when you cut a good promo in wrestling, it's got to feel as real as possible, not in the way of acting as in like you're actually shit-talking the other person because he's pissed you off in real life or some shit like that. And there's like got to be a shoot element to it in wrestling to actually get it good. Like you're never going to do a backstage pre-tape that you cry in it because it's such a great performance or some shit in wrestling. It's kind of like that when WWE used to make their own movies and wrestlers had to act, and it was like blatantly obvious that they aren't actors. There is like a discipline to acting, obviously. You got to go to acting school. I've really never looked into it at all. I'm super curious what like the steps are to become actually like, because there are typical acting things that make you good actors, that like conventions that we've been taught to enjoy and like, in the way lines are delivered or movements happen. So like this old stage trying to make like a grammar of acting in these certain positions and how you like move your arms or something is kind of fascinating.
An actor to breathe life into their character and react organically in the moment to their scene partners. Over the years, Stanislavski constantly reworked and built upon his ideas, acknowledging that the craft of acting can never be confined to a set of immutable rules. But since his ideas were changing so frequently by the end of his life, they were widely misinterpreted as they traveled overseas. The system was originally taken to the West by actors from the Moscow Art Theater, but by the time it got there, it had already been updated multiple times over. Perhaps the most prominent pupil to bring Stanislavski's ideas to the US was Richard Boleslavsky, a mentor to a number of the people who would go on to invent the method, most prominently Stella Adler and Lee Strasberg. In 1931, these two, along with Harold Clurman and Cheryl Crawford, founded a revolutionary New York City-based theater collective called the Group Theater, later evolving into the Actors Studio, which is still in operation today under the purview of Alec Baldwin, Ellen Burstyn, and Al Pacino. Now, it's important to note that Stanislavski's system was equal parts internal and external, with the external emphasizing things like relaxation, vocal techniques, and physical expressiveness. And it was these aspects of his teachings that would be muddied once they reached the US.
What did carry over were the internal aspects, most notably the practice of emotion memory.
Not every founder of the method relied solely on this practice. Stella Adler famously leaned more heavily into the physical aspects of Stanislavski's work, whereas Lee Strasberg was almost puritanical in his insistence on the psychological. This would cause a massive schism between Adler, who was reverent towards Stanislavski, and Strasberg, who, upon meeting Stanislavski, showed very little respect for his work. According to Stella Adler, Strasberg said, "We do it better than you." He was a man of great arrogance. Basically, the Strasbergian method, iterations of which you see making headlines today, is a distortion of Stanislavski's theory of emotion memory. Stanislavski's early usage of the system was created to teach lesser-known actors how to act, and it partially relied on a technique where an actor draws from their personal reservoir of memories to lend a bit of human truth to a performance. But this was quickly dropped by Stanislavski.
This is part fascinating. I've never even thought about, like... I guess, again, it's just general ignorance. And, like, the fact that I've never thought about any of this stuff and, like acting practices or, like, schools of thought where I just think, oh, you just act, bro. But literally, just because I've never thought about it that much. And the fact that I make YouTube videos now, usually it's not about live action stuff or about acting, and I would never, especially now, especially in, like, the last 6 months, I try never to act like an authority on really anything. That's kind of my whole point with the art thing. Goes hand in hand with subjectivity and things like that. But, like, it sort of shows, like, the people who are actually qualified to talk about acting in this method. Like, she went to art school. I know she went to college or university. I think she's Canadian, which would make it university, I guess. I don't know. Foreigners are weird. But, like, the fact that all of this exists, and I would assume most people... especially generally that talk about things online don't know this. It's just called, Kraussdorff talks about this all the time, about just sort of like, people don't know shit on YouTube and they pretend they know shit. And it's pretty evident she knows shit here and it's being communicated. Wrestling is cringe by definition, not true. You think The Rock can't act? Shake my head. I wasn't even thinking about The Rock then. The Rock was never in a WWE movie. He was like, no. WWE literally had a studio called WWE Movies where they would make a movie starring a wrestler to try and make money. They all ended up going direct to DVD except for, like, the first one. There was a horror movie with Kane in it that I think went to theaters. And there was something else. I don't know. Unless you're watching Shaggy and Scooby-Doo at WrestleMania. I don't know. Miller says, I know people who went to art schools. Yeah, but you're from Victoria. It's evident she knows what she's talking about. Yeah, how could I know? But it's pretty clear through the sourcing and things like that. Especially, I guess I couldn't know it spectacularly. And I guess I wouldn't rely on the audience to know for it to have a lot of dislikes if she was saying some wrong shit. But true. People feel the same way about Steven Crowder. It's evident she knows. I think there's a sourcing in this video that would help bolster her case. But the fact is, like, until this very moment, I've really never thought about schools of acting and how they can evolve. And when she said, like, it's now controlled by Alec Boardman and Al Pacino for it to be, like, a legacy thing to come through. I mean, I think this is just a general thing that people... I don't know if this is a new internet thing, because I've never existed without the internet. I'm fucking 20. I can't believe I'm 20 now. Embarrassing, I'm old. But, like... I feel like people now assume that things are a lot more simple than they are just because they don't think that other people have thought about things more than they've thought about things. Like, this acting is just an example. I know I have bigger examples of this. But it just proves that most people don't know shit about shit. I guess Mr. R has told me a lot of shit about, like, the games industry, that it's just, like, most people that talk about games online don't know shit about, like, the actual games industry or how things work or anything like that. Like, even Nate, who made an okay video, Mr. R said, like, doesn't understand sort of fundamental things about how, like, you would design a company to make a game and why certain things in his video was just wrong because that's not how things work, how different departments handle different things, and that's why the rope physics thing is in there and why extra detail is not paid to the gameplay or some shit. It's just... I feel like we all have to go through this now phase of unlearning all the terrible shit we've learned from YouTube in, like, the last 10 years and how it's all just absolute fucking garbage. I feel like this is a thing with politics too, is it's starting to become increasingly, like, things are changing in that sense, and, like, I feel like this is happening. There's sort of a revolution online of people that actually know shit and now starting to use these platforms, and it's not just a bunch of independent artists that don't know shit talking shit. I know this is just a general thing. I've innate programs, yet still doesn't understand game development. Well, programming is completely like. Wait, there's two things. I've heard people get yelled at for this before. There's programming, and then there's a different word, and they're like two different things. But innate like programs probably within like a certain company's software and things like that. But again, it's not even programming necessarily. It's just like how a team would be divvied up to handle tasks and why one team would come out with the rope mechanic. That's what Mr. O was talking about. I could leak DMs. He probably said it. Philosophy is the best fucking example. Like every other kid has a Ledeep phase. Yeah, I guess. I unironically, when I was like 13, thought philosophy was just religion, and because I was an edgy atheist, was like Lamau philosophy. So I never really went through a philosophy phase like that. But I'm like, what's up, Sebastian? We're watching YouTube videos. That's what we do here now. But anyway, let's continue.
War of memories to lend a bit of human truth to a performance. But this was quickly.
I'm also curious, like, why don't I just, like, I'm sure there's an acting thing somewhere near where I live. Like, why don't I just, like, not go and act, but, like, I'm sure there would be other things. Like, I have ambitions at some point to make something that isn't a fucking YouTube video. Like, why not start now is sort of another thing of just, like, seeing people in acting school here. I want to go to acting school specifically, but, like, there is a girl from my school who I actually talked to recently who unironically has a short film coming out. She went to, I was going to maybe promote it or something. So maybe if that eventuates, you'll see that. But, like, she unironically is making a short film, like an 8-minute short film. I saw the trailer to it, and it wasn't, like, a terrible school film that we used to make in school, and I was, like, mind-blown. This is just, like, now a weird insecurity rant. But I think about this a lot. I'm like, there's probably nothing that anybody that went to my high school has ever done that has more views than that Griffith video. And I feel like at some point I should be proud about that and not insecure about that. But, like, I don't know, her actually making a fucking short film and submitting it to, like, film festivals, unironically, I don't know. It's probably not going to get 300,000 eyes on it. And the Griffith video is going up every day, don't you forget. But it's just like, what are we doing? Let's go and do some shit. Let's not fuck around over here. But
actors how to act. And it partially relies
20 now. We got to do this shit if we're going to do this shit.
Technique where an actor draws from their personal reservoir of memories to lend a bit of human truth to a performance. But this was quickly dropped by Stanislavski because he viewed it only as
Hold on, I'm completely out of it. I don't know. I see chat saying something. Let's read chat and then go back. Seeing people winning Olympic gold that are younger than me, stop, please. Are you mocking me? Because I've said that before? I can't remember. But that's unironically, especially an Olympic thing, because I was like a state-level athlete, being like the I should have gone to the Olympics meme in your head is like the worst. Seeing people debut and be on, like, I think David Fafita is 1 year older than me, and he's on $1.2 million at my football club, and it's just like, let me die. Why aren't we doing this? Now, he's definitely got more than 300,000 eyes on him every week. What I mean is, even though he did for work is kind of adjacent to game development, he still has no idea about it. Mr. I didn't say he had no idea about it. He said the video is okay. And I feel like they're very different things. I think assuming that they're a similar thing is kind of part of the point here. I never tell if Well Never Mind Then is making fun of me. If I've said something like that before, I forget the things I say.
Is a distortion of Stanislavski's theory of emotion memory. Stanislavski's early usage of the system was created to teach lesser-known actors how to act, and it partially relied on a technique where an actor draws from their personal reservoir of memories to lend a bit of human truth to a performance. But this was quickly dropped by Stanislavski because he viewed it only as a last resort and found that his students who were
fucking zoned out.
Personal reservoir of memories to lend a bit of human truth to a performance. But this was quickly dropped by Stanislavski because he viewed it only as a last resort and found that his students who were employing it too heavily were experiencing mental problems. As Jean Benedetti explains in his comprehensive history of Stanislavski,
you should be reading fucking books. Books about things, to know what the fuck we're talking about too. That's another thing I've noticed. I can't even read a Game of Thrones at a constant rate. Instead, I gotta watch a shitty fucking reaction YouTube video or something, like you're doing now. Exit out this video, go do something.
He explains in his comprehensive history of Stanislavski. In reading a play, an actor is called on to fill it out with his own memories and experiences, to give it human depth by his own personal involvement through emotion memory. All too often, however, the evocation of past experiences produced negative results: tension, exhaustion, sometimes hysteria. At other times, the mind seized up, refusing to yield up its secrets. Stanislavski had always been aware of how carefully the evocation of emotion
It's a very cute sentence. Freezed up to yield its secrets.
Had to be handled. The unconscious cannot be commanded. Feelings have to be lured, enticed. Now it seemed to him that any kind of direct attempt to evoke feeling or the memory of feeling had to be avoided. Just as it was wrong for an actor to be assaulted by a battery of outside fact and knowledge, so it was wrong for him to assault his own emotions. So you can see how Stanislavski was already worried about the implications that this practice would have for the actor and the people around them.
Luckily, Strasberg made an entire career out of it.
Strasberg's version of the system, which he called the method, is essentially a series of exercises born out of emotion memory. He called it emotional recall, where an actor literally recalls a memory that happened 7 years or more before the time of performance and uses it to feel the emotions of a character. They were also pushed to live and breathe that character and to write out full biographies of the character's life before and after the given circumstances of a scene. For Strasberg, it was all about producing consistent performances and heightening the actor's awareness of self. This was also around the time that the ideas of Sigmund Freud and psychotherapy were entering the American public vernacular. According to Scott Balcerzak, reborn in an era of increased
never mind, those ears just perked up.
Psychotherapy, Strasberg's focus on sense and affective memory was Stanislavski narrowed down to a quasi-Freudian inner working fueled by an obsession with the self. Where Stanislavski's system was created for burgeoning or amateur actors, Strasberg's was developed with big stars in mind. For example, when
look at little Al Pacino.
Fueled by an obsession with the self. Where Stanislavski's system was created for burgeoning or amateur actors, Strasberg's was developed with big stars in mind.
That is who that is,
For example, when
right?
Stella Adler's muse Marlon Brando came to prominence for his groundbreaking performance in A Streetcar Named Desire,
Hey, Stella!
Strasberg
Isn't it bad that the only Marlon Brando movie I've seen is The fucking Godfather?
Streetcar Named Desire,
Hey, Stella!
Strasberg took credit for it. While Strasberg's iteration of the method is commonly used in Hollywood today, it's pretty maligned in the world of theater academia.
Of course, I'm no professional, nor did I attend post-secondary acting school, so I brought in my friend Ellie to give her perspective on the method and how it's received in theater academia. Ellie's been acting in the film industry since she was 8, and she attended Canada's prestigious National Theatre School. She also attended high school with me, and I can definitely say she was one of the best actors in our year, if not the best.
What was great about NTS, I found, was that there was this emphasis on exposing students to like a variety of different methods and pedagogies and genres, and pieces of art from various countries and eras. So there really isn't this one method that the school subscribes to and delivers to their students. Really, I think the overall pedagogy is like variety of exposure. I think honestly the most like concrete and useful tools that I got from school were related to script work, and were related to like analyzing text and story, and that's actually served me best in my career so far in the realm of like the industry of working actors, people who go between film and television and theater, and just are kind of your regular day-to-day Canadian working actors. This concept of method acting is not really something that is a very practical part of anyone's process. It's just not realistic. Mm-hmm. The budgets aren't high enough. You're not famous enough to get away with some of the stuff that is typically practiced in method acting. Like, it's just not something that plays into a practical working actor life, like, at all, really. Mm-hmm. I really feel like I do my best acting work when my personal life is very stable and very consistent. And something I've always felt is that I'm able to experiment and do the most extreme things in my art when I'm the most stable internally and know that I have something to come back to, like, safe. And I found that in projects and doing plays and film, like if I feel safe in an environment too, then I'm able to do way more interesting stuff. I'm able to go places with my imagination that are much darker, actually, because it allows me to, to risk more, because I know that I have some stability to return to.
In his book, succinctly called Acting, John Harrop, like Ellie, takes a pretty critical position on the method. He says, "Emotion memory is essentially secondhand. It uses emotion that is stimulated by a circumstance other than that of the play's immediate action. It introduces an emotional non sequitur into a performance.
Is that how you spell sequitur? What the fuck?
Irrelevance. The actor is involved with the past situation of his or her own, rather than responding to the action of the present." He goes on to say, "The creation of biographies can weigh the actor down with all manner of irrelevancies and lead to spending performance time filling out the life of the character rather than energetically pursuing the character's action as given in the script."
For a lot of critics,
I feel like a lot of this so far has been, like, presenting the downside to it. I guess this is probably, she's probably guilty of this. It's probably just she sees people talk about method acting in such glowing terms, like it's the ultimate form of acting. A lot of laymen that don't know shit about shit saying that, so it's like a meme to correct that. Like when I see somebody say one dumb thing about Attack on Titan on Twitter and suddenly make a whole Mikasa video about how she could have changed Eren's mind or something like that, and be like, no, you're wrong, and I know because it intrinsically fucking pisses me off because of all these underlining things I know and understand about these things, and it's just like a stupid point. So far it's felt like the potential negatives of like method acting, but there seems to be still potential positives and things like that. I think it's just sort of like, again, somebody who knows shit weighing in on the conversation, and sort of like the Overton window, oh no, is sort of at this pointing in the direction method acting is like better than normal acting. It's the step above. This is what some dumb fuck on the street might say, and this is sort of trying to correct that, just trying to inform on that presence. Should we read chat real quick? I'm not mocking you, I agree, it's painful. The first day of the Olympics, there was a 17-year-old that won a swimming medal. And it was like he was from like an Arabic country or something, and it was like the first medal they had ever won, and he was like 17. It was like, oh my god, just kill me now. I need to gain a status somehow, create, design a drugs or something. What you're describing when you see other young people is how I feel when I see your channel and know that you're a year younger than me. Yeah, I see that coming up with people all the time too. I want to have sex with my mother, so everybody must as well. Yeah, that's Freud in a nutshell. See, kids, this is why capitalism is bad, because an actor lives lives were more stable, we'd have better movies. I agree, but I'm ironic, but unironically, I think. Anyway, let's continue. 5 viewers we've only got. Fuck me. Reacting content did not bolster up the viewership as I expected.
Energetically pursuing the character's act.
We haven't got a notification that the laptop is going flat, though I don't think we're going to finish this fucking video.
Creation of biographies can weigh the actor down with all manner of irrelevant...
Like, even with this point about biographies, like, I guess it could be good if you understand everything about your character and you've created it in your mind, so you can so you can bring out these idiosyncrasies when in the performance that references something in your head that'll make it feel more genuine. But also, it can hold down your performance in irrelevancies that aren't in the script or something, and counteract like a director if you as an actor have thought about this but you haven't told them about it, and things like that. It seems like there can be positive and negatives. Should react to more meme shit videos. I think when we do the Attack on Titan stuff, we might get a stronger viewership base.
And lead to spending performance time filling out the life of the character rather
also,
than
we're not streaming at the normal time. But anyway, shut up.
Energetically pursuing the character's action as given in the script.
For a lot of critics, Strasberg's method does almost the exact opposite of what Stanislavski set out to do.
Rather than allowing the actor to live in the moment and fully embody the character, it takes them right out of a scene and into their own heads, bogging them down with the details of their own selfhood. As Karen Hollinger points out, the method arguably created an acting style that largely celebrated the neuroses of the individual performer, fed the star system by its strong emphasis on the actor's personality, and created a cult-like atmosphere of director worship by its idolization of Strasberg. Which brings me to my next section.
Also, what's with the no timestamps?
Although award ceremonies really add a level of glitz and glam to the business, you might be surprised to know that film hasn't always had the prestige that it does today.
Actually, in its earlier years, it was considered low culture.
As Cynthia Barron and Sharon Marie Carnegie state, live stage performance has been associated with legitimacy, complexity, and authenticity, while screen performance has often been viewed
This
as
is
something...
interesting how certain things like start off usually as low culture and then evolve up. Like TV did that, right? I don't know how true this is. 2 years ago, I would have just said this with absolute confidence that The Sopranos invented good television. But people talk about this sort of golden era of TV that followed from The Sopranos and like West Wing and things like that, where it started to get legitimacy and like people understood that the best stuff could be made on TV and it wasn't just for. HBO did a lot for this, obviously, because it has no ad breaks, so it's not just like 5-minute mini stories, ad break, 5-minute suspenseful thingy. It's not as structured as that and things like that. But I think I've heard this before that film initially was like this, like the older because it's just a new technology, right? And there's rejection from sort of like the establishment of that. So they would have been very used to like live theater or whatever and seeing like the trashy new film shit and what they're doing out there. And then that's sort of coming through TV, obviously, is like a 50s thing. Film starts in like the early 1900s. I feel like there's like, isn't like one of the oldest pieces of film ever, like unironically, a shot of the Melbourne Cup from like 19... This was so cool. When we went to... Because everybody in Australia, I think... I don't know if everybody did, but I feel like everybody in Queensland goes to Canberra in grade 7 on like an excursion for a week. I remember we went to like all the coolest places in the world, but like 11-year-old me was like, this shit sucks. I think even then I thought this was cool. We went to like the National Film Archive or something. There were like 3 different film places we went to. God, what an experience. When am I going to get back to Canberra? The War Memorial, Parliament Building, we went everywhere. The point is, I was saying like that was one of the things in that presentation that I remember. They talked about how in like 1899 or something, there's film of the Melbourne Cup from that day, and there's people walking around noticing the camera and trying to figure out what's up. But I was just thinking, when film as an industry was invented, film obviously existed before then, but before. Like, I think the first Academy Awards was in, like, 39 or something, but, like, that's the same year Gone with the Wind or whatever came out. Didn't Wizard of Oz come out in 32 or something? I don't know. It's just progressively things get integrated. Video games are like that a lot now. They're starting to be respected or whatever.
As Cynthia Barron and Sharon Marie Carnegie state, live stage performance has been associated with legitimacy, complexity, and authenticity, while screen performance has often been viewed as something other than true acting. Theater actors had only their skills and the momentum of a scene to rely on, whereas film actors had the help of lighting.
I also wish I could go to more, like, stage plays. I think the only time I've ever gone to a play have been, like, school-related plays. And I remember when I was like, this is again another pointless anecdote and the laptop's going flat. When I was like 11, I went to my mother's high school play. Not my mother's, and she was in high school, but she works at a school. I've said that before. Doxing in real time. And just thinking it was like the most incredible thing I'd ever seen, because I guess they were older. I probably couldn't tell that they were bad actors or whatever. But it was just like a cool thing that was happening. I don't think I've never seen an actual like proper play put on by professionals or anything like that. I'm sure it's a fun time. Again, we got to do things, chat. But we're not going to.
They had multiple tries to get it right, and a director who could instruct them at every turn.
And to a degree, it's true. Stage and screen acting are super different.
On stage, every moment is informed by the one that came before it. You're living the scene and bouncing off the energy of your scene partners. But with film, oftentimes you're isolated on camera and forced to conjure up the moment only after someone yells action.
So you can see why screen actors were so allured by the method. Strasberg promised that you could replicate and turn on a single emotion again and again and again for each take.
In film, sometimes you're shooting things out of sequence. The day is like broken up. Sometimes you'll have to shoot your close-up, and the person that you're reacting to actually leaves set and isn't even there. So you don't have them to react to. In those situations, I do understand why you... And I've used them myself, like, this concept of substitution. where you would use a memory or an emotional recall from your personal life because you just need to get to an emotional place so that the story is clear, and you have a direction and something is written into the script and you need to achieve it and you've got 2 takes to do it, and you will just have to bring that up and make it happen, and it's very results based. So in those instances, I do understand.
Acting, unlike painting or dancing, is an intangible art form. An actor can spend years honing their skill and still struggle to convey a particular emotion or empathize with a particular character. The value we place on acting is measured mostly through archaic institutions like the Motion Picture Academy, which offers a very constrained view on what good acting looks like.
It's for this reason that actors feel compelled to prove to their audience that they've put themselves through something in dedication to their craft. This isn't a new concept. Art and suffering have always operated in tandem with each other.
Kurt Cobain was suffocated by his depression, but he created transformative music. Billie Holiday lived a very troubled life of abject poverty and abuse.
Hey, I've heard the name Billie Holiday because of Boardwalk Empire.
But the pain in her voice when she sings Solitude...
I don't think they mention her in the show ever. I think she's just on the soundtrack a bit.
Troubled life of abject...
Or that's a different person.
...poverty and...
Billy Kent? Might be a reference to her. I don't know. She's a showgirl, not a singer, though. God, she was great. God, Boardwalk Empire is fucking incredible. I've been thinking about it a lot recently, and I wanted to tweet that it was better than Mad Men for a second, but I think I calmed myself down.
Abuse. But the pain...
It is definitely better than The Sopranos. Whoops.
Pain in her voice...
I don't know if I believe that.
...when she sings Solitude is immeasurable and moving. Francisco de Goya also suffered chronically from deteriorating mental health, but he left us with some of the most haunting masterpieces in the Western canon.
God, painting is cool. Fucking Eren Yeager question mark?
Masterpieces in the Western canon.
You saw it. We could watch Nerd Right.
It's dangerous to venerate art as this transaction in exchange for a creator's well-being, but that's how we've chosen to value creativity.
For centuries, we've bestowed importance on art by mythologizing the...
It is kind of true that the method acting thing impresses like a dumb fuck on the street more than it would like an industry person of like, what the fuck is his name? Not Jared Leto, but the Joker before him. They used to talk about that. The Australian dude, I forget his name. Somebody in chat will say it, but he locked himself in his room and he became the Joker, bro. That's so fucking cool. But yeah, whatever. I guess we should read chat because I see 111 and saying Christian was just method acting Freud. Isn't that lovely? Maybe changing your streaming schedule and announcements so constantly affects how many viewers you can get. Just a thought. Obviously it does. But I can't stream later because the car won't be here. Maybe you shouldn't stream from your car. Maybe you should shut the fuck up. How about that? People don't understand real art. I feel like I can never catch a stream with this guy because he streams at such weird times. It's true. When we were streaming constantly at like 8 p.m., that was when our viewership was the most. But I couldn't fucking help it. Fuck you. Yeah, I missed a lot of streams because of just tweets. Well, you can turn tweet notifications on. You better start doing it. Though you'll get 15 Game of Thrones tweets every time I read a chapter. Streaming in 3 hours, then starts in 2 hours later without tweeting. I always tweet. Holy fuck, taking kids to cultural and historical places is such a waste. I went to Rome just before the pandemic. It was fucking beautiful. When I was younger, I'd eat ice cream at the bench. True. I ironically think about that all the time, how pointless it is to, like, go to school when you're a kid. Like, you're not going to appreciate... Like, I was thinking about this somewhere. Like, when I was doing art shit in school, like, I had no concept of any of this shit. Like if I had to do an English paper or a short story now, that shit would be immaculate. It'd be the greatest A I'd ever seen. When I was in school, fuck this short story shit. I don't want to do this shit. I want to watch a shitty YouTube video, reviewing a shitty movie. Just like, yeah, Heath Ledger, of course. The Colossus painting. Was this the Aaron meme? I like that Well Never Mind Then knows this. There we go. Look at him. Nice ass and everything. I don't want to open too many things that aren't necessary. Let's close Twitter because we're trying to save on battery here. We are going to get a notification that the laptop is going flat soon. This is the painting. There you go. Painting's cool. There's a bunch of Nerd Writer videos about it. I like them a lot. I want to get more into it. I want to go to... Again, I went to the museum and the art gallery in Brisbane like 17 times in grade 2. I'm serious. And the only thing you'd be like, whoa, there's a T-Rex thing in the front part. And then there's cool water shit because I was always fascinated with the sea shit because the Lugia scared me. And pocket monsters. but like I want to go there so bad now. Like just to look at paintings, just because I watched a few Nerdwriter videos and now I have an actual appreciation for it, at least a tiny bit. Like that'd be so fun. But I went there so much as a kid. It's just like, ugh. What a wasteful little shit. What an idiot. True, my interest in the arts and education became prevalent only after I became an adult. I think also like finding shit out for yourself rather than being told to do it in school is a big like thing. Those are pretty cool. I mean, in terms of analyzing and retrospecting, yeah. Imagine. Never mind. We're not going into that.
Process through which it was created, and we love to mythologize suffering. The Venn diagram of talent, genius, creativity, pain, and insanity is as old as time. In the Ion, Plato's Socrates says, "For the poet is a light and winged and holy thing, and there is no invention in him until he has been inspired and is out of his senses, and the mind is no longer with him. When he has not attained to this state, he is powerless and is unable to utter his oracles." Here, he speaks of creativity as a divine thing born out of madness. What makes the method feel a bit perverse is that it's become a sort of rulebook for the actor to facilitate their own suffering, like a repertoire of painful memories that can be accessed at any time.
I don't think any art should be measured or venerated based on how much an artist has suffered in their life. And I definitely don't think any artist should be trained to self-impose that suffering or turn it on and off like a switch.
Gary Oldman, for example, who's one of the most renowned actors of our time, used to talk about carrying around a pain bag with him to set, which held a bunch of memorabilia that conjured up terrible memories. When an interviewer in a 2012 article for GQ questioned him on this and asked, "Because everyone likes a tormented actor?" he said, "You've got to be kind of crazy, haven't you?" I played it up a bit. Method acting has become a ritual for bearing the scars of self-imposed suffering in the name of art, or at least boasting about it.
It's a means
What
of
was that
bestowing
movie? Why is the frame all fucked up like this?
Played it up a bit.
I don't think it's something she
Method
did,
acting
but like it's so vertical. What the fuck?
Has become a
It's
ritual
cool.
for bearing the scars of self-imposed suffering in the name of art.
Unless she did do that in editing
Or at least boasting
to
about
play
it.
up how fucked up his face is.
It's a means of bestowing legitimacy on an underappreciated art form. An art form that some have characterized...
Also, watching these videos does make me go back on, like, think about my meme about how I'd rather just read Berserk 7 times than start something new. When there's, like, all these references. Like, the actor she just mentioned, I know I've heard that name before. I guarantee I've never seen one of his movies. It's just like, maybe I should read and watch and play more shit. And here comes Miller to be like, yeah, bro, obviously. Shut up.
Sissy. Characterized.
Oh, and now here comes the political bend, right? Acting is for
an art form
sissies.
That some have characterized as sissy.
Fucking Bale. Fuck me. God, we should talk more about this fucking Tommy Genesis album. God, it's good. There's a song called Men on it. It's great. It's just making me think of that. Tommy Genesis. You gotta love her.
Was a bit of an embarrassing year for the legacy of method acting.
I missed the beginning of that sentence. Oh, we are talking about Jared Leto.
2016 was a bit of an embarrassing year for the legacy of method acting.
In an attempt to give weight to his doomed performance as the Joker in Suicide Squad, Jared Leto had reportedly sent his co-stars an array of gifts that ranged from condoms to a live rat to a dead pig. He also spent time on the dark
Somebody
web
sent me a live rat, I would fucking kill them, by the way.
Watching grisly crime footage. The director, David Ayer, was nothing short of reverent towards Leto's antics. The Joker is something you have to be, and you can see how exhausting and painful it is.
I love the Joker is still held with this weird reverence that it's like this all-time incredible character, isn't it? It's so fucking weird. Like, I don't think Venom has the same thing, but Venom is so much cooler than this fucking loser Joker. Bring me some Carnage method acting. Let's see somebody go crazy playing Carnage instead of this fucking loser in a suit.
This character.
It does have this legacy now, though, right? The Heath Ledger into Jared Leto into fucking the skinny dude that was in the newest Joker. I forget his name. Won the Oscar unironically for the fucking Joker. Before that, there was the older dude. I watched that fucking oldest Batman. No, not the 60s one, but the late 80s one time. I forget his name. I want to say Jay Leno, but that's not the fucking actor's name. Need Buggy the Clown to be held in this regard? True, Buggy the Clown is way better than the fucking Joker. So I know, what am I doing? Absolutely, the school system has ingrained hatred for reading, and all those who found no interest in... I feel like the school system has a million things wrong with it, but I feel like that's another thing where, like, obviously, just like acting, I don't know shit about structuring a curriculum. I'm sure there's a million different studies and things that actually go into the thought process of why teaching is the way it is. I don't want to fucking backseat, I don't know shit about how we should be teaching things. But I think, like... part of me wants to think that, like, oh, it's just ingrained at this point to, like, be bad because it's always been bad, and it's just sort of this... You can't really put school on pause for a year to restructure it. Like, I've had a million ideas about restructuring school, like making it not by age, and I remember hearing stories about a school specifically that was near me that one of my friends from primary school went to high school in, where instead of classes they had, like, pods or something, and it was like you could be, like, between different ages and be there. But also, school is a massive social experience, so putting kids from like high different ages together can lead to fucking girls getting abused and things like this. Because I know that's a thing, because I know middle school kind of exists in America, you would think, kind of to prevent that. Because I know there are, like, grade 12 boys that would be very weird with, like, grade 8 girls in my high school, because especially in the later years when grade 7 came to high school in Queensland, there was anything from, like, little 12-year-old girls to, like, 18, potentially 19-year-old boys around, and it's just like, But that's just like a school. There's a million things to say about fucking school.
And you can see how exhausting and painful it is for him to be this character.
You might get like 5 more minutes out of this video. I don't know. Do we watch the rest of it next stream? I guess we do. I don't know. I don't like that fucking Vosh video brought up a good point that I'll never be able to unthink about how, like, even pausing videos sort of ruins the flow of videos. So, like, I don't know if I could give an accurate review of a video that I paused every 3 minutes to talk about some shitty anecdote that sort of tangentially plays into it. I don't know. There's no real way you should experience things. There's no necessarily way that... I don't know. Don't worry.
Experience.
Where are we going with that? We've got like 5 minutes left, and then we probably will just watch the rest next stream. Or I could watch it... I don't know, because we're doing it for the YouTube thing. I don't want to watch it, like, after I get off stream. Though, this has been like an impregnable wall for me. I've opened this video like 5 times in the last 3 months since it's been out, and I just haven't watched it. And so now that we've actually watched it, I feel like I'm definitely going to watch our other 2 newest videos that I haven't seen quickly after this, not on stream. But not until I finish this one.
This tier was by his disgruntled co-stars and audiences who had to sit through Leto's mediocre performance.
But not all performances that year were bad.
It was the year Leonardo DiCaprio won a long-awaited Oscar for The Revenant, but this also came with its own ridiculous stories during awards season. The buzz was that Leo...
Hold on, I'm being told the car needs to be repossessed in a few minutes, so... I think we have to end the stream now. The YouTube audience just found out our embarrassing car thing. We're going to talk about The Revenant. We got through 20 minutes of this and 8 minutes of a Nerd Rider video. We'll keep... I guess I could just keep the thing open. I'll read chat really quick. We'll kiss. Oh, for the YouTube audience, cut. We'll cut to you so you don't have to wait to watch the rest of the video. So get to it. Well, YouTube audience, we're continuing our reaction here. It's been like 26 hours for me, a few seconds for you. I've rewinded a bit. Probably be a little bit repetitive if you are watching the YouTube video. For stream, we're here. We've got a few more viewers. Let's continue on with the video. I got to re-familiarize myself with what the fuck's going on. Watching videos in 2 parts like this is not ideal. Probably shouldn't do it, but hey, laptop goes flat. What do you want me to do about it?
2016 was a bit of an embarrassing year for the legacy of method acting.
We're talking about method acting, remember? Remember, everybody? Let's go.
In an attempt to give weight to his doomed performance as the Joker in Suicide Squad, Jared Leto had reportedly sent his co-stars an array of gifts that ranged from condoms...
Oh, I said I would kill somebody if they sent me a rat.
...to a live rat, to a dead pig. He also spent time on the dark web watching grisly crime footage. The director, David Ayer, was nothing short of reverent towards Leto's antics. The Joker is something you have to be.
Oh, and we talked about how you idiots got to get over Batman because you guys held the Joker in such fucking renown, right? Carnage, Venom, way cooler characters.
Exhausting and painful it is for him to be this character. Yet the only pain
Remember how big they are? Venom is a big fucking dude, bro. Not a dude, bro, but he's a big dude, bro. Hold on, let's bring him up for a second. Venom 90s. Ah, look at this fucking golden god of a man. Ah, look at the rippling muscles. This man will fuck you up real quick. He's got a giant chest and an 8-pack, and he's got sharp fucking teeth. He's half red and half blue, like Spider-Man. Ah, God, this 90s cartoon. I hear it's bad if you go back and rewatch it. Look at the comments. They're kind of doing it. He doesn't have the red and blue outline. God, this animation style is fucking kino. Look at us go. And let's bring up Carnage the 90s. He might look even cooler. I don't think he's as big. He's kind of slim because he's crazy, you know. He like sticks you with the pointy end. We're making Game of Thrones memes now. Look at this fella. Ugh. They're teaming up on Spider-Man, but then Venom always comes over. He's gone crazy. I remember a wacky animation sequence with Venom in this fucking cartoon series. And then they're fighting with fucking Dormammu. That's how I know who Dormammu is. Because he's in that one episode. That Spider-Man animated TV... This is staying in the YouTube video. That Spider-Man animated TV series has like so many... Nick Fury shows up in one episode. That's how I knew who most of the Marvel characters were. When they started showing up in films in 2K 2012 or whatever the fuck. Look at Carnage. Oh, I remember this shit. Never mind. They're both fucking sick. Fuck the Joker. Batman's for dweebs. Spider-Man Chads will beat them up. Let's continue.
Experienced here was by his disgruntled co-stars and audiences who had to sit through Leto's mediocre performance.
But not all performances that year were bad.
It was the year Leonardo DiCaprio won a long-awaited Oscar for The Revenant. But this also came with its own ridiculous stories during awards season. The buzz was that Leo...
I started reading chat. Miller's talking about some obscure characters, and, well, never mind then, it's trying to send me a fucking rat.
But this also came with its own ridiculous stories during awards season. The buzz was that Leo, a longtime vegetarian, had apparently eaten raw bison in preparation for his role as frontiersman Hugh Glass. He also put himself through freezing temperatures under the threat of hypothermia and opted to sleep in an animal carcass.
You know, there's a lot of things that I do in this movie, whether it be sleeping in an animal carcass or falling off of cliffs or going down frozen roaring rapids or fighting with Tom Hardy or a bear, for example. I mean, you name it.
So just like give him the fucking Oscar or something. I don't know.
Both Leto and Leo's desperate antics, well, particularly embarrassing, fall into a long tradition of male method actors attempting to mythologize themselves in pursuit of prestige.
Hold on, everybody, we got a fucking ad. The kid's gonna turn around and get his hair cut in a second. It's gonna be hilarious. No, they changed it. What's with the ads? No, there we go. There's the kid with the thing, alright? I watch football on TV. That means I see TV ads all the time. I know this fucking shitty Optus ad. Oh, hold on, everybody. We got a second ad. Don't make fun of me for not having ad block. Fuck you. Who are you watching? You're the idiot that are watching the idiot without ad block. She's always making fun of masculinity in her videos, chat. We talked about this last time. It feels like it's going in a weird bread-tubey direction, and it kind of does, but she always brings it back in.
Of male method actors attempting to mythologize themselves in pursuit of prestige.
The litany of stories about these guys doing weird stuff on set is endless.
Daniel Day-Lewis gets pneumonia in prepper gangs of New York, builds a house 17th century style and refuses to
Hold on, we're looking at the Crucible real quick.
Pneumonia in prepper gangs of New
York.
Wait,
I don't even know the name of the actor who plays... Oh my god. Goody Proctor is the wife. It's not Richard Proctor. What's Proctor's name from the... He only has one name, goddammit. And he's not pinning it to the church wall or whatever the fuck. Whenever I hear this crazy method acting stuff, I just assume it's lies to market the movie. I mean, it's just people trying to build themselves up. I kind of like it. There is the weird masculine side of me where I'm like, yeah, it's fucking cool, bro. He slept in animal carcasses or whatever. But obviously, it's easy to make fun of. Mr. R's here! Everybody hold on. That's our fucking 9-month subscriber or some shit. You all better bow the fuck down. The Content Enjoy has logged on. We're watching method acting YouTube videos. Welcome. Nobody knows the Crucible. I forget the name. Apparently the dude who played it in that one movie, she probably doesn't like that Crucible movie. I'm sure people that actually understand literature and understand the play don't like the movie. But let me tell you something. In grade 11, I didn't want to read this fucking play. I wanted to watch that movie, and it was some good shit. Winona Ryder was Abigail, and it was great. Is it really John Proctor? That's kind of lame. I think they're like, I can hear the judge in my head from the movie just saying Proctor over and over again. Proctor's a cool name, though. Makes fun of toxic masculinity, also makes fun of men for not being masculine. I mean, that's the duality of being a boy in 2K21. What can we say?
Is endless.
Daniel Day-Lewis gets pneumonia in Prepper Game.
That's a name everybody's heard.
New York builds a house 17th century style and refuses to shower for the Crucible. Stays in character.
Oh no, that's. You gotta shower.
Abraham Lincoln for the 7 months it took and refuses to shower for the Crucible. Stays in character as Abraham Lincoln for the 7 months it took to film Lincoln, and uses a wheelchair, demanding to be spoon-fed for My Left Foot. Tom Hanks refuses to shower and gets a staph infection for Castaway, and also yells in character as a prison guard at Stephen King on the set of The Green Mile. Leonardo DiCaprio cuts his hand slamming a glass in Django Unchained and wipes his blood on Kerry Washington's face. This take is in the movie. Al Pacino poses as a cop and threatens to arrest a truck driver for Serpico and acts blind on the set of Scent of a
Al Pacino seems legitimately insane.
Pacino poses as a cop and threatens to arrest a truck driver for Serpico and acts blind on the set of Scent of a Woman by stumbling over things and refusing to look his co-stars in the eye while cameras weren't rolling. Johnny Depp lives in Hunter S. Thompson's basement and smokes next to gun barrels for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Nicolas Cage eats a cockroach for A Vampire's Kiss and pulls out his own teeth for Birdie. Gary Oldman smokes $30,000 worth of cigars for Darkest Hour and develops stomach issues from it. Jared Leto lives on the streets for Requiem for a Dream and gives himself gout for Chapter 27. Shia LaBeouf drops acid for Charlie Countryman, stays drunk on moonshine for Lawless, submits a personal sex tape as his audition for Nymphomaniac, and refuses to shower for Fury, which grosses out Brad Pitt.
That sex tape thing real?
Shia LaBeouf drops acid for Charlie Countryman, stays drunk on moonshine for Lawless, submits a personal sex tape as his audition for Nymphomaniac, and refuses to shower for Fury, which grosses out Brad Pitt. Edward Norton punches Brad Pitt for Fight Club. Sean Penn just straight up assaults John Leguizamo on camera for Casualties of War. Dustin Hoffman makes fun of
It's funny because, like, the empathy level, and the toxic masculinity conversation has to happen again. The empathy level for, like, Leo wiping his blood on the one actress in Django, for me, I was like, oh, that's cancelable, that's not good. But then, like, when she brings up, like, a dude punching another dude in the movie, it's like, yeah, whatever, who cares? Even, I feel like I'm pretty cognizant of that, but even me, I'm like, I don't know, it's just dudes punching each other, bro, get over it. It's just interesting how sensitive we are to certain things.
Assaults John Leguizamo on camera for Casualties of War. Dustin Hoffman makes fun of Meryl Streep's recently deceased boyfriend, John Cazale, and slaps her in the face for Kramer vs. Kramer, and then doesn't sleep for 72 hours for Marathon Man, which earns him a well-deserved roasting by acting vet Laurence Olivier, who allegedly asked him, "My dear boy, why don't you just try acting? It's so much easier."
What you'll notice on any famous method acting list is that the actors from Hollywood are overwhelmingly white men.
Non-white actors who do make it into the canon, like Dilip Kumar or Choi Min-sik, are typically not from Hollywood. Ironically, the black actors from Hollywood...
What was I watching? Oh, it was the Joseph Montesilio Walking the King's Road video. People seem to be using canon. It's probably how you actually use the word canon. It's just not the internet way to use canon to be like, what's canon to, like, the Star Wars canon, the books aren't in it, bro, or whatever the fuck. Using canon as, like, the sort of a substitute word for zeitgeist is kind of interesting, and I kind of like it. Let me read chat real quick, because that was a fun little piece. I wonder if chat had anything to say about that. John Proctor left to shake my head. Base Texas is here, giving us hearts. The Leo thing feels a bit off. It's not method acting and more just it was an accident that he didn't break character during. Well, I think the part is the rubbing the blood on the actress's face when she probably didn't know or consent to that. Takes drugs for roles, kind of base, not gonna lie. I'm fine with these lunatics doing whatever to themselves in the role, but pretty much assaulting others is cringe. Well, yeah, of course. I think she's just trying to make fun of them for the other stuff. Half of these are accidents or improv. This is kind of a mountain out of a molehill.
Dilip Kumar or
white men.
Non-white actors who do make it into the canon, like Dilip Kumar or Choi Min-sik, are typically not from Hollywood. Ironically, the black actors from Hollywood who do make it to the lists are 2 of a mere 4 black men to win an Oscar for a leading role. Forrest Whitaker pops up now and again because he gained 30 pounds and learned to speak Swahili when he played Idi Amin in The Last King of Scotland, for which he won his Oscar. Jamie Foxx had to receive therapy after diving too deep into a role for The Soloist and glued his eyes shut during the filming of Ray, a role for which he again won his Oscar. I can't say that Forrest Whitaker gaining weight and doing preliminary research necessarily qualifies as going method, but you can see how he and Jamie Foxx's acting processes were mythologized once they were formally recognized by the institution. Whitaker and Foxx continue to stand
this is the back, I've only been here for this stream, this is on the back of a big conversation about the Academy, right?
Starkly
and like these only become mythos when the Academy recognizes them or whatever.
Method. But you can see how he and Jamie Foxx's acting processes were mythologized once they were formally recognized by the institution. Whitaker and Foxx continue to stand out starkly against their white...
Why does Well Never Mind then continue to skirt on the line so much?
Counterparts.
This also isn't to say that female actors or BIPOC female actors haven't ascribed to the method or studied under its mentors. It's more so that its legacy has passed through the hands of white cis men. This might be because the method is rooted in the ideals of American individualism and brooch masculinity.
Beginning with Marlon Brando's rugged sexuality and blatant, almost explosive working-class machismo in A Streetcar Named Desire, followed by James...
It's so insane. Again, it's just my illiteracy, I don't think that's the right word, my lack of watching movies that, like, this is Marlon Brando. I know so little about Marlon Brando, literally just The Godfather, but it's just like, look at this young, strapping lad.
Blatant, almost...
And I think I saw a Joe Rogan clip one time talking about him being bisexual or something, in a positive manner.
Explosive working-class machismo in A Streetcar Named Desire, followed by James Dean's tortured and brooding portrayals in Rebel Without a Cause and East of Eden, it was clear that a new type of mid-century masculinity was taking over Hollywood. And with their acclaim, Brando and Dean, both of whom were method actors, helped to bring the method to mainstream attention. As Hollander states, the method early became associated with male rebel heroes whose antisocial behavior, inner disturbance, emotional repression, and personal anguish came to be...
I remember seeing this on... I don't know if this was in response to a Don Draper thing. I remember just seeing this on Twitter. It must have been a political account that was just talking about, like... I remember it... I know it was from a woman too, where it was, they were making fun of, like, stoicism or something as, like, a positive trait, or, like, about how, like, modern media is obsessed with stoicism or whatever. I know stoicism is, like, a philosophy meme, but literally just mean being stoic, like being an unfeeling, masculine man. And I don't know if this was in response to something to do with Don Draper, or I just thought about Don Draper as the first example of sort of this stoic masculine male. It's interesting where, like, toxic masculinity works in such an interesting way that the minute, like, a woman makes fun of something, at least maybe this just might be my way of looking at it, it completely undermines it to a sense, to, like, the point where it's not cool anymore. It's just funny how toxic masculinity is so negative towards women, but also holds them in such regard. This is sort of the incel duality meme. I think ContraPoints talks about this in her video about it, about how, like, women are put on such a pedestal, but they're also the worst thing ever. It's, this is like a popularism meme, like anti-populists will always talk about or this might just be a fascism meme, where, like, the people you're trying to oppress, like the Nazis would talk about the Jews as in they were like these masterminds behind the fall of Germany in World War I, but they were also completely weak. So it's like they're the strongest and the weakest thing, so you can attack them for whatever you want. I don't know what this has to do with the Stoic tweet, but I've been thinking about that a lot. It's just like, it's interesting how, like, it swings back and forth. I don't know. How does that even relate to the tweet? I don't remember. If you follow in, you follow in.
Antisocial behavior, inner disturbance, emotional repression, and personal anguish came to be seen as authentic and distinctly masculine. People like Brando, Dean, and Montgomery Clift exuded a type of masculinity that was complicated and sexually potent. Or, in the words of Hollander, they exuded a tension between an outer mask of stoic strength and self-control and an inner emotional core constantly on the verge of breaking through in the form of violent outburst. They paved the way for later method actors like Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, and...
It was kind of the inverse of, like, the tsundere archetype, right? Where instead it's, like, a reverse, where outwardly it's very... I guess that's different because it's not stoicism necessarily, but it's, like, the outwardly bitchy personality, but inwardly they actually like you. I don't know, there seems to be a duality to all these things, because once you create a character that acts a certain way, to give them, like, depth, like, they have to you sort of have to do this juxtaposition meme of, like, Don Draper is super stoic, but inside he's just as depressed as everybody else, or even more so, and he's completely weak, and everything stands on this fake facade of outward stoicism. I don't know.
Nicholson. The way for later method actors like Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, and Jack Nicholson, all of whom are still some of the most renowned actors in Hollywood.
These two old fucks. God. You gotta love them.
Dustin Hoffman and Jack Nicholson, all of whom are still some of the most renowned actors in Hollywood.
Al Pacino was like 82.
All of whom were known for portraying brooding, repressed, and/or latently masculine characters. But while their on-screen performances are legendary, their off-screen antics reveal the true tension of acting, that is, the tension between job and art. The beauty of stage performance is in its communality. Everyone is working together to create this transcendent experience with an art form.
Stanislavski understood this.
The actor's expression of their inner self would allow them to move comfortably about the stage and engage organically with their scene partners. But the method, with its decidedly masculine sensibility, is bound to the ideals of American individualism. The actor is priority above all else. Screen acting may be more isolated and mediated than stage acting, but it's still a group effort. Hundreds and hundreds of people surround the actors, working together to make them look good, to make their own version of transcendent art. Is Dustin Hoffman thinking of his scene partner Meryl Streep when he allegedly took out his angst against his own ex-wife by making jeers about John Cazale's death? Was Leo thinking about Kerry Washington when he wiped his own fluids on her face? Or was Jim Carrey thinking of the people working tirelessly on...
This is the Jim Carrey's the Jerry Lawler one. That's the wrestling potential reference, but it's not. I don't think she's going to go into...
wiped his own fluids on her face? Or was Jim Carrey thinking of the people working tirelessly on Man on the Moon when he berated and harassed them on set, claiming to be possessed by Andy Kaufman?
Andy Kaufman is the one that had the feud with Jerry Lawler in Memphis Wrestling. Not whatever the actor's name is that I just said. Nobody cares about this wrestling aside. I do, because it's the only way I know about that story.
And harassed them on set, claiming to be possessed by Andy Kaufman.
The method, when it's employed by male stars in their desperation to self-mythologize, becomes a cult of the individual actor.
As Harrop reflects, this was not what Stanislavski...
I talked about this before and sort of how... we keep saying the word breadtube, but how it sort of works as doubling as both about acting and about politics, or just, I guess, sociology generally, is that it's all coming back to the American individualism meme, which I guess just means selfishness.
Stanislavski had in mind when cult
stars in their desperation to self-mythologize becomes a cult of the individual actor.
What happened to only pausing once a minute?
Reflects.
Hold on. We got until the 28th minute we won't pause. Let me read chat beforehand. Not just an incel thing, men who don't get women are losers. It's like money. Everybody says that it doesn't matter, but let's be real. I don't know if you've seen Fate Zero, but it has a great male characters who are this concept, but done really well. I don't know what concept we're talking about, because that chat was probably posted like 5 minutes ago.
This was not what Stanislavski had in mind when calling for a greater concern with inner process, but it was splendidly consonant with the idea that the concerns of the individual in society are primary, and what is most real and interesting about the individual is his or her personal feelings. Not only did Strasberg's insistence on mind over body prioritize the self of the actor, it also served as an American rejection of Stanislavski's ethos. Its peddling of rugged individualism and self-worship was a way for male actors...
That's not the guy, right? That we've been talking about this whole time? It's just another old white... I guess he's Jewish. I don't know. Jewish people white? People seem to disagree with this. Have disagreements on that. But he's just an old dude with white hair, I think. I don't think it's the little dude.
It's peddling of rugged individualism and self-worship.
Because in that scene, he starts breathing like he's having heart problems or something.
Over body prioritize the self of the actor, It also served as an American rejection.
I said I wouldn't pause, but fuck you. Something I've always noticed in The Godfather, specifically The Godfather Part 2, is the chairs and how they all look old. They all look like chairs my grandmother would have in her house. It's just like some 70s way of making chairs or something, even though it's supposed to be set in like the 40s.
Over body,
I'm always looking at the chairs.
Prioritize the self of the actor. It also served as an American rejection of Stanislavski's ethos. Its peddling of rugged individualism and self-worship was a way for male actors to justify their choice of a sissy career.
What better way to show
Oh, that's right, we did make the sissy point before.
That my job is in fact not sissy than to treat my self-imposed brute labor like a rite of passage.
Christian Bale rejects his sissy image by attempting to demonstrate startling control over his body, jumping from emaciated to muscly to portly in the blink of an eye. Jim Carrey convinces us of his devotion to acting by swearing he was possessed by Andy Kaufman, relinquishing control of his actions in a touch of divine madness. Leo isn't a pretty boy anymore because he gave himself hypothermia for no reason. In a scathing 2016 article for The Atlantic, Angelica Jade Bastien says, "By going method, a performer can signal that he works for his art. He can make his labor visible." She compares the ways that actors like Leonardo DiCaprio were discussed versus an actor like Brad Pitt. In the 90s, both Leo and Pitt were considered golden boys, the certifiable dreamboats of Hollywood. But Leo was able to diverge from this title when he started going method, proving to audiences and critics that he was a real actor. Pitt, on the other hand, who delivers equally impressive performances, has seldom gained the same level of reverence. Bastien says, "Pitt isn't often praised as a great actor, and it's not because he doesn't have the scenes to prove it. Rather, he has an ease and ability to use his personality to inform his work in a way that recalls the greats of classic Hollywood like Cary Grant, who didn't believe acting needed to be a painfully realistic reflection of the world."
Personally, I found Leo's later performances to be a bit overwrought and predictable. Brad Pitt, on the other hand, always manages to surprise me with his command over text and his subtle shifts in persona. But that's just me.
So if the method has become something that's championed by male actors, what does it look like when it's employed by female method actors, or when a regular female actor comes into contact with it?
I'm actually interested for this switch. I don't think I paused it for a little while there. Yes, they're white coat Nazis. Wait, so Nazis don't think that Jews are white because they like white people. Physically, I don't know what physically. Are Italians white? Who cares? It was a little too psychological analysis of strangers for me. I mean, that's like a bunch of art books are just about that. But I feel like that's always how you feel in the middle of a Broey Deschanel video. You always feel like it rubs you the wrong way and it always brings it back at the end. I sympathize with the feeling.
We can trace the patriarchal...
I'm super interested for this fella.
...roots of the method all the way back to Stanislavski himself, who, while being progressive in many senses of the word, also carried with him the misogynistic values of his time. In her book, Stanislavski in Focus, Sharon Marie Carnegie makes note of the way he approached women under his tutelage. She observes, "When he catches his class taking his advice about truth and logical behavior too far, he makes an example of women. To prove that too hearty a demand for truthful actions can be detrimental, he asks them to walk up and down the hall, faulting their every move, calling each step false, until they collapse in tears. When he describes how the use of a personal emotion on the stage can be harmful to the psyche of an actor, he chooses a woman's memory to explore. His women students often cry, flirt, show off on stage, respond best to scenes that feature maternal love. In short, they are drawn from stereotypical images." In an early feminist critique of the method called The Female Actor Prepares, Linda Walsh Jenkins and Susan Ogden Malouf raise a similar concern about stereotyping, noting, "When the roles in which people believe, the ways in which they are taught belief, and the process by which they rehearse belief are closed to gender consciousness and commentary, the situation is unhealthy." They then take the argument further.
It's 30. Last time we paused was 29. Fuck you. I feel like this is I remember Matthew Weiner had a point that I remember liking when I first heard it, but the more I think about it, the more I think it's probably wrong. Matthew Weiner is a creator of Mad Men, which has a lot of very good female characters by most accounts, I think. where he said something like, I don't believe that men can't write women or something, because he just writes himself and all of his characters, and Peggy and Joan, while having female sensibilities, probably brought to their characters by the women playing them, are very much just written the same way most of the other characters are. I think this is probably the best way men can write women, is just to not really think about them as women. Then this comes into conflict, because I remember specifically talking about this in relation to Berserk, where I remember when I first read it when I was like 16, there's like a passage. Now, I can't remember if this passage is just not correct, but the statement still makes sense, where Casca talks about liking being in a dress or something. And I remember when I was 16, I was like, that's lame. Dresses are lame. Girl stuff is lame. Casca's cool. Casca obviously being my favorite character even at that point. I was like, she doesn't like dresses. What the fuck? And I remember growing increasingly as I grew up, like increasingly liking that aspect that Casca was feminine in certain ways, and she wasn't just like a masculine, like just another one of the dudes or whatever, but she happens to be a black girl. And I can't remember if this was in one of her videos or something else, where it was just like pointing out, I think it was in her video about Portrait, where it was talking about the female gaze in response to the male gaze or whatever, where it would talk about how like there are certain intrinsic experiences, this is very cis-normative, to being a man or being a woman, in how you were treated by society, and all these little like ways sexism permeates society would affect you and like just build up your personality. That's why there are general archetypes of personality in women and in men that juxtapose. They don't have a fascination with this masculine stuff we've been talking about, and I don't properly understand the female side, I don't think, enough to explain what the other side of that would be. Fuck, where was I going at this point? My brain froze. Oh, and it was talking about how the increasing number of female directors and stuff, now that it's starting to become a thing, especially in lower budget movies and stuff. I even see Red Letter Media talking about this a lot. It just shows, it's just like, it brings a whole new like aspect, like almost a whole new half to the gender dynamic in film to the stage. Just because you will have an intrinsic understanding as a woman about women's issues and how women think and how women characters would think in certain situations like that. And to portray that on screen is like a whole new wave of things coming in, because really it's like this was like a meme in like the early 2000s, I think, or the early 2010s. I remember people on the internet always saying this, that it was funny that in pornography there is far more female directors than there are in Hollywood or something, and how porn was secretly more progressive than Hollywood in at least that aspect. There haven't been a lot of female directors in big budget Hollywood movies, and this is slowly starting to change, and how that's sort of integrated. This has to do with something she said. It was talking about the stereotyping, how even if this dude thought he was progressive, his perception of women, or his positive perception of women, are going to be in very specific stereotypes of women he knows, which is probably his mother or his sister or his wife. Whereas like a woman would understand the different aspects to these, like she brought up maternal love or something, and like the genuineness would be different.
Consciousness and commentary, the situation is unhealthy. They then take the argument further by saying, the acting coach or director frequently serves as an all-knowing guru for whom the performer must be absolutely vulnerable, opening the way to both psychological and sexual exploitation.
This is true from a coaching standpoint. All of my experience with coaching in my life, or is in sports teams, which is usually male on male. Or even wrestling, which is usually male on male, though there was a massive Me Too movement in the wrestling industry about a year and a half ago now. That was a lot about male coaches and things like that, having relationships with their students and exploiting that in certain ways. It is interesting in acting, because acting isn't as gender segregated. I think like we're talking about this dude, I still don't remember his name, she says it all the time, being like the early 1900s, so even then women were allowed to act, right? Showgirls were a thing. I've seen Boardwalk Empire. Even though I've seen it, I'm still saying Broadwalk Empire instead of Boardwalk Empire. But coaching from that standpoint of like, your coach is like allowed to scream at you and things like that. I guess that's sort of a similar mindset to teaching, because that's kind of what a coach is. I know, it's just these dynamics are interesting.
Opening the way to both psychological and sexual exploitation.
It's common in method acting for a female actor to be the muse of some greater mind.
Marilyn Monroe was incredibly close with Lee Strasberg when she sought to be taken more seriously as an actress. In a 2003 memoir about Lee and Marilyn's relationship, journalist and actress Patricia Bosworth recounted, Marilyn would take the elevator to Lee's, where he would guide her in a series of sense memory exercises, in which she acted like a child in an effort to get in touch with her real self, her real tragic power. Do this exercise and you'll feel something, he would tell Marilyn. And she believed him because she needed to, for Marilyn Monroe was not often in touch with how she felt. She would struggle mightily to release emotional and physical blocks as she recalled one of her most disturbing childhood memories, the time a relative tried to suffocate her with a pillow. But the pain of recalling those early years as Norma Jean Baker, the abandoned and abused child, was excruciating. Marilyn confided to Susan Strasberg that occasionally, when Lee's questions became too probing, she would just make something up. In Bosworth's eyes, Lee offered Marilyn respect as an actress, and she offered him a ticket to fame and celebrity. She's careful to note, though, that Strasberg and his wife Paula also held Marilyn back in many ways. She says, Marilyn never lost her terror of being on a movie set because Paula continually forced her to reach down for her real self. In Monroe's case, that meant not only Norma Jean, the abused orphan child, but also...
Is Norma Jean Marilyn Monroe's real name, I'm assuming?
Marilyn, the blonde, wiggly sex symbol. Lee's relationship to her was less so of an acting mentor than a father figure to someone who was clearly...
The thing I was just talking about is actually evident in Broey Deschanel's videos, because she has videos... There are just certain things I don't know anything about, being a relatively normal cis man. Like, she has a whole video basically about Britney Spears and how unfairly she was treated by, like, the paparazzi and stuff, which is just something I know nothing about. I'm a little too young for Britney Spears, I think. Like, that Oops, I Did It Again song came out when I was, like, 3 or something. So maybe I have that excuse for not knowing. And Princess Diana has obviously died, like, 10 years. No, Princess Diana died... There's a scene in The Sopranos, this is going to go into a tennis. There's a scene in the second Sopranos episode where they talk about Princess Diana, and I thought they were talking about it, I thought Princess Diana died in like the 70s or something. I think she died in like the late 90s, and that's why it's kind of a contemporaneous thing for them to talk about in that episode, which is insane to me. But she has a whole video about Princess Diana too, and sort of like these female idols or whatever, and it's just like... A perspective from a man would never sort of understand this, and it's interesting because a lot of her videos are like, they're like exposing to me like these sort of these generic female opinions I would see in places, but actually thought through and actually explaining why they exist and things like that. I don't know, this is just...
Lee's relationship to her was less so of an acting mentor than a father figure to someone who was clearly stunted by childhood trauma. He took on the role all too willingly, drawing from her trauma to make a name for
Also, all I know about Marilyn Monroe is like the references to her in Mad Men.
Himself out of his proximity to her.
Men have often positioned themselves as gurus of the method, attempting to wean good performances out of women.
Otto Preminger tormented Jean Seberg during their brief working relationship, and allowed her to be burned by fire during the execution scene in St. Joan. The take of her yelling in real anguish was left in the film. Alfred Hitchcock frequently terrorized Tippi Hedren while filming The Birds, as did Stanley Kubrick with Shelley Duvall on the set of The Shining. Perhaps most deplorable was when Bernardo Bertolucci and Marlon Brando conspired to withhold from 19-year-old Maria Schneider that they would be using butter on her during the rape scene in Last Tango in Paris. The sexual humiliation that Schneider felt during this moment, and in the years after the film's release, would have a devastating impact on her life. Bertolucci maintained until he died that the information was withheld to get a more realistic reaction from Schneider. All of these moments demonstrate the shadow that method acting has cast over the film industry.
Whether or not these directors or mentors even...
I was talking about her roping it back in. Like, this stuff is obviously much more serious than the stuff earlier. But it's sort of revealing the principle of the issue about sort of you have to be, like, open and honest and understand consent even in this manner with, like, your acting partners. To the point now where before we were all like, I don't know if these are such big deals, but then applied here, the same principle would be, oh, these aren't much big deals, because obviously you can't just scale it to like, well, this is a small breach of consent, therefore it's fine, and this is a massive breach of consent, therefore it's not fine. Breaching consent is wrong, and that would be the principle of the issue. I haven't looked at chat in a while.
Acting has cast over the film industry.
Whether or not these directors or mentors even ascribed to the method isn't the point. The point is that the industry's dogged commitment to realism led to a mistrust in the talent of actors, particularly women, and it gave way to outright abuse in the name of art.
Gross.
The non-method acting woman's body became a conduit for the guru's ego and even his own twisted sexual fantasies.
Is that an Alfred Hitchcock movie? Alfred Hitchcock made Psycho, right? I'm almost certain. But like him on the other side of the camera getting off on it is kind of...
And even his own twisted sexual fantasies.
Funny
None of the female
visual.
Actors I've mentioned so far, aside from Marilyn, considered themselves method actors.
But they were actually
Did you say none or all?
So far,
even his own twisted sexual fantasies.
None of the female actors I've mentioned so far, aside from Marilyn, considered themselves
they're kind of forced into it.
method actors.
But there are actually quite a number of female actors who did ascribe to it. Jane Fonda, Ellen Burstyn, Kim Hunter, Geraldine Page, Anne Bancroft, Joanne Woodward, Scarlett Johansson, and Laura Dern, to name a few, all studied the method.
But you rarely hear about them terrorizing co-stars or crew members. There's really no mythology around them at all, they just do the job. When a woman does make it to the method acting has gone too far lists, it's usually about a drastic change in her physical appearance rather than her on and off-set behavior.
Oh, we all see where this is going.
Charlize Theron looks so much uglier in Monster. Hilary Swank bound her chest and cut her hair for Boys Don't Cry. Actually, some of the most acclaimed female actors of the 20th and 21st centuries don't associate themselves with the method at all.
You just can't go, you know.
She's also made a video, the Sofia Coppola video on her channel is about male-dominated criticism in film, and about how, like, the Sofia Coppola movies are made kind of for women by women, and therefore a general male critiquing public or the film critic industry didn't like them because mostly it adheres to the female experience or something. I remember really liking that video. It's been like a year since I've seen it though. Is this another thing, like, because most of the media, I'm assuming, is also men, because most institutions are male at this point, simply, well, sexism is obviously a massive part of it, simply because women have only really been working for, like, I want to say 60 years. I guess it is 60 years, since, like, the 60s. Obviously, some were working before that and everything. Working in industries where they could, like, go up the ladder and more talking about. I'm not a fucking SOS major, but talking about, like, yeah, in male media, if like Christian Bale can be fat and he can be super skinny and get praised for it, but if a female actor got fat, the first thing everybody would think, because it would be mostly a male reaction, though women do this to women all the time too, would be to make fun of their appearance, because female appearance is obviously a bigger thing. There's a better way to say that, but my mind went blank again.
For Boys Don't Cry. Actually, some of the most acclaimed female actors of the 20th and 21st centuries don't associate themselves with the method at all.
You just can't go, you know, on the set and just go, okay, I'm gonna go hog wild.
Also, there's probably, much more respect on set for men to do it than for women to do it. If a woman does it, she's a bitch. If a man does it, he's a genius.
Character's going wild. He just punches a wall in with his bare fist, so I'm gonna do it. And then walk away with broken fingers. I don't want broken fingers. I just want to show you that it looks like I'm breaking my fingers. So it's...
This is a wrestling meme. There's like in wrestling discourse, there's a big thing about wrestling has slowly become more real, I guess, as in there are more people are getting hurt because they are doing shit that looks realer, because people have built up a tolerance to a lot of the faker looking wrestling stuff. So to pop a smarter crowd, you've got to actually land on your head in a pile driver instead of taking a fake pile driver where it only looks like you get dropped on your head. It's just sort of like, to do it actually now is like the, whoa, you're not supposed to do that. It's like the idolation. I can find a way to shoehorn wrestling into all of this. Wrestling is God.
Craft is what allows me to leave it behind and go home to my husband and my child.
Jodie Foster famously rejects it, saying, "If anything, what I do is by instinct. My method is just do what I think is right. I don't think you have to feel the character and research it for years. Maybe I would do research if I were playing Henry VIII, but otherwise, no." Meryl Streep says she doesn't understand the method, but instead brings her own process to each role. She says, "Always work from the inside. You always
Isn't it fucking wild that the only thing I know about Meryl Streep is that she made fun of MMA in that one speech? I don't think I've ever seen a Meryl Streep movie.
Her own process to each role. She says, Always work from the inside. You always connect with a piece of material from the inside, or you shouldn't do it. You always work from the inside out, and then you take care of the outside business. Actually, when asked about Meryl's own behavior on the set of Kramer vs. Kramer, the director Robert Benton said, "I never saw one moment of emotion leak out of her except in performance."
Typically, you'll find that female actors step out of their roles once a director yells cut.
When I look down in
Bastian
chat, and well,
speaks
never
about
mind,
this.
then's got a pretty thing next to his name.
Modern
What does that mean? Did he subscribe? Should I be kissing his ass? Hold on, let me read chat, I guess. We haven't done it in a while. Italians are white, as are Turkish people, Kopa-san. I guess, yeah, Destiny does call Hassan white all the time. I don't think Hassan is white. I don't think Turkish people are white. It doesn't matter. A man just can't understand the female psyche. See how bad it sounds when we rephrase it? I mean, sounding bad doesn't make it wrong. Afraid of being on set, become an actor. I mean, why? When I was 3, kill me in Dark Souls. When I was 3, well, never mind. I mean, Mr. R is old. Then Viola Davis is an absolute queen. That was the black woman we just saw. Her name was in the corner, and I remembered it. Good, that wrestling clip you showed me, it looked so bad and fake. Wrong. Yes, Mr. R got paid by Miller to read One Piece. Let's go, thoughts. We can have a One Piece discussion later.
Actresses have to contend with sexist casting couch horror stories, being paid far less than their
Step out of their roles once a director yells cut.
Bastien speaks a bit to this. Modern actresses have to contend with sexist
I didn't even think about the casting couch stuff. Ugh. Being a woman is
Bastien
bad.
speaks
Hard, not bad.
a bit to this. Modern actresses have to contend with sexist casting couch horror stories, being paid far less than their male co-stars, and a myriad of other issues, which gives even the most powerful amongst them a precarious foothold in Hollywood. With the odds already stacked against her in so many ways, an actress can wisely assume that sending her castmates dead animals might be the end of her career. This goes double and triple for BIPOC actors whose spaces in the industry are so limited already, especially in mid-century Hollywood.
Strasberg's method extends to an actor insofar as the specter of total ruin and black sheeping isn't hanging over their heads at every given moment.
I've never gone full method because, to Jay Ellis's brilliant point, you kind of can't.
Right.
So I'm like, wherever Tom Hardy and Leo DiCaprio have gone, or Ryan Gosling or Chris Pine, or Daniel Day-Lewis, the god of method, I've never really fully gone there because of your great question. And I'm like, well, I don't want to be pulled over for driving while method. Not fully method. I get in trouble for that. That's scarier.
Right.
So if I'm 1/4 method, sometimes they're like, Amari. I'm like, guys, I'm here. I still go home to Jay and the kids. I'm not fully method. Until you have that leverage to go fully method, which perhaps we're all searching for.
What was once a cutting-edge practice of acting is now the standard by which we judge major players in the film industry.
The method, or its foundational logic, runs so deeply through archaic Hollywood institutions that it's stretched across gendered and racial lines.
While the group theater and the actor's studio may have started out with pure intentions of innovating the art of acting, people like Strasberg allowed their own ambition and pride to distort Stanislavski's work for the worst, as well as exacerbate the patriarchal undertones baked into it. His navel-gazing pursuit of celebrity gave birth to generations of male actors whose religious devotion to their art, an art form which some of them simultaneously consider lesser than themselves, has led to sanctioned abuse within the film industry. It's time we find a way forward that doesn't allow the male ego to define prestige.
Rather than the method, we can embrace a multiplicity of methods.
What about anti-realist styles of acting that you can find in the works of auteurs?
Well, never mind then, close your ears. She didn't just say it.
Multiplicity of methods.
What about anti-realist styles of acting that you can find in the works of auteurs like David Mamet, Spike Lee, or Baz Luhrmann?
Great acting doesn't need to be defined by archaic institutions or self-mythologizing. What makes a great performance is in the eyes of the audience and the performer themselves.
We need to trust acting as an art form and find beauty in the many ways it can be mastered. As esteemed theater practitioner Uta Hagen once wrote, "The actor must know that since he himself is the instrument, he must play on it to serve the character with the same effortless dexterity with which the violinist makes music on his. Just because he doesn't look like a violin is no reason to assume his technique should be thought of as less difficult."
If you're using techniques that are ultimately kind of damaging psychologically, your career could really be like cut short because you don't have this like emotional endurance to sustain working as an actor for many years, because it's hard, and there's it's hard to enter different psychologies, and it's also just a hard industry, and so you have to find a way to sustain yourself if you want a long career.
Do you have 2 minutes
I'm happy
of Patreon
to say
stuff?
that I'm
Hello Fresh. Anything else after that? No, we're just cooking. ContraPoints is maybe paranoid. You can never skip
food
fucking
make HelloFresh's
credits
Broey
now.
12 to Louis Osta, Syed Hassan.
Just Patreon stuff. Well, I've been sitting on that video for like 3 months. Now I can watch the other ones. We've got one about stripping that I'm definitely never going to watch on stream, and a Point Break one that apparently made people mad. So there we go. I don't know if that... I'm having a hard time cracking this list now. I don't know how to feel about it. Like, is that video better than the B and Nate output this year? Yes. Is it better than the Walking the Kings Road videos? Probably. I don't know if it's a definitive top 10 list yet. I know I've seen more of her videos this year. She definitely will be on it. I usually say she's my favorite bread tuber. But that Envy video was real good. We'll have to see in terms of the top 10 list. But I like it a lot. We'll rechat, and then I think we'll watch a Nerd Rider video, and then we will end the stream, I believe. We've got like 20 minutes to the laptop definitive videos for that, though we are down on brightness a little bit, which I think does draw it out a little bit longer. I mean, definitely. I don't know if it is outweighed by streaming and how much strain that puts on the battery, but an hour and 40 minutes of battery really isn't that good. I mean, can women understand men then, or does it only go one way? Well, it would even be interesting just to see like the female side of for female to do to men what men have done to women in terms of charactership. This is actually interesting because I always talked about this with Full Metal Alchemist, about how Full Metal Alchemist was kind of interesting because it was like a shonen male protagonist from a woman's perspective. And when you think about it like that, a lot of Ed's kind of personality traits in that you kind of do recontextualize it. Now, I don't know, I got a whole thing about kind of ignoring the production of works largely, so it probably shouldn't matter to me, the author and things like that. Obviously, this is not an author is dead situation, but it is interesting when you think about how like Ed is different to like most of the shonen protagonists made by men. I don't know. I don't know if Luffy is toxically masculine, but he definitely appeals to a very toxically masculine thing in me. That's why I love him so much. If you just look at like Rob reacting from RTTV, it's pretty obvious what he likes, and that's what he likes. Don't cry like Deku, cry like Luffy. Deku even to a percent, I don't know, it obviously changes from person to person wildly. Oda is a very different person from Kishimoto, who is a very different person from the My Hero dude that I can't remember. Horikoshi, or is that the Hunter x Hunter dude? I can't remember. Even then it's kind of interesting. It's not that they don't understand men, it's not that they can't make great male or female characters, because gender obviously isn't everything, but it's just kind of a different perspective that is interesting. Obviously I don't think anything is good, so it doesn't matter to me if you understand it or not. I don't even know what understanding that would mean. It's pretty funny. The characters are incredibly emotive too, which is really cool. I mean, you can watch my One Piece video now. I don't know if Mr. R did, but Luffy stabbing himself in the face. We just talked about the toxically masculine stuff. That's some cool shit. Luffy is now in the top 5 characters list. Can female theories ever even be communicated? Again, Mr. R, he's got to ride the line. Not Mr. R. I shouldn't fuck that up. Well, never mind then. Always riding the line. Smart. It's so well drawn. For it would have been a young man in the 90s drawing it. Feminist, not female. The symbol next to well, never mind then, is for answering a prediction. Well, that's fucking embarrassing and not respectable at all. I don't have a career to ruin. You're getting a rat rodent, a fat rodent, a rat rodent. You're watching another video. Yeah, I want to watch this Nerd Rider video. I watched like the first minute of it and it was cute, so I want to continue. Contra is so based. Anne is now here. So there was a stream. Good day, everybody. Damn, looking at chat, you talked about a lot of shit. I think this is a good stream. Prediction result is yes. I don't know what the poll was. Let me click on it. Will Kyle finish the video? Haha. Fucking embarrassing, frankly. I did. We actually streamed yesterday too, Anne. So you got 2 streams to catch up on. I still need to watch the NV video. I only just watched the J.K. Rowling one last night. The J.K. Rowling one was kind of a mid video, I think. Ed is pretty boring and annoying. I enjoy Tanjiro from Demon Slayer. Yes, Demon Slayer is also written by a woman. Well, there's also Alan from D. Grey Man. I don't know what D. Grey Man. There's like I know D. Grey Man is like a series. There's also like a YouTuber that's name is similar to D. Grey Man, isn't there? Because that's what I thought at first. I'm just trying to understand if that perspective is intrinsic. Well, obviously it's not intrinsic. It's just a general thing because. Yeah, I say intrinsic all the time when I probably shouldn't. I don't know. I don't know. I would say I'll probably watch these videos tonight, but I have to do some fucking work, goddammit. This fucking shitty OP video. ED, not OP, is supposed to be out. Watching another Nerd Rider video. We're going from quality to quality to quality here. And then next stream, so chat, for all of you here, I'm going to make you excited. Oh, I kind of want to watch the Boardwalk video immediately. We're going to stream a lot because I got to get this 7-hour video out. Because after we make a 7-hour YouTube video compiling just random YouTube video essay reactions, we're going to react to all 7 hours worth of Attack on Titan finale videos probably. And I know you're going to want to be here for that, chat. But these are probably the things we're going to go through to round this video out at 7 hours. We probably couldn't do them all, but so like tomorrow we're probably going to be streaming again, hopefully. It's only Tuesday, so Wednesday, Thursday, plus the football season is basically over. We've just got finals, which is 1 game on Friday, 1 game on Saturday. So Thursday streams are back on the table. Friday streams, probably not. Saturday streams, probably not. Sunday streams, definitely. By Sunday, we should be done with this 7-hour nonsense. I kind of want to watch the Boardwalk video tomorrow. So you idiots should be here for that to support me because nobody knows about Boardwalk and I might get 3 viewers. Though finally seeing like a visual reference of the things I've been talking about with Boardwalk might be interesting. Plus just watching a video essay might get you hooked on Boardwalk, so you should be around anyway. Berserk, Ava, the Lindsay Ellis videos on Game of Thrones. Those are the other ones I want to cover. For now, we're doing Nerd Rider. Miller is linking something else. I'll look at it after we're finished with this video. I did not realize Demon Slayer was written by a woman. Man, it's absolutely shown and I would really recommend it. Nezuko's portrayal, at least in the anime, made me assume it was a dude who wrote it. I think it was kept secret for a while. I think the Fullmetal Alchemist writer also changed her name. Skip the Attack on Titan mid-vids. No, it'll be so fun. I haven't seen like any... The only videos I think I've seen, or conversation I think I've seen about the ending, is that one Mr. R stream, and I don't know what else. I've completely stayed away from it. Fuck Attack on Titan is so bad. You literally said these videos are bad for streaming. You're watching another one. We have like 20 minutes left. Find me another video at 6 minutes. I'm not going to. Actually, I want to watch this one because I want to watch it. Aaron, questions for those of you who read Berserk. Do Griffith and Aaron have similarities? Because I've seen a page of dialogue for Griffith and he says some stuff that makes me think of Aaron. Did Anne start Berserk? I mean, I guess. All these fucking anime characters are the same. Let's watch this video. It's an art one, which means it's good. I watched this first little bit. I think it's really cute that she like noticed she's being filmed and then points to whatever she's drawing and wants that to be the focus of like the filming, but the person filming is actually more interested in her. I thought that was cute. But that's all I've seen from this video.
Frida Kahlo had a flair for the dramatic in her use of colors, composition, and her choice
so fucking cool. I want to go to
choice of imagery and iconography. She's a master at instantaneously capturing the attention of the viewer. In the decade...
Holy fuck. Hold on, I just want to talk about paintings.
Master at
First you notice the head and you're like, well, that's weird. She's getting killed. What the fuck? And then you notice there's like an ocean that comes up to here. What the fuck's going on here? Paintings are cool.
Instantaneously capturing the attention of the viewer. In the decades since her death, especially the most recent ones, culture has come to prize this quality in creative work, the ability to grab people quickly, above pretty much everything else.
God, smoking is so cool.
Creative work, the ability to grab people quickly, above pretty much
I nearly started smoking last week. That's a whole different
else.
topic.
This ability to grab people quickly, above pretty much everything else. This, I think, is why Frida's painting has enjoyed continued and increasing popularity. Yes, there's a sensationalistic obsession with the drama of her life, another thing that modern culture prizes, but that wouldn't arouse nearly as much interest if it weren't for the drama
it's okay.
of her art, which is also sensational, but in the good way. What is it that grabs us in Frida's work? For me, it's the intimacy of these images, the way she communicates her vulnerability, her physical and emotional pain, but also her defiance and self-confidence and the pride she so clearly has in her culture. When I look at these paintings, I feel close to Frida, as if I was there when she painted them, as if we were friends. That may sound silly, but I think I probably share that feeling with millions of others around the world. And I don't think that it's an accident. Because the more you look at and think about Frida's work, the more you see how expertly designed it is to cultivate this sense of intimacy. She uses several techniques to achieve this end, and they all work together in a way that is cumulative. The first and most obvious is her use of the self-portrait. There never was a more personal form of painting than this. Of Frida's 143 canvases, only 55 are self-portraits, but these comprise nearly all of her best and most popular works. Frida's greatest subject, in other words, is herself. You can look at them as a form.
By the bad to react to, because I just want to watch it. Also, we were talking about the women aren't allowed to be ugly thing in the other one. The mustache is like something I keep noticing, and it's like, probably should get over it real quick and focus on everything else.
Subject, in other words, is herself. You can look at them as a form of autobiography, and as with any autobiography, they are a combination of self-reflection and self-creation. On the one hand, she's depicting the experiences of her life, the chronic pain she endured after a bus accident at age 18 in which she was impaled through the pelvis by an iron handrail, the love she felt for her husband, the famous Mexican muralist Diego Rivera, and the emotional turmoil caused by his infidelities and their eventual divorce. On the other hand, she's fashioning the identity she wants to have, establishing herself as the paragon of a new Mexico. See, Frida came of age in the wake of the Mexican Revolution, a decade-long bloody struggle to establish a more equal society against the dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz, whose 31 years in power largely benefited wealthy landowners and foreign investors. The cultural upshot of the revolution was a renewed interest and pride.
I think this is something Nerdwriter videos do a lot, which is like the cultural understanding of the time and tying it
in Mexico's rich.
Look at this fucking. Seeing old civilizations, even in artistic renditions, probably not what they actually look like, is always super cool. Like the they don't call them pyramids because it's like a Mexican thing. But it being in the background. Those, I don't know if it's Aztec or Mayan. That might be equally racist to assume just because of the Mexican. Even though these are probably native Southern Americans. I don't know, it's just really cool.
Indigenous heritage. Along with her husband, Frida was a key figure in the development of a new, less Eurocentric national identity. But whereas Rivera used epic, overtly political murals to champion this identity, Frida located the new Mexico in herself. She frequently makes use of stories and symbols from Mexican folklore and Aztec mythology, like monkeys and hearts and skulls. She wears
entirely off by saying yes.
The necklace of the Aztec goddess Coatlicue, who gave birth to the moon and stars, as the story goes, and the Tijuana dress, traditional clothing of the Zapotec women of Tehuantepec. Frida combined iconography and themes from various cultures and traditions to create a personal identity, a gender identity, a national identity, and works of art that are all equally layered and complex. Now, I really hesitate to bring up the word selfie, since Frida is doing something far more sophisticated than pretty much all of what you see on Instagram. But insomuch as her self-portraits are always simultaneously a recording and a performance of identity, they're bound to be deeply relatable to modern
Selfies described as a performance of identity and a collection is cute.
Audiences who think in these terms on a daily basis. Another thing that makes Frida's work so intimate is, of course, the fact that she's looking right at us. She gazes through the canvas and into our souls. You're not looking at a painting. You're looking at a person, and that person is looking back at you. Not with reassurance, but with a face that's stoic and inscrutable, that doesn't let you go. The last important thing I'll mention is the style of Frida's painting, which has a bit of an amateurish quality to it in its flattening of depth and skewed perspectives and anatomy. But don't be fooled. Frida was an educated artist who knew how to paint realistically. She intentionally adopted this naive and primitive style.
It's okay, it's art.
Drawing from Mexico's tradition of votive paintings called retablos or exvotos, religious images made by actual amateur and self-taught painters to give thanks for a miracle, which you can find in churches and home altars across Mexico. Some feature images of saints or religious figures, others depict the story of the miracle itself. Frida had a collection of around 2,000 such paintings. Not only was she elevating this Mexican folk art tradition, she was also borrowing its down-to-earth quality, a feeling that someone you know, someone from around the corner, made these paintings, that you could make these paintings. Frida's work purposely doesn't position itself as highbrow with all the solemnity and reverence that implies. That would only serve to erect a wall between her and her audience. She aimed to do the opposite. Of history's uncountable artists, only a fraction gain recognition, and most of the time it's local and fleeting. Only a fraction of a fraction of a fraction enjoy the kind of recognition that puts their name on the world's lips, spoken by scholars and schoolchildren alike. Frida is one of these, and I know we'll celebrate the brave and brilliant intimacy of her work for a long time to come, the way we celebrate a friend.
It's not the best nerd writer video about art I've seen.
Everybody, thank you so
I don't know. They aren't very good for reactions. We were still right. Let me, I guess, go through chat, and then I'll let the YouTube audience cut to the next part. Not really. They killed a lot of people. That's it. I linked you a video card. Yeah, but I didn't want to click on it. I'm not going to make a decision now. Griffith doesn't know why he sacrificed the band. But unironically, they're both twinks. I guess that's spot on. Smoking makes you evil, clearly. Smoking is actually bad and cringe, but it's so cool. Sanji, though, true. I almost became an alcoholic because whiskey is so aesthetic. I don't know. That might be some weird Brit stuff. TOS. I'm pretty sure it is TOS, but as long as nobody reports it, I don't think they'll notice. It's art. It should be fine. Unironically, R-slurred. Both men and women should have their unibrow. It looks so bad. Should shave their unibrow. It looks so bad. I mean, what was the shaving technology like in the 40s? I don't know. Pornography is art. It's okay to show that on screen. I mean, well, firstly, a moderator would have to agree that pornography was art, and they would probably be too cowardly to admit that. Everything has artistic quality, so everything should be fine. Well, I'll watch these streams later. Anne is leaving. Yeah, the unibrow is a universally bad look. Only whoever that is can pull off a unibrow. Probably a JoJo character. Frida is the female version of Ed from Ed, Edd and Eddy. When I take a picture of my dick, I'm creating art, and then sharing it, I'm only sharing that art. I don't get why people are so upset by it. Time for the death of Socrates before screen ends. It's short. Frida, and Freddy. All right. For the YouTube audience, this is where we are going to cut to the next video. Well, YouTube audience, we've decided we're going with the Boardwalk Empire full series respective by Slipmaker as the next video to react to. Mostly because I think this video is going to slant negative towards the later seasons, which are easily my favorite seasons of this show. And there's not a lot of video and I don't want to make myself mad if I don't have stream to vent to. I usually don't like to watch video essays that I'm going to see as something I'm going to disagree with by myself, because I just got to seethe alone, and that's no fun when we can seethe and put that into stream content. This is like, I have seen no other Boardwalk video essays. I've engaged very little with the Boardwalk fandom. I went on the Reddit. I was embarrassed by everything I saw there. The popular opinions seem to be all terrible. Season 4 is the worst season. Also the season with the most black people in it. Just saying. Like, I saw people getting annoyed with Lucy as a character, even though I thought she was like, I would light up every time she appeared on screen, and not just because her boobs were out most of the time. But, like, there was also, like, a lot of shitting on Mickey Doyle because he was useless or something, if that's not even the point, because he's, like, actually pretty competent in most things. He runs the club pretty well at the end. He's running the liquor stuff pretty well. He gets busted by the cops at some points. He's kind of an idiot and doesn't pick up on things sometimes. We'll get into all of this, I'm sure. But just like every popular opinion was just fucking awful. I searched by top all time on the subreddit, and it was just or it's some cringe, like, actual love for the actual people the characters are based off of, like some Luciano simps trying to jerk off about how cool the mafia is or something, or people mad that they skip certain real events like that matters at all. I'm sure. I'm actually not sure. I have no idea. I read like 3 comments on this video. And it gave me the impression that we are negative on the later seasons. Season 5, I think, is probably easily my favorite season. Season 3 is probably my least favorite season, even though that's commonly, I think, the favorite season just because of Jip Rossetti, who I don't think is very engaging as a character. I think he has a lot of screen presence. I think the actor does a very good job. I think that season is sort of boiled down to just being about him, and it's kind of... I don't want to say boring. I think it's all like a 10, but like, I don't know. I've seen a lot of like this Rossetti's tirade video and things going on. A lot of love for Jip Rossetti because he's like the ultimate alpha male, except that's like the entire antithesis of the point being made with this character about what a fucking moron he is and like a crazy person to have this much power. Oh, we got to start this fucking video. We got 58 minutes. I don't even know if it's bad yet. I got the impression though, so... Let's continue on here. Let's start the video. I have never seen a video from this channel. He seems to make a lot of videos about television. Full series retrospective of Dexter over here. 90,000 views on a Boardwalk video is impressive. I wish my future Boardwalk videos that I hope to make eventually will get this much. Oh, we'll see how Jillian is talked about here. I should probably give an overview if there's anybody talking. I have videos on this second channel going through all the seasons of Boardwalk. You can go and watch all of those. But in the last one, I say a lot that like Nucky and Jillian are both 2 of the best characters I've ever seen. Over here, we've got a Richard Harrow is the best character in television history. He's not even in my top 5. But Jillian and Nucky are like legitimately phenomenal characters, I think. We'll see how they're talked about. I'm interested to just engage with something Boardwalk related and see what this person's opinions are. But anyway, let's start.
The following is an in-depth
story.
Well,
chat, I was warning you that maybe there isn't going to be a spoiler warning, but there is. So if you want to watch the series, I guess you got to abandon me, though nobody said anything in chat yet.
Analysis. If you haven't seen Boardwalk Empire, you may want to before watching this video.
Liquor will be declared illegal by decree of the distinguished gentlemen of our nation's Congress. To those beautiful, ignorant bastards.
It was the dawn of the 2010s.
That clip was like 10 seconds on the money. I was wondering how long he did it to get away with it. That's a YouTuber thing. I'm going to try not to pause it like every 3 seconds.
And with Oz, The Wire, and The Sopranos.
Bastards!
About HBO.
It was the dawn of the 2010s, and with Oz, The Wire, and The Sopranos gone, other channels were making moves to dethrone HBO. Then the reigning champion of prestige television. For my money, the golden age of television began with the seasons running during the 2007 Writers Guild of America strike and roughly ended with the finale of Hannibal. And smack dab in the middle of this timeline was Boardwalk Empire, which you may remember as that show I kept seeing the extremely long intro for when I left the TV on after Game of Thrones. Boardwalk was never the breakout hit Game of Thrones was, but the two came from different backgrounds. The source material for Game of Thrones was an irresistible draw, but I doubt many people were familiar with the historical text Boardwalk Empire is inspired by. No, the draw of the pilot is who's at the helm. 3 years before they would create The Wolf of Wall Street together, Terrence Winter and Martin Scorsese joined forces to write and direct the pilot of Boardwalk Empire. And this wasn't just Scorsese owing somebody a favor. He had come to the same realization so many of us had at the time. Television was becoming something as important as film. He was going to be a part of it, and though he'd only be lending his creative touch to episode 1, he was going to bring a lot of ringers on board that would be in for the whole run.
He's also an executive producer on the whole thing.
Is
so is Mark Wahlberg, interestingly enough. I watched a bunch of the behind-the-scenes stuff that was also on Binge, which was really cool. Also watched a massive interview with Terrence Winter.
Boardwalk Empire.
Also, the source material for this it's like a little history book. Terrence Winter talks about this in this massive interview he does with the screenwriter. No, it's not the Screenwriters Guild. It's the Television Archive of America, because they have a bunch of super long interviews with a bunch of people. And I watched a decent amount of the Terrence Winter one. And he talks a lot about Martin Scorsese wanted to make something about Atlantic City, and he was giving out this book to people. And it was just like a dry history of Atlantic City from like the late 1800s till whenever it collapses or whatever. Also, the tone of his narration is weird. It sounds very shitty YouTuber-y. He hasn't said anything bad yet, though.
Boardwalk Empire is a gangster drama set in Prohibition-era Atlantic City, also frequently splitting time with Chicago. All but one of the seasons involves a storyline of someone fleeing to the Windy City to hide from the law. I know it's hard to believe nowadays, but I guess back then Chicago was some sort of lawless hellscape. The show features an ensemble cast, one of the larger and more difficult to keep track of in all of television. If you don't have a basic working knowledge of real-life figures like Arnold Rothstein, George Remus, and of course Al Capone, they can get a little difficult to keep track of, mainly because you don't know who is going to be a historical in-joke and who is going to actually become relevant to the plot.
True enough.
What does that mean? That was kind of stupid, but it's pretty easy to keep up with. I knew kind of, like when he says in this scene, "Oh, I'm Al Capone," you have like a double take. I knew who Rothstein was. I had heard that name before. Obviously, I think everybody's heard the name Luciano. But George Remus, I had no idea. I was Wikipediaing things a lot, which was bad because it would say if somebody died. But I was Wikipediaing people a lot to see who is historical fiction and who isn't. But that's like just a staple of historical fiction, is that the fake characters. It's Black Sails does this a lot too, where it's like fictional characters around real life historical figures. But like factoring like the historical figures and what actually ends up happening to them into the story is like just stupid and misses the point. This is obviously historical fiction. Knowing that Al Capone goes to jail like after the end, even though the show doesn't tell you, like it really doesn't color anything in. I always thought about that with Black Sails, where it's like, I can't believe I can't remember his name. Jack, I think, is the character I'm thinking of. He like dies 2 years after the end of the series when he gets captured by the bad guy who comes back, who they defeat in the end. And it's just like, don't think about that. That has nothing to do with the plot. Just because it happened in real life doesn't mean it happened in the show, because it would like undermine the entire ending. Historical fiction shouldn't be married to the history of it.
Nice talking to you, huh? You too. Jimmy Darmody. Al Capone.
Oh, that's cute. I get it. Little wink to Capone. Oh shit, he became a main character. I thought that was just going to be a gag. But also in the pilot, Frankie Yale kills Jim Colosimo. Then he shows up the next episode and meets with Rothstein. So Frankie Yale is going to be a character. Well, no. He disappears the next 10 episodes, shows up for one scene, then disappears again. That said, the show isn't purely nonfiction, and the primary cast is composed of either fictionalized riffs on real-life figures or complete fabrications. There's Steve Buscemi as Nookie Thompson, Atlantic City's corrupt treasurer who is looking to expand his criminal enterprises into bootlegging, not aware of how dangerous the career path is destined to become. Our secondary lead is Jimmy Darmody, portrayed by Michael Pitt, Nookie's former protege who ran off to fight in World War I and came back with whatever the opposite of a new lease on life is. Fleshing out the fictional cast, we have Nookie's equally corrupt brother, the sheriff, puritanical pro-he Nelson Van Alden, community organizer by day, bootlegger by night Chalky White, Women's Temperance League member Margaret Schroeder, and finally the fan favorite Richard Harrow, a World War I sharpshooter turned hitman.
Is he really a fan favorite? I don't know. Even on the Reddit, I hadn't picked up on all this Richard love. There was something in there that I wanted to comment on. Oh, I think I already said this, like, historical fiction doesn't have to live up to history. It can just use it as a setting. Lamau by, it's kind of weird to compare it to Game of Thrones. I assume just because they're both American TV. Well, I think they were both on at the same time, both on HBO. Apparently it was on right after it, I guess. Why did Miller say Lamau by? What's going on there?
We don't meet Richard until we're reaching the end of the first season, and even in the pilot, we only get a single line from Chalky. Sort of the show's way to say, hey, The Wire fans, Michael K. Williams will be in this eventually.
Tell Nookie I ain't got all day.
So before I dive into the overarching plots, I ought to just start with the pilot, and what a pilot
exactly
it is.
What it was. He wanted to be in it if it got picked up.
In addition to the big names attached, there are also rumors swirling that it was the most expensive pilot ever made at the time. Between the star power, fully reconstructed boardwalk, and ornate sets, I can see it. But there is also stories that the cost isn't nearly what the production team made it out to be. It was likely eclipsed by...
I also saw an article about this, how it wasn't actually the most expensive pilot of all time.
Game of Thrones just a year later. I don't care if it only cost a nickel. This is the strongest pilot of a TV show I've seen. Following the New Year's Eve party that immediately preceded...
I don't think that's true at all. I think Mad Men's pilot is better. Game of Thrones pilot might be stronger just because there's a lot of shit going on. No, probably not. Sopranos doesn't have a necessarily incredible pilot. I'd still give it like a 9. Black Sails is a really good pilot, but people don't even like that whole first season. But anyway.
The activation of the Volstead Act. Nookie cuts a deal with gambler Arnold Rothstein to provide him with liquor, but Arnold immediately scams Nookie's casino for the cost of the delivery, so his first order is on the house. Suffice to say, this doesn't get the relationship off on the right foot, and things only get worse when Jimmy Darmody goes rogue and decides to rip off the load as Rothstein's men deliver it.
You know whose fucking load this is? It's pretty fucking obvious now, ain't it?
Like the Scorsese projects this pilot is most closely emulating, Casino, Goodfellas, and The Wolf of Wall Street, which at the time was just a glint in Martin's eye, there's a real kinetic energy to the first half of the episodes as Nookie walks us through a day in the life of his massive graft and bootlegging operation. Constant music bleeding from one scene to the next, casual pitter-patter from extras that make the world feel lived in. The only thing we're missing is an omnipresent...
There are a shit ton of extras in that first episode. Obviously, that can't be recreated in every episode. They do a pretty good job with the boardwalk all the time.
Pitter-patter from extras that make the world feel lived in. The only thing we're missing is an omnipresent voiceover. While I don't think the pilot is a trick to sucker people in, there are some style changes that are apparent pretty quickly as episode 2 gets underway. I think this is less of a no more Scorsese thing and more about plotting. The pilot is one giant party, literally, as these characters celebrate just how easy the US government has made it for them to get rich. It's a fun, dramatic irony moment if you know what's coming. These people who think they've got the world on the string are all eventually going to have an extremely bad time.
I'll remember.
Oh, it's so fucking good.
And even if the trauma takes a couple seasons before it really starts to knuckle down and screw with our characters, there's a definite coming down to earth feeling in the second episode. Episode 1 was fast-paced and action-packed as it got the pieces into place, and now it's time to enter a more conventional prestige TV drama atmosphere. By that I mean it's time for dramatic pauses, meaningful lingering looks, character monologues, and entire episodes devoted to themes and forgoing the narrative. As to the symbolism of the show...
What the fuck does that mean? Firstly, he's doing the bad thing anime YouTubers do of generalizing everything to seem like he has figured it all out and these fucking stupid TV shows can't figure it out. Second of all, you can't... This is why I'm coming down to finally being just the art shouldn't be criticized phase. I think I'm going to fully embrace this at some point. They're just the weird, like, and they're going to do dramatic pauses or whatever. It's just like, it's just a fucking convention to use to get things across. Like, it's such a useless thing to just make fun of it like that. Like, it's such a bad faith criticism to be like, they're going to do lots of dramatic pauses and themes that forego narrative or something. Like, that is even a bad thing. I don't know, we're getting to a place where it's like,
It could get pretty painfully ham-fisted in the first season. Like the Pickle Dish in Ethan Frome or the Green Light in Great Gatsby. It's not exactly going to go over your fucking head. What Boardwalk does do better than
he's still doing it. It's so annoying.
Contemporaries is character monologues. If you've watched any drama show, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When a character will tell an anecdote about some formative event in their life, either to inform the audience on the way their worldview is shaped, or to sympathize with, inspire, or threaten another character in-universe. Shows that use them sparingly tend to use them the most effectively, likely because the show's
Oh, I hate the way he talks about this. Like, monologues, how bad. The normies did this when they were watching Black Sails the whole time, where they were, like, laughing at characters going on monologues, just because it's like a shitty meme thing the internet talks about. I hate it. Like, that first monologue Chalky goes on about his dad is, like, one of the greatest scenes in anything I've ever seen in my fucking life. And I guess he doesn't like it because it's dramatic or it's unrealistic or something. There's like one or two Nucky monologues that he goes on with Margaret that I think are kind of bad, which would kind of be the thing he's talking about. But all these other ones I think are pretty great. I think monologues are pretty fucking sick. I like them.
Those in question have driving enough plots that you really get the chance to savor it when it slows down.
I chose a half measure when I should have gone all.
Again, all of this stuff is something that like sounds cool when you say it as criticism, but it's just bullshit. It just means nothing. Like saying that a show, the best way to do monologues is when a show is normally quite well paced, but then it slows down in certain moments so you really feel it. Like this is just something that sounds like it's true and sounds like it could be a rule, but it's just not. You can do it in any way. There are no rules in art. Memification. Themes that forego the narrative sounds like some Last of Us 2 criticism. It almost does. Anne has decided to show up. I do think I remember Game of Thrones having some monologues that wasted time. I mean, you can't waste time. Like, wasting time is subjective, bro. But, like, what does that mean, wasting time?
All the way.
But, much like whorehouses and cocaine, prestige TV writers also got a little too excited about these exchanges and started to overdo it. When you overstuff your show with yet another monologue for the acting reel, things can start to feel a bit unnatural.
Again, everything he says is couched in this fucking bullshit. I hate, this is like quintessential bad way to talk about things, I think. Where it's just like, first of all, it frames you as better than the piece, which I think is always cringe. I've done it in the past, of course, with the Vinland Saga video. It was bad. But, like, trying to think that you as a YouTuber would know more... It's not like you can't criticize it, but, like, this very much mentality of you figured it out. And these TV writers, they just want to jerk themselves off and write monologues. Maybe they just like monologues. Maybe most people just like monologues. Maybe they just think that's the best way to character. Maybe that's how that's their narrative voice. It's just like, and coloring it as negative, just for like a meme joke to sound edgy or cool. I don't like it at all.
Or on the nose, or just weird.
And he keeps saying on the nose.
I do believe my lord's in love.
For many years. Most of my life, really. Play with
Exposition isn't bad either. Like, being on the nose isn't bad either, as long as the line is delivered well.
Grass. And she loved me too.
And it can even get to the point where it feels like the show was stalling for time. The most famous example of that actually being the case was the first season of Game of Thrones. Almost every episode came in roughly 10 minutes short after the first edit, so Weiss and Benioff had to conjure up 100 pages of dialogue-only scenes.
Another thing I hate about fucking how people talk about art is this hyper-analyzation of how something came to be and then judging it in retrospection. Like, you probably didn't know this about the monologues, and maybe you even disliked the monologues the first time, but then knowing, like, if that wasn't the case, if those were always in the script the whole time, would it then be good? Like, what a pointless point to bring up. Ugh.
to be shot in a soundstage in 2 weeks. Considering those little scenes were still notably better.
Also, that Tywin scene is like the best scene in the entire show.
What the show would become, maybe they just work better under pressure. Boardwalk Empire has the art of the monologue perfected, using them to flesh out characters we're invested in rather than as an early tool to tell us everything we need to know. And they're all punctuated.
Oh, he's actually coming down positively on the show in this regard.
With a single line that's just, chef's kiss.
I lost whatever I thought love was.
Maybe your cunny isn't quite the draw you think it is.
I
ain't building no
bookcase.
He will still
Chalky one is so good.
come.
Oh, yeah,
I ain't building no bookcase.
He will still come. Jesus.
Doesn't that worry you?
Do you know what tomorrow?
A lot of them are good. Boardwalk is this. It's very much Sopranos in the way that a lot of the dramatic lines are also very funny, and like black comedy, I think, is like the genre type. Of like, it's a very dark humor, like the puritanical character going, her saying Jesus as Yeezus in her weird Norwegian accent, and then him saying, "Doesn't that scare you?" is just kind of funny.
Moral of this tale is, Mr. Yale, don't need a cue ball.
Another thing that the pilot does extremely successfully is getting the first-time viewer hooked on what's to come in season 1. This is a trick. So this massacre in the woods is going to be the spark that ignites a gangster war between Nookie and Rothstein.
Also, tricks are not bad. This is the Last of Us 2 complaint about they're manipulating the audience. It's like this is like the first thing you learn in like my grade 11 film classes, that every single thing on the screen is manipulation in some sorts of way. And just because some you can identify, or you've cracked the code, you think, and you go, they're manipulating me, or it's a trick. Even if it, like, you can't say subversion isn't inherently a trick, and maybe we're going to do subversion's bad, bro, the new fucking meme because Star Wars was bad.
Jimmy hiding from increasingly crazy lawman Van Alden after perpetrating the shooting, right?
That scene is so good.
Well, no, not really.
If he says drop plotline once, I'm going to lose my shit.
Scene sort of oddly fades into the background after being set up as the big bad in the first few episodes, to be replaced with the D'Alessio brothers out of Philly. It's hard to take the D'Alessios seriously because they're the most ineffectual bad guys since Team Rocket.
Wasn't me made a muck of it.
Why ineffectual equals bad? Are we now doing the Wapol One Piece meme? Also, Rothstein is very much looming large over the entire season. It's just you don't focus on them the whole time because you're not going to have a Nucky and Rothstein back and forth every episode. Again, this is how The Sopranos is structured, where it'll be like, well, this is the scene where Ralphie is the bad guy. This is the scene where, oh my god, why am I forgetting the dude from season 2? Richie is the bad guy, and it's like not every episode is going to be about Richie and Tony coming into conflict. They're going to be friends for a little bit. It's going to fade out for a little bit. I think that structure is like most on display with the Gyp Rossetti season. But Mickey Doyle being an idiot is like a meme throughout the whole thing. The D'Alessio brothers are just kind of two-bit crooks, and it's supposed to show like the difference between these are the crooks of old and these are the organized crooks of new. And also Rothstein and Nucky make up in the end. It doesn't come to a big climactic battle. It's like the whole point. They have mutual benefit and they end up on the same side when Rothstein gets in trouble with the NBA fixing the World Series or whatever.
Dopes killed the wrong coon. He drives a Packard, he said.
Twitch, it's okay. It's art.
But it wasn't chalky. You hung a fella works for him.
They botch every scheme they hatch through sheer stupidity and are in league with goofball comic relief character Mickey Doyle, so even...
Oh, we're setting up the Mickey hatred already. I hate.
And when they manage to wound Nookie's brother when he's in the wrong place at the wrong time, they don't register as a threat.
Boardwalk at night, do it...
I also hate this. Villains have to be a threat meme. In
public, we figure sends a message.
You sent the message all right. That you're idiots.
But season 1 isn't really about a big bad guy or a gang war or any sort of overarching plotline in general, save for, I guess, Margaret's transformation from Temperance League member to Nookie's kept woman. Season 1 is an early Prohibition era slice of life show. It dips its toes in...
Why would you use the word slice of life?
The class, law enforcement, assassinations, criminal conspiracies, race relations, entertainment, election rigging, without really marrying itself to exploring any one of those themes in depth. It's all one big 1920s charcuterie board.
That's because it's just a setting, and it's exploring all of... what does depth mean? Every criticism so far has been, like, firstly, kind of passive-aggressive, which is annoying, and also, like, completely unjustified. Like, you'll say something for a line and then move on. Like, it's on the nose, or they don't explore these themes in depth. It's not really about exploring these themes in depth. A lot of the depth is implied, as in this is the Sopranos and Mad Men and Boardwalk Empire way of doing things, where, like, the sexism stuff is explored. A lot of the theming in these shows, in those 3 shows, comes down to, like, everybody being similarly selfish, and that's, like, the core theme that's explored, and that can kind of explain every single aspect of race relations, sexism, and all this. Once Margaret gets some power, she is pretty bad to the women that work for her. It's just sort of like with a changing context, the person changes, but the selfishness remains. But
first season is much more of a year in the life show than an overarching narrative, with as many party episodes.
That's not true.
As a later season of The Office, New Year's Party, Nookie's birthday.
The constant meme-y, like, comparisons to other shows is annoying too. Is he gonna shit on Lucy? I'm waiting.
Working narrative, with as many party episodes as a later season of The Office, New Year's Party, Nookie's birthday, St. Patrick's Day, election night. But there's no real payoff where all the disparate character threads come together. The idiot D'Alessio brothers getting rolled up and smoked while Arnold, Rothstein, and Nookie decide to let bygones be bygones isn't exactly a grand payoff.
We're blasting off!
I think it definitely is, because the whole time you kind of like Rothstein because of the performance and because of a bunch of different things. So seeing him and Nucky reconcile at the end is kind of the ultimate payoff you want, while, like, everybody starts to come into their own when they're all on the same side for, like, the last time ever at the end here before things start to fragment. Also, the Commodore stuff is built up underneath throughout the whole thing, and each character has their own individual journey. Also, you don't need to tie everything together at the end. That's just not something you need to do. He's really married to this.
I'm totally on board with the slice of life structure because I love the time period, actors, and production design. If the 1920s doesn't light your world on fire and you're looking into this show because it's a signature drama from the golden age of TV instead, the lack of narrative momentum in the first season may leave you wanting. It's here to get you
That was a good way to cover up the plot bro accusation.
Embroiled in the world and set up the chess pieces for when the show actually starts to deliver in big ways on the narrative front in season 2. In the end, as a consequence, instead of feeling like a first season, it kind of winds up feeling like one massive 12-hour series pilot for the real plot in season 2. As teased in the finale of
What does that even mean? What does any
season
of this
1,
mean?
Nookie's former mentor, the Commodore, Nookie's brother Eli, and Nookie's former protege Jimmy are all conspiring together to seize control of Atlantic City. Speaking of Jimmy, before we get to season 2, let's cover what he was up to throughout season 1.
Oh, fucking tough guy. You gonna shoot me for mouthing off?
I wasn't going to, but you kind of talked me into it.
In stark contrast to the opulence of Nookie's life and the distance from the dirty work his political position affords him, Jimmy's plotlines consistently make you want to take a shower. He fits the Byronic hero archetype to a T. The Byronic hero is lonely, melancholy, of fine natural physique which has become in some way ravaged, of similarly fine but ravaged countenance, dark and brooding in expression, of a cold or cynical...
The Coke stuff it's from the second season, right?
Of similarly fine but ravaged countenance, dark and brooding in expression, of a cold or cynical veneer, above all enigmatic, in possession of a sinister secret. And boy does Jimmy have a sinister secret. The brooding misery that emanates from Jimmy, the way he poisons the lives of everyone he comes into contact with the exception of Al Capone, who has historical destiny on his side, could leave viewers cold to the character, but Michael Pitt's performance and the writing really sell it. Yeah, I believe this guy has seen some shit. He's totally checked out, with an obvious death wish that he didn't leave behind in the trench, which makes it a bit odd sometimes when you find something he does care about. So for the first few episodes, it's like dead bedrooms with his college sweetheart, despite having just got back a month ago. Then he goes on the run after he's named as the perpetrator of the Woods
I love this mini arc he's probably going to shit on in a second with the prostitute.
Massacre, and the next time we see him, he's shacked up with a prostitute. We get exactly one single scene of him chatting with her, then when a rival mobster slashes her face, he makes it like his life mission to avenge her. He's spending all his...
Again, this is like such bullshit. Like, I don't know if he probably has gone back and looked at things more than me because I've only seen the show once. But immediately you like love the prostitute girl. Maybe you don't because something secretly he has against sex workers that comes out. But like immediately, she's like got aspirations to go to Hollywood. She's like, Jimmy very much has this soft spot for like, if we want to make the Game of Thrones comparison, cripples, bastards, and broken things. He was very much in that. Tyrion, I think, would fit the archetype of whatever it was he explained about the seemingly, he went through a whole thingy about he was this type of character or whatever. But yeah. I feel like that was one of the first parts of the show where it was like truly incredible, I think, to me, was this whole prostitute storyline.
Time tending to her and offering to pay off how much she makes a night so she can keep hanging out with him. I'm not saying it's a bad storyline. Pearl the prostitute's descent into addiction is effectively tragic, and Jimmy's ultimate payback makes for some of the first season's most exciting gang violence.
Thank you.
Exciting gang
Not to sound cold, though, but like, come on, dude. The veteran with a troubled past even before the war, who went over the top over and over in the trenches because he just wanted to die, you really fell in love with the first prostitute you found?
First, I hate it. This is a very common way people talk about things online, where they try to logic themselves. I took a breath there. Where they try to logic... People did this with Aaron's character a lot, where they would, like, logic themselves into being like... No, because it's not actually logic, because firstly, logic has no place in art. Fuck off with this dumb bullshit. Secondly, he just repeats, like, Jimmy is this coldless, he went to World War I. He repeats a bunch of things, and then says at the end, as if this should be impossible for him to have fallen in love with this prostitute girl. When it's just like, no, that's just not how the show presents it at all. Clearly he's got a soft heart for a bunch of things, especially people he views as like him. Obviously, when we learn more about his mother and what he knows about his mother's backstory, he might even have sympathies there that play into it. It's just like, ugh. Everything, I feel like I hit the nail on the head when I said, like, everything he says is just like, it kind of implies criticism, but he never actually goes to explain it besides... Really? You fell in love with the first prostitute, bro? Pretty simp move. It's just like, especially since that was the first thing that I really, really liked about the show.
He just wanted to die. You really fell in love with the first prostitute.
And obviously he doesn't just want to die. He has some sort of survivor's guilt over surviving the war. He went there to kind of die to get away from everything. But, like, the whole point of, like, that as a concept inside a character is supposed to be the draw. It's like the guts thing, where it's like he doesn't have a reason to live, but he still ends up, like, having this base instinct to survive type thing, where it's like, it's basically contradiction, which is another thing that's common in the Boardwalk Empire, Mad Men's Sopranos sphere of, like, everything is contradictory. Comes with the inner selfishness and the lack of principles and things like that. Like him kind of, his weird relationship with Ange and then very much caring about her. I will remember her, as he yells as he chokes his mother and kills his father. Like the contradiction there is the whole point, is like, he didn't appreciate Ange until she got killed. Let me try and read chat, because we really haven't been. I don't think we're going to get through this whole video on this stream, but I don't like it. Also, I don't think it's really because of the internet that people find monologues weird. I just think that it's a bit weird, the way shows implement them in real time. Like, I can't explain it really well, but I think the problem is that in live actions and anime, the dynamic are dynamic mediums, while a book or a manga format, it doesn't seem weird because they're mostly a static medium. I don't know exactly how to put it. Well, it all come down to, like, the conventions you are taught to, like, embrace. Obviously, in theater productions, you're going to expect more monologues. I think that my main problem is the base criticism of monologues as a concept, whereas it really comes down to personally whether or not you are taken out by the fact that it's a monologue or you're not. And it really just comes down to that. And it's just like, to say this is like some sort of criticism that's meaningful in any way, Even though I don't think criticism can really be meaningful, but that's a whole different conversation. The monologues in Game of Thrones Season 1 are fucking incredible, though. True. As they are in this show. Is everything besides that one Nucky. I really think I'm thinking of one Nucky and Margaret one that I don't really like. And I used to think their relationship was kind of weak, but then the first scene they have together in Season 4 after Margaret hasn't been in the show for like 5 episodes, and I was like totally in for it. And then them almost soft getting back together in Season 5, I was like extremely into it. So that wasn't true. So if it was an accident, it was a good one. I just hate the way, like, people will find out something about the production. Like, people do this with Dragon Ball all the time, where they'll find that one Toriyama quote where it sounds like he's saying he just makes shit up as he goes, and they will disqualify everything Dragon Ball has to say and just be like, haha, what a meme, funny action series. He wasn't thinking about any of this, so I don't have to, when evidently that is not true. There is obviously themes throughout arcs and character growth and all this type of stuff that's taken from one bastardized interview that's probably taken out of context from Toriyama 20 years ago. So that's what a Norwegian accent sounds like. What's his fucking name? Nelson's wife. I don't think she knows him as Nelson. No, she definitely does. Yes, she's Norwegian. Manipulating the audience is Pog. Dissing Team Rocket, really pissing off Kyle now. True. Objective media criticism has fucking ruined analysis. It's not even objective. It's like this pretend subjective that tries to position itself as objective, but if it was ever pushed, it would fall away. This is what the whole third Attack on Titan video is going to be about false subjectivity and how people like try to weaponize it. That's what really triggered him. The video is definitely the video and its delivery definitely has the Plague of Gripes vibe. Yeah, it has that like old YouTube better than thou jokey aesthetic. Jokes are inherently bad faith, by the way, and usually you wouldn't hold people to that extreme of like a standard, but I just point that out. I feel like you're kind of calling me out on the Eren thing. I can't even remember what I said about Eren at this point. I can guarantee most people who criticize the monologues got it from the joke in The Incredibles. It is part of like that, postmodern is not the right word, but it's the word I always use. It's like the Marvel type way where like monologues are always called out and made reference to and made fun of, just because it's like we did monologues for so long, now in reaction to doing monologues, we're joking about monologues in the text now. Postmodern, I guess, is the only way I can think to describe it, unless you want to call it post-monologue, where Rocket Raccoon has to make a joke after somebody goes on a monologue just in case the audience will think, oh no, dramatic monologue bad, because they've kind of been conditioned to do it. Now, this will swing back, and I think it's almost kind of starting to now, to where you see on Twitter every once in a while, like there'll be like a 50,000 liked tweet making fun of the fact that every monologue in Marvel has to make fun of itself. So eventually that'll swing backwards as everything's a pendulum. It swings back and forth. I remember I had a video idea for this a long time ago that was called like the postmodern dichotomy between Harry Potter and the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where it would point out how like if you go back and watch Harry Potter, it's like so hyper self-serious, and like to me going back and watching that like 3 years ago was like awesome, because it wasn't the Marvel type shit of like not self-referential, but self-deprecating type humor. And not because either one of them is bad, it's just sort of refreshing that like the 2000s were very hyper-dramatic and self-important in that type of way. And then the 2010s was very self-deprecating, as like Harry Potter dominated the 2000s and Marvel dominated the 2010s. That pendulum shit is so true. If you just think about everything as a pendulum, like it's starting to become the fact that everybody's making fun of Marvel for like still going at this point. Eventually that'll swing back, and it's just like people just get sick of things and then want to act like they always disliked the thing. It's embarrassing, but people are embarrassing. I really don't see any point in bringing up subjectivity or objectivity here if he hasn't brought it up at all. Well, it's my massive problem with it is the fact that he doesn't bring it up, right? Like the Hulk beating up Loki in the middle of his monologue, yeah. Which is cool and good. Both ways are good. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to side with one way. It's how it's implemented. But yeah.
You found simp. It's a good thing they didn't have.
Oh, he said simp. I cut him off before he could do it. I knew he was going there. This is going to be slanted towards all the female characters at every point, just ever so slightly, I can tell.
Which back in 19...
He gave you the tone, didn't he? He gave you the reactionary tone, Mr. R. Am I not hitting on something here?
21, or all that hijacking money from the... Simp. It's a good thing they didn't have Twitch back in 1921, or all that...
Oh, now he's making a Twitch girls joke! It's how it's implemented is 100% true. But it's not even how it's implemented. That's kind of true, but it's like, it's how you react to how it's implemented. It's all personal. Art is about self-reflection, not actually about the quality of the art. And that's the deeper point about subjectivity. What did I say? I told Miller this. Hates women, let's go. Yes, this guy's an idiot, I know. I could tell the whole time, but I didn't want to say it. I knew that's where it's going, because I know that's how so many people reacted to this scene. And obviously, I like to think I'm sympathetic to the plight of sex workers. More than most, I would say. So, obviously, I liked her a lot. What are you doing, bro? Falling in love with a whore? Jurassic Park finale is 100 build on a massive plot hole in its fucking pod. Yeah, fuck plot holes. Who gives a shit? Plot holes are only bad if you notice them. Wait, which one? What plot hole? You guys can talk about Jurassic Park. I never saw it. Fuck, I was building... Oh, I was going to reference the thing. I like, instead of subjective, I like interpretive. Art is interpretive. Oh, God.
Hijacking money from the pilot would have gone to fucking Pokimane. Still, between Jimmy and Nookie, we have our two prongs of relatability in this world. Nookie is affable. Still, between Jimmy and Nookie, we have our two prongs of relatability in this world. Nookie is affable, has clearly understandable selfish goals, and obviously has some red blood pumping through his veins. Jimmy is cynical, reserved, and forever hard up for cash, giving us insight into the underclass of society that the show's predominant political plotting could have possibly precluded us.
But the whole point is that they're kind of the same, right? That's the whole point, is that they have these very different aesthetics, but everybody is ultimately kind of just the same in the selfishness angle. And the whole point in all of these shows, in The Sopranos, in Mad Men, in Boardwalk Empire, is that everybody is a simp. And it's just a reality of life. You can pretend it's not, or you can red pill yourself so much into hating all women, but if, at the end of the day, everybody's a fucking simp. The T-Rex with its, we're talking about the,
giving us insight into the
that dinosaur movie, forget what it's called.
Class of society that the show's predominant political plotting could have possibly up for cash. Obviously has some red blood pumping through his veins.
He hasn't shit on Lucy yet, and I can't believe it. It's gonna
Jimmy
come.
Is cynical, reserved.
Lucy's the girl that came out of the cake. I love her. She's great.
Forever hard up for cash, giving us insight into the underclass of society that the show's predominant political plotting could have possibly precluded us from perceiving. Was that enough P-words for you? Wrapping up my thoughts on the show's debut season, the character interactions are just so rock solid, from performances to writing. This is the kind of show where you can just find the most mundane of clips pop up on your YouTube feed, and even divorced from the context, they're still engaging. Margaret is great, Richard is great, Mickey, Chalky, Eddie, even Eli, who won't really get to show off his impressive acting chops until the next season, they're all great. And there's one performance in season 1 that is incredibly strong due to the actor, but very scattershot due to the writing.
Aren't you gonna eat anything? The thought of what ingredients might constitute
Really?
This filth repulses me.
Do you think Nelson is written weekly? Is this real?
Michael Shannon as Nelson Van Alden quickly became one of the fan-favorite characters on the show, and his acting in the role is just incredible the entire run. The events surrounding him as the show unfolds and his gradual...
Is it because he's too obvious in the way he kills the one dude in the water? Please don't let him say this.
Defeat and disdain as things crumple around him make for the most laugh-out-loud black comedy in the series.
God, this scene is fucked up.
What'd he say?
He said you should fuck your grandmother. With your faggot penis.
That
Twitch! It's art!
Being said, the arc for this character in the first season is a mess. Extremely, extremely entertaining, but only because of how unpredictable and bizarre it is.
Does he not understand how contradictory his own statements are here? That, like, the whole, him being predictable and getting found out very easily is, like, the whole point, that he's insane, and that's, like, it's like a criticism of religion, kind of.
Shouldn't we be looking for that still? Your people don't believe in heaven.
Oh, and he hates his Jewish partner.
My people? Don't be glib. The Jews.
So, yeah.
Holy shit! Michael Shannon is Zod! I didn't even put that together. I saw Man of Steel once a long time ago. Van Alden is Zod. I forgot about that. Now I can see his fucking face as Zod. Talking about Jurassic Park. Watch Jurassic Park, you troglodyte. I don't appreciate that word. There's a fun fact about Lex is able to... yes, we're talking about the thing. Honestly, I could do an entire monologue-style rant on Jurassic Park if I wanted. Lamau Zod is in this, but my IQ is above fridge temperatures, so I won't. I remember those, and we're still talking about the dinosaurs.
That's in a super fun way.
Glib. The Jews.
So, yeah. A mess in a
Oh, wait, was he highlighting how it's funny that he's making fun of Jews? Can we get him to do that and hate women? Come on, chat, we can do it.
People don't believe in heaven, do they? My people? Don't be glib. The Jews.
So, yeah. A mess in a super fun way, but I stand by it. It's a mess. I get the story the writers were going for. Puritanical Christian pro...
I hate the shitty YouTube essay, not even essay, shitty YouTube opinionated dickheads rule number 75 that he's fucked up here. I hate when people try to assume what the writers meant or act like that even matters. I hate it so much. I get what the writers were going for. Do you, motherfucker?
He goes to Atlantic City to weed out corruption, but he's even more despicable than the corrupt people he chases deep down and succumbs to his baser instincts in his pursuit of justice. It's a cliche villain role, but fine.
Number 70, whatever, after the 70 number I just said. Talking about cliche anything being bad. Oh, yes, Nelson ends up being the most corrupt person there because religion is bad and hedonism is kind of fine as long as you're not exploitative.
But the weird elements of it are just unrelenting. In the pilot, he attempts to recruit Jimmy Darmody to be a mole, invoking God's righteousness and assuming Jimmy is a devout Christian in his effort to do so. When you first see this, it's like, okay, this was a period in history where many, many more people were devout Christians. Maybe this was actually a valid strategy back then. But the more we see...
I actually heard the writer, Terrence Winter, talk about how the whole point of Nelson's character is that he's the only one taking any of this super seriously.
Of other people in the Bureau as the show goes on, you realize, no, Van Alden was just being crazy. He tortures a witness, he becomes obsessed with Margaret because she's tied to Nookie, he self-flagellates.
He's obsessed with Margaret because he projects a bunch of, like, puritanical bullshit onto her.
His redemption for...
Because she's, like, from the old Irish country, which is kind of what Nookie does, too, and it's kind of supposed to parallel them.
Lusting after her, but also seems to just like doing so. Then he randomly shows her the picture he has from her file and tells her he looks at it at night. That's like the 1921 equivalent.
It's supposed to be a bastardization of, like, something pure, which is something the show gets into way later when we see Nookie as a kid flirting with Maybelle or whatever, where he watches her pee or whatever the fuck when they're kids, or claims that he wasn't. It's supposed to be like this weird bastardization of how weird these interactions actually are all the time. Again, this is the whole point of Mad Men, The Sopranos, and Boardwalk Empire. Like, that's their conceit from a writing standpoint. That's the realism they go after.
Shows her the picture he has from her file and tells her he looks at it at night. That's like the 1921 equivalent of liking a 10-year-old bikini photo on Facebook. Then he drowns his partner in front of dozens of people on suspicion he's corrupt before getting liquored up for the first time in his life and immediately betting a showgirl, knocking her up. I think they were going for an unhinged, devout, gone devious detective, but dude, there's a
devout is devious is more the point.
Fine line between unhinged and just completely fucking insane. Van Alden comes across as...
What's wrong with him being insane? He's very clearly insane. It's the internal... Hold on. Anonymous cheerer gave me, I think that's $8. Goddamn, we're rich out here. Or is it 80 cents? I don't know. I'm happy no matter what. That delivery though, wait, what are those numbers? Is there a guide to where arguments are numbered? No. I was just trying to come up with the numbers. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Anonymous cheerer gave me however... Mr. Art, calculate how much money I just made. What the fuck was I about to say? Oh, again, it's the whole internal conflict, the contradiction thing about how he's insane, but he also is married to this kind of puritanical idea of order, and that's why he's a cop. And things like that. That's why later there's like this is perfectly summed up in like a season 5 scene where him and Eli have to rob like Al's own people to pay Al, and it's like useless to think about traditional structure when you think about shows like this, since it's obviously fucking with that. But anyway, it's him and Eli rob the thing, and like they end up shooting all the dudes when they didn't intend to, and then as he runs away with the money and blood all over him as he executed these guys for basically no reason, because he failed to like actually get them to hold them up without there being bloodshed, and he screams, "Why must there always be pandemonium?" It's like the lack of like self-awareness in Van Alden is like the whole point of his character. And obviously him drowning the person here is stupid, but he thinks like because these black people are also Christians, they will understand why he did it and be on his side. I assume later in season 2 he's going to say how convenient that they end up catching him at this one period of time, but you know what I think about convenience.
Sane in season 1. But fortunately, they do correct him to the stern, crazy, but relatable madman that Michael Shannon was basically born to play going forward.
Cringe. Also, like that's the whole point, is that it's a journey over the show where he starts out as crazy and then he slowly becomes more relatable.
Season 1 of Boardwalk Empire was a bit of a funny proposition after all. Stellar cast, stellar moment-to-moment interactions, set, costume, and soundtrack recreations that are just out of this world good, but meandering along the whole way. But the party is officially over. We're going into season 2, ready to make all the life or death encounters in this introductory season look like spats.
Do I like season 2 more than season 1? I think so. So I think I'm not too mad at him talking.
The battle for Atlantic City's soul commence.
This is the season with the one episode I was going on about being like the greatest episode I'd ever seen. We'll see what he thinks about it. I don't know how bits work in Australia, but here that would be £8, so probably $8 Oz. Well, if it's £8, then isn't that $4 Australian dollars? Or has the pound changed? It was always the pound was you would halve it to get Australian dollars. I don't know. Oh, that sucks. Someone should give me a guide to every list possible for criticism you can find in a YouTube video. Maybe I'll make that. Maybe I'll make a video called 100 terrible YouTube critique methods or ideas. I don't know. Also, he's blowing Jimmy a lot. You can tell that Jimmy is like his favorite character, or maybe Richard is. Two of which wouldn't probably even list in my top 5, I don't think. But on the Reddit, this did seem to be a prevailing thing. The Richard stuff I'm only starting to see now, especially with this thumbnail over here. So yeah, people seem to really like Jimmy. I think they related to him being a sad boy a lot. He's not a simp in season 2, so I'm sure you'll like him more. Fuck, what was I built? Oh, I was going to do a top 5 to see if I could do one on the fly. It would definitely go Jillian 1, Nucky 2, probably Chalky 3. Then I don't know. I guess it would probably go Al and then Luciano. I'm not sure. You'd be surprised how long this fucking mid-card goes for.
Right off the bat, Jimmy and his long-absent kid diddler father, the Commodore, set their scheme to unseat Nookie in motion. The plan is so effective and goes into motion so quickly that Nookie is already being shuffled off to a cell by the end of the season premiere. This is a great start. Between the botched hit and the election...
He's clearly a plot bro, and I dislike it so much. It starts off, things are happening in the first episode. Things happening is not necessarily good.
Becoming close at the last minute. I never got the impression Nookie's life or position of power was in the election supposedly becoming close at the last minute. I never got the impression Nookie's life or position of power was under serious threat in the first season.
This is another thing. Game of Thrones and Star Wars have ruined online criticism. It was bad before that. It's always been bad. It always will be bad. But like the constant this is a good screen. Pause screen, by the way. The constant fucking need for things to be in danger, for villains to be threatened, you need to feel like Nucky could die at any moment, just like Ned Stark could have died at any moment, or for the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones, anybody could have died. It's just, I love that the mindset is that killing characters off is dangerous, and this all comes from this weird predilection of, like, thinking that writers are lazy, or thinking that it's the Nate way of looking at game development, where, like, you as the audience member are enemies with the people who make the show. They're trying to scam you. They're trying to get things out of you. They're trying to do the least amount of work to please you because of capitalism or whatever. This person probably wouldn't go that far because he seems to be leaning in the opposite direction. And Left BreadTube doesn't talk about, like, exploitive practices that much, so I don't even know why I went there. But that's a whole different thing. It's just like this weird mindset of, like, killing characters off is actually, like, the opposite of lazy writing. So therefore we should praise the show for not being lazy like these other shows that are lazy, and it never feels like the main character could die. When, like, the opposite could so easily be true. Like, killing characters off is a very easy way to wrap up their storyline. I'm almost certain he'll complain about that come season 5, about everybody getting killed off at the end. And it's just like, first of all, a writer being lazy doesn't make their work bad. It's just like a weird, like, I don't know, this whole, people say this all the time, but they seem not to have realized it. The whole work hard and work smart and not harder thing. And people, like, need to stop this fascination with hard work or being anti-laziness or something. It's just really annoying. I think that's what this criticism comes from a lot of the time. It's just bad. I hate it. That mid-card did indeed last a bit too long. It actually sounds like that video will be good. I think it's a bit is worth a penny from what I can see. The conversion costs happen on the buyer end. Well, there you go. So if it was bits, it would be worth. I bought them in euro value. I made something that was pretty cool. Somebody gave me money. I think it was just like a bot that goes around and gives random money out, but I'll take the random money. I feel like Attack on Titan affected this too. Yes, it definitely did in the anime community. It came off the Game of Thrones hype and was like, yes, anime Game of Thrones, guys. Eren got killed in the 5th episode. Oh, he didn't get killed? Lamau. The No Start people thought that was cool. That's on the anime more than anything because it introduced the characters first and gave them personalities, whilst the manga did that after they died. Most of the people who think that creators are against them don't even realize they're critiquing capitalism because they think socialism is fair, straight up Marxist or whatever. Yes, I definitely think that's the way this guy would lean. I think they understand let's move on.
Last minute, I never got the impression Nookie's life or position of power was under serious threat in the first season. And while he starts off on the ropes, he doesn't stay that way for long. The structure of the season isn't typical for dramatic television, where the lead is in dire straits all the way up until the finale when they win the day with some impressive scheme. This season is unconventional in a couple ways.
This is not how, again, Mad Men, Sopranos, or Boardwalk are structured. It's very... because they deal with immoral protagonists. Obviously Breaking Bad does too. I don't know if Miller's going to get mad that he half criticized Breaking Bad there in his weird passive aggressive, I'm not actually going to engage and explore this point, I'm just going to say it and move on quippily. There's always a lot of meandering. Like, episodes 3 of a season of any of these shows will usually be like a one-off weird little story. I think it's in season 3, yeah, because Owen's still alive, spoiler alert. There's like the one episode where he's stuck in the basement with Owen and the kid, who actually ends up not being a kid, and whether or not he's going to kill him, and that's the whole thing. It's just interesting. These shows are all very anti-plot in a lot of regards, to where the plot sort of happens, is teased at the beginning. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck are we going on here? Apparently, Mr. Anonymous Tier is still here and is giving us more money. What the fuck? The plot happens in the last, like, 2 episodes in Mad Men for, like, every season, and that's fine, because these shows are so clearly fundamentally about the characters and the implicit themes. I mean, implicit might be the wrong word. The, like, subtextual themes. It's just, like, if you're looking for narrative or structure, like, these are very different, and he's hit on the head here. He's identified that in season 2. We'll see how he does that for the rest of it. I guess season 3 is kind of different in that regard because it takes a more traditional structure with Gyp Rossetti, but then it boils the focus down so exclusively to Gyp Rossetti that it's like, makes it kind of my least favorite season. And obviously this isn't necessarily good. This isn't better to like do weird stuff with plot. Black Sails, like the whole world changes every episode. 15 things happen. The plot happens so fast, and it's great because it's not happening too fast or anything. It's like this perfect, very quickly paced show. But that's a lot shorter, and the seasons are like 8 episodes and things like that. It's just
It's pitted against each other, and instead of one grand slam that resolves the dire straits all the way up until the finale when they win the day with some impressive
Would you say it's
scheme.
episodic? No. Everything builds on top of each other. You couldn't watch like episode 3 and then episode 7, and you would be completely lost because stuff affects stuff all the time. There are those... Because with these shows, again, Sopranos, Boardwalk Empire, Mad Men, there's always like 3 plots happening. Like one of the plots, I would say probably for most of them, except for like the first 2 episodes and the last 2 episodes of each season, one of those 3, either the A, B, or the C plot is always episodic in some sort of weird way to explore something. I just thought about that basement episode because that's probably the biggest example of that, where the Nucky plot is the A plot and it's kind of episodic. But it's not episodic because it's proving how far Nucky has fallen, because he ends up killing that dude in the end when you very much think he's going to let him go because you kind of fall in love with him. That episode is so good, though. The tension there of whether or not they're going to get caught, whether or not Nucky is going to kill this kid. He's not a kid. He was lying about his age. That's like the last thing. He was 19. He wasn't 15, and that's why Nucky kills him in the end. So it like has massive implications for how far Nucky has fallen as a character. So I wouldn't even like call it episodic. It has ramifications. Nucky's willingness to kill children is kind of his willingness to harm children, as we'll come to learn at the very end, is not what you initially think it is. Jillian is a queen.
This season is unconventional in a couple ways. It's 2 protagonists pitted against each other, and instead of one grand slam that resolves the conflict...
I feel like the framing of this as 2 protagonists going against each other is like bullshit just because he likes Jimmy a lot. Jimmy is very easily positioned as the antagonist in this season. He has the weird consent scene with Ange where it's kind of a rape scene. It's the same way like the Jamie scenes are rape scenes. Nucky has a scene like that in season 3 too. A lot of these shows like that have episodes like that. I'm trying to remember if Don has a scene like that. No, Pete in Mad Men has a scene like that where the consent lines are very much like, that wasn't very good. And you kind of like, maybe he's not a lib cuck like myself and he didn't turn on Jimmy in that weird scene with Ange. Actually, I think that's in season 1, not even season 2. But like, I feel like unless you're in love with Jimmy, you're very evidently on Nucky's side here. Now, by the end of season 5, you sort of reflect on these events and go like, Jimmy, poor Jimmy. And I don't know if that might be his context of seeing the entire show, coloring his perception of season 2 now, but like, in the moment, I feel like Jimmy is very easily the protagonist, with the Commodore looming over his shoulder as the main antagonist. Piece of shit. But, God, this scene is so good though that he didn't even know her name. He just chose her. It's so
Allie is a game of chess where the loser stumbles before the fall. Both parties are being tactical and creative. We have a good sense of who is in the commanding position from episode to episode, and Jimmy's ultimate defeat in the bootlegging game comes from his inability to keep all the plates spinning instead of some big gotcha at the 11th hour. I just love the way it plays out. Want to take down Nookie? Send the KKK to shoot up his black-owned warehouse. If Chalky fights back, he'll have to go to jail for his own protection. Make it a 1-2 punch. Turn his fair-weather friends on him with promises of riches and tie Nookie up with the law, too. Buy off the Coast Guard so Nookie has no supply. But Nookie's no fool and he's ready to respond.
How's this any less...
Deliberately catch a trafficking...
Get that out of the way. Like he was complaining about certain plot points not making sense, but now he's just rattling them off like they automatically make sense here.
Prostitutes charge, so the case can go to a judge you can buy. Snatch the ledgers.
This was a very clever plot.
The case rests on the testimony of backstabbing crooks, and enlist the IRA to do a wee little bombing for you. No warehouse for me, no warehouse for thee.
Someone's going out of business.
How convenient that the FBI showed up right at the exact time it was going to explode. Bad show.
But things keep evolving, and Jimmy's got plans of his own.
Wait, he complained about him being like, he complained about Nelson being stupid in season 1, and he's going to bring up the whole, Jimmy's entire plot falls apart because he just won't pay Manny. Like, that's kind of stupid, and you can see it coming the whole time. You're like, don't fuck with this guy, Jimmy. He's going to fuck you over. There are moments in Season 2 where you're very much on Jimmy's side, like with the Manny stuff. And come the end of the season, you're very much back on Jimmy's side. So maybe I was a little harsh on them not being dual protagonist clashing thing, but I feel like in every scene where Jimmy confronts Nucky, you're very much on Nucky's side, whereas when Jimmy's alone with other characters, you're on his side. And you like Richard a lot, so it's like playing with all that. But yeah, like Jimmy should have seen this coming or something is like something I would expect him to say, but I think he likes Jimmy a lot, so he's going to let that slide.
Out-of-towners to help you cut medicinal alcohol. They'd all like to get out of their mentor's shadows too. The legal case isn't going so hot, so just fucking shoot Nookie. Even though he walks away from it, he's already got enough money from his potential land deal to live without Atlantic City. So Nookie resigns. Or does he? Sell Tommy guns to the IRA, trade it for whiskey, flood the markets and operate at a loss so Jimmy can't pay his creditors. Let the creditors whack him. Or let them whack his wife so he spirals into despair and ultimately...
But he could also... There was parts where he could have paid Manny. It wasn't just that he didn't have the money.
He throws in the towel.
This was the Casca moment I was talking to Miller about, when Ange gets shot by Manny. Where I was like, this is as bad as the Casca situation. I feel so bad. It's not actually that bad. I don't think about that much as I think about the Casca situation. We've retracted that statement a few times. He's not going to give much shine. He has to talk about episode 12 or whatever it is, where it's the Jimmy I have to go episode. Like, this cliffhanger where she gets shot is like the greatest thing in this fucking show, except for like all of season 5.
Let the creditors whack him. Or let them whack his wife so he spirals into despair and ultimately throws in the towel. Game, set, match. Now that's how you do a season arc. At the same time as the show plays out like a battle of wits, there are unexpected flies in the ointment that keep you on your toes. The most unexpected being the Commodore's stroke right as he's starting to reach the height of his power as a baddie, thrusting Jimmy into the pseudo-main antagonist role.
Yeah.
This was actually a consequence of real-life circumstances. Dabney Coleman was meant to play the villain who ultimately goes down in Season 2, but he was diagnosed with throat cancer that made speaking difficult. This led to much of Jimmy's storyline being
didn't know that.
Written on the fly. Not that the seams show for the most part, although I do think Jimmy's heel-face turn in the Season 2 finale to set right what he and his father put in motion is a bit too tidy. Not quite as tidy as Season 2 of Dexter, where the status quo is reset so...
Why is he doing these fucking shitty comparisons, first of all? And second, the tidiness, why is this bad? He doesn't want to explore this
intensely. You actually physically get whiplash while watching it from your couch, but a bit too neat, especially given Nookie still pops Jimmy in the end. There are rumors Jimmy's death, too, was born of real-life circumstances. Michael Pitt, the actor who plays Jimmy Darmody...
Again, none of this matters. All the creation stuff that goes into it really shouldn't factor into this.
...has a reputation for being hard to work with, and he would leave another highly regarded show by the name of Hannibal a year or two later.
I am enchanted and terrified.
I feel like this is like Jimmy worship, where it's like, oh, the reason why he had to die is all these reasons, rather than... No, actually, I've heard Terrence Winter talk about how he knew Jimmy was going to die immediately, and at the beginning of Season 2, and him having a conversation with somebody where he told them that Jimmy was going to die with the network, and he expected the network to say, no, you can't do that. Well, it's not the network, since it's HBO, and it's not a network. But I remember in that interview I watched, he talked about this.
The record, both showrunners officially stated Michael Pitt left the shows due to scheduling issues, so again, these are all just rumors. Of course, Season 2 isn't all plot all the time. In fact, now that we have these interpersonal dynamics well established from the first season, the character moments are even stronger. Nookie's brother Eli is one of the standouts, and his role...
I really do like long-term storytelling, not long-term storytelling, but long-form stories, because it is true that like the character dynamics grow, like the brothers having conversations in Season 1 versus Season 5 is different because you have so much weight behind them. It's just a general perk of long-term storytelling. Well, that doesn't sound too different from Breaking Bad, where the tension builds the entire season and has chiller episodes where everything explodes in the last few episodes of the season. I think Mad Men is more like that, where everything explodes at the very end of the season. Boardwalk is kind of like that, I guess. Season 1 isn't, and he kind of talked about that. But I think he was saying that, like, I feel like this is a way that television kind of usually functions, or just anything functions, where like the protagonist gets beaten down really bad and it looks like everything's going to end for them, and then they somehow at the last moment come out with the big the big 1-2 bang, and they're back on top. And it's sort of like it's always fleeting because every time you start a new season, it happens again. And Boardwalk kind of avoids that, though it kind of does do that. Like Nucky, it's like, oh, every season Nucky's about to lose his position. What's he gonna do? I guess except for season 4, where it's more Chalky's position is threatened. Oh my god, there's a little cuck scene in this show in season 4. I can't wait to hear his commentary on that. But yeah, what was I talking about? Behind the scenes can be pretty significant. I purely think that is fascinating, and it can color your perception of something, but I don't think it's like, I feel like people use it to make excuses for like why they don't like something or why they want to call something bad instead of just saying that they don't like it. I feel like people did that a lot with Game of Thrones, like this is the exact season where they ran out of book stuff and therefore this happened, and then George told them to fuck off, and they make up a bunch of shit like that. I don't like it, but that's a whole other conversation. It's worth bringing up the production and behind the scenes stuff in certain situations, like not knowing about Mira's death. Berserk has a very abrupt end with loose ends. Yes, of course that's fine. I know I can flesh this out more, I just don't want to do it right now. Apocalypse Now, the reason Marlon Brando is so shrouded in darkness is because he got fat before filming, I mean, again, I feel like it colors the thing going backwards. I feel like if you had these two perspectives of somebody who knew that and somebody who didn't know that, I don't think the person that did know that perspective is like more emboldened just because they know the behind the scenes stuff. The Mira stuff is different because it's literally a change in who's running things. Again, if Berserk continues on, you know there's going to be a bunch of... they're not going to like a part of the ending where Griffith dies and all the Griffith people get really mad, and they're going to go back and say Mira wouldn't have done this and Berserk got bad when Mira stopped writing it. Whether or not they actually thought that at the time, that's more the kind of stuff I'm talking about. But we aren't even 20 minutes in. This is going to bleed over into next stream. Oh no.
The show continues to expand after he manages to land some of the juicier moments in this Cain and Abel conspiracy.
Maybe one day I'll lie as good as you.
It's lie as well as me, you dolt. I want to be taken seriously and learn how to fucking speak.
I remember getting really...
I nearly said I remember exactly as he said it. I remember it's kind of obvious in the first season that they're going to set up some Eli conflict because Nucky is consistently really shitty to him, and that's like the whole dilemma, the dilemma of the situation, right? Nucky is shitty to Eli, but then Eli tries to get Nucky killed, so it allows you to like side with Nucky even though he is being shitty, and it's just like the whole like haha fucking with you morally ambiguous protagonist here.
Excited to see him among the cast list for The Wolf of Wall Street, but it wound up just being a bit part. I really hope Shag gets the featured role in
Who is Eli's in The Wolf of Wall Street? I don't even remember that.
Something worthwhile later in life, the same way Buscemi did with this series. And naturally the other character...
Like Steve Buscemi was starving before Boardwalk? What? But yeah, I like that actor.
Character standout is Jimmy Darmody. Once again, Pitt's Buscemi
Jimmy more.
Did with this series. And naturally, the other character standout is Jimmy Darmody. Once again, Pitt's performance sells the aloof attitude without leaving us disengaged, but in contrast to Season 1, the emotional circumstances he's grappling with land the punch. There's already the season-long loyalty tug-of-war between his two father figures, but he's also the centerpiece of Boardwalk Empire's signature episode. Under God's power, she
he does like this episode. I guess this is the show's signature episode. I wouldn't say it's still the best episode. Actually, I'm not sure about that. I'm trying to think of singular episodes from Season 4 and Season 5 since it's all kind of one thing to me since I saw it so recently. I definitely think the last two episodes are probably better than this one episode, but this episode is incredible that he's going to talk about.
His two father
the Jimmy College episode.
Figures, but he's also the centerpiece of Boardwalk Empire's signature episode, Under God's Power She Flourishes. The penultimate episode of Season 2, which comes immediately after Mrs. Darmody's death, Under God's Power She Flourishes is a hazy heroin-fevered dream where Jimmy recalls what exactly caused him to drop out of Princeton.
I wonder how hard he's going to come down on Jillian. Spoiler for this, he has sex with his own mother, that's the point, but his mother is very much the instigator, and like everybody hates Jillian. Jillian is his mother. She is like only 13 years older than him. You can see where this is kind of going. So at the end of Season 2, you like hate Jillian the most you've ever hated a character in anything. She's like this weird pedophile, incestual, not good. She's manipulated people. So far in the first 3 seasons, she's just kind of been mean and manipulative. And then here it's like, oh, she's real bad. And then she's trying to like take his son, and it's like, oh no, don't let the weird pedophile mother around your son get the child away from him. The back end of season 5 is making you reconsider all of this, as the main character is the reason that she is so fucked up, because she was raped when she was 13 by Jimmy's father, and Nucky like knows about this and actually leads her about this, and she's been living at his house. This is the big spoiler at the end. No, it's not actually, but it's like it ends up implicating Nucky as the reason why all this bad stuff happened. And the thing is, by the end of season 5, you feel really bad for Jillian, even though she's this incestuous, pedophilic person. I wonder if he's just going to say fuck her because she's a woman, and she's going to virtue signal against the incest stuff. It'll be interesting. A 3-stream video, maybe. Carl predicting the future of Berserk here. So they're just continuing with Berserk then. I wasn't sure that was actually happened. They haven't decided yet. Cue the Chris Chan jokes, maybe. This was in April, though. That was Chris Chan's fault, right? Not the mother's fault.
And go to die in the heroin fever dream, where Jimmy recalls what exactly caused him to drop out of Princeton and go to die in the trenches of World War I. Was it because his college fling wound up accidentally knocked up? Possibly. Was it because he beat his professor's ass after he groped his mother? Perhaps. But then we learn the real cause. Jimmy and his mother, who gave birth to him at the age of 12 as the product of rape, had drunken sex with each other when she visited him.
No, she was raped when she was 12. I'm pretty sure she had him when she was 13.
At Princeton. Oh my God. Was the product of rape. Had drunken sex with each other when she visited him at Princeton. Oh my God. Jimmy and his mom had sex?
That came out of nowhere.
It very much did not come out of nowhere.
Did it?
No, it didn't. Alright. The joke is there. Because the introduction of the mother character is in the pilot, where Jimmy goes to see her at a show. She's like a showgirl because she's still really young, even though she's his mother. And you like think they're dating. You think we're introducing Jimmy's second love interest, because I think you've already met Ange at this point. So you're like, oh, Jimmy's, what a scandal. He has a girlfriend on the side. And they are very close, as you can see in this scene. And then it's revealed like, oh, it's his mother. And you think it's like a joke at first, but then it's actually revealed that it's legitimately his mother. So it's like they're flirty the whole time. She has this scene where she talks about how she used to kiss him on the penis after she would change his nappy when she was younger. And you're really weirded out by it, but you're like, oh, maybe it's just a weird 20s mother thing. They didn't have the same standards we have. And then it's like, oh, eventually it's like, nope. It was very much leaning on the incest thing.
Did it?
I missed you, I did. You know, when Jimmy was a baby and I would change his diaper, I used to kiss his little winky.
It's an incredibly shocking moment, and out of context, you might read it as...
It's a lot different when you realize she was 13 when she was changing his diaper, but still, it's pretty weird, bro. Pretty fucked up.
Being pure shock.
Winky.
It's an incredibly shocking moment, and out of context, you might read it as being pure shock value. That's kind of the case with the brother-sister incest in Game of Thrones, after all. But there's something more disturbingly...
What? Why? Again, with the weird comparisons.
Real about this form of incest. It mirrors real-life incidents as it's derived from the trauma Jimmy's mother suffered from his conception, as opposed to a high-fantasy preserve-the-bloodline scheme. We then flash back to the present, where Jimmy's mother casually...
Hold on. There's a very, 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 very big difference between incest between cousins. They are cousins, right? Yes. No, aunt and nephew, who are the same age. And a mother-son relationship. The power dynamic is very, very different there. Especially when one is a queen and one is like her... Well, I guess Jon might have been king come the end of it. But like... The power dynamic is very different in both these situations. And the Cersei and Jaime thing, they're literally twins. So the power dynamic is also different there. Yes, the Jaime Cersei scene he's showing does suck and is mostly shock value, though. That is definitely true. It's a fuck-up scene, but there we go. All women are queens, Kyle. True. But, like, the initial Jaime Cersei incest, and that's not what he said. He just showed that scene. He said, like, the incest in Game of Thrones is. Because it is supposed to be a shock when Bran sees them for the first time. But shock value is not bad or cheap, which is just out at Rule 78, and put it on the list. is another stupid thing people say all the time.
High fantasy preserve the bloodline scheme. We then flash back to the
I'm starting
present
to get a
where
fucking headache again. I don't want to take more Advil today.
Jimmy's mother casually mentions that his son preserved the bloodline scheme. We then flash back to the present where Jimmy's mother casually
How are you going to
mentions that
skip over all of that? He didn't even talk about all the great stuff in that episode. He kind of briefly mentioned it, but like the emotional linchpin of that episode is that it opens with Ange saying, "Jimmy, I've got to go," and I think it ends with that too. And it's just all of that is built off the back of loving Ange, which he probably doesn't because she was a lesbian. I guess she's technically bi, but very, very lesbian. She even has like a short haircut, which is not the thing you're supposed to do at the time, but she cuts it in sort of rebellion against Jimmy and things like that. It's just like, it's all built off like how much you care about Ange and how sorry you feel for her, and then you realize like, fuck Jimmy, he's the one that got her in this position. And then you start to feel super, super bad for Jimmy, and you're like, fuck Jillian, she put them all in this position. I think I even tweeted at the time, I was like, none of them had a chance, this is all Jillian's fault, she's the worst. Then comes season 5, you realize, oh my god, I feel so bad for Jillian, if only she had a chance, and then you're like, fuck Nucky, and then Tommy shoots Nucky, and you're like, you're so conflicted, because this character you've kind of... because the protagonist you have this attachment to over 5 seasons, and you're like at the end, well, like, motherfucker, kind of fuck you, but you kind of like, it's just like the ultimate internal conflict. It's great. This show is fucking fantastic.
Preserve the bloodline scheme. We then flash back to the present where Jimmy's mother casually mentions that his son won't even remember the mother in a few months, and Jimmy just snaps. The Commodore
I'll remember her. What a great thing. And then the Commodore weirdly defending Jillian is such a great little internal contradiction there.
Musters all his strength to save his child bride baby mama, so Jimmy pulls down the curtain.
Then finish it, goddamn you. Finish it!
And her in a conflict too there. It's so much better in retrospect.
So edible.
The episode ends with the mom acting like nothing happened.
Also, add this number 79 to the list. The weird edit meme cut-ins where you cut to somebody from a different show saying a funny line. I hate that too. That's another bad YouTube trope.
So edible.
The episode ends with the mom acting like nothing happened while a strung-out Jimmy watches her ascend the stairs, knowing that there's absolutely no coming back from what he's done.
I've ruined it. I've ruined my life.
Doing it again.
You only get one life, and I've ruined mine.
In the ultimate painful capper, the pick-me-up song Make Believe chimes in over the credits. Of all the times Boardwalk Empire juxtaposed chipper 1920s standards with horrific events, this was the most devastating. Much like the film In Bruges, I find a way to connect with Jimmy's extreme feelings of regret despite not sharing even remotely similar circumstances. I've never accidentally...
Did he just figure out, like, analogy and allegory and storytelling? Oh... I didn't kill my father, but I can understand you. Like, what? How is he just having this realization that you can relate to characters even though their circumstances are more extreme than yours? It's like the basis of the entirety of fiction.
His extreme feelings of regret despite not sharing even remotely similar circumstances. I've never accidentally shot a child or drunkenly hooked up with my mother, but I'm sure a lot of us have events in our past we feel are irredeemable. Both these stories expertly capture the essence of that feeling.
Why is he talking about this other film now?
In a cathartic way. As I said earlier, Jimmy's plotlines really just make you want to take a shower. This is the penultimate episode, and there is a palpable, so where do we go from here feeling. So Jimmy helps Nookie out of his legal troubles, then goes willingly to face the music. Sorry. It's hard for me to go in-depth about the nuances of this season because honestly I just want to beam about it. It's one of the best seasons of television I've ever seen. That being said, there is one minor strength of season 2 and the show in general that I figured I'd go out of my way to commend. When you're doing a period piece and presenting things like the KKK, historical prejudices in the justice system, and strike...
Oh no, he's going to talk about... Alright, first of all, in case he's going in this direction, so I can run defense for Boardwalk Empire, The Sopranos, and Mad Men. A lot of the time when they handle race relations, oh no, chat, get the oh no's out. Where am I going with this? They like to do it personally rather than on a grander scale. And to do that personally and realistically, they don't like to portray black people as like this altruistic victim class. They just portray them as like the same as everybody else, which is basically just that they're really selfish and they just want what's best for themselves. Which, I mean, 1920s, it's like there's literally Civil War veterans that are still alive in the show. They have a war memorial in season 2 and they are Civil War veterans. So slavery is like 60 years gone at this point. So, like, the plight of black people in 1920s fucking America, real fucking, like, bad. They're treated awfully throughout the show. Like, Chalky isn't allowed to eat. He runs a club on the boardwalk, but he's not allowed to, like, be seen. That's how, unless you're on stage as a black person, you're literally not allowed to be there. And this happens in season 4, where a black dude is, like, the main antagonist, but he's talking a lot about black power movements and things like that. So he's going to go there. He's going to do some weird reactionary right-wing take, like, and they don't even, they show it more realistically that black people can be bad too, which is kind of what the show does do. But, like, that's not the point of the show. The way he's reading it is not, like, the weird, edgy, like, haha, black people aren't that great look. Let me read chat real quick before we continue. Yeah, the whole point is that both of them love themselves so much that they love their twin. That's not the whole point. That's, like, kind of an underlining point. But yes, Jamie and Cersei are very much in love with themselves, and the closest thing to themselves, at least in the book, are each other. I'm seriously going to remember all of them. Don't tempt me. Oh, narcissists in love with their twin because they act as mirrors to themselves sounds like something I'll enjoy. Okay. He's a bit of an empath, I guess. Gasp, a fucking In Bruges clip. Great taste. Why show this? Because it's cool. Oh yes, let's go. Anyway, let's see what he actually says about this.
Period piece and presenting things like the KKK, historical prejudices in the justice system, and strikebreakers targeting black workers, you run a certain risk. No, I don't mean a historical revisionist risk like Song of the South. There's not a show on Earth in the last 20 years that wants to turn a blind eye to America's racist past. I'm talking about a world-building risk. If your show is about an anti-hero who commits murder, sells illicit drugs, and screws prostitutes, but you make him a 60s leftist in a world full of overt racists, that
no, it's kind of not as racist as I thought he was going, but it's kind of worse. Where it's like, how's a bad person that kills people also not going to be racist? If he's bad in this area, he's going to be immoral in all areas. What a weird point.
This feels like playing to the prostitutes, but you make him a 60s.
Also, it's not about realism, it's about relating to the viewer at the end of the day. The viewer doesn't want to relate to a protagonist that's racist, because the viewer doesn't think they're racist. Like, that's why Roger is a racist in Mad Men. He literally does blackface in a scene. But Don and Pete, it's so funny that Pete isn't a racist, but he is a piece of shit in, like, every other area. It's, like, such a great little character quirk for Pete and Mad Men, for he gets, like, so morally outraged whenever anybody is slightly racist, but he is, like, an awful person. And he even is accidentally, like, casually racist all the time, but he never understands it. He even, like, intimidates, like, the black elevator operator in this show, and he's like, do you think I'm a racist? And he gets super offended at that black person for thinking he's racist. Obviously it's destructive and racist in that sense, but, like, compared to most of the other people in the show, Pete is really anti-racist. But Don Draper very explicitly in the first episode, they make a point, is like, he is very much not racist. He's talking to the black bartender, and the white bartender comes along to, like, harass the black dude, and he's like, no, I'm having a conversation with him, and he gets the white dude, he, like, tells off the white dude. I hate, like, this realism defense of, like, the protagonist in the 60s should be racist because that's how people were in the 60s or something. It's just like, no, this isn't going to be relatable to audiences, and they're not going to be able to get behind a racist protagonist as much as you might be able to.
It was about an anti-hero who commits murder, sells illicit drugs, and screws prostitutes, but you make him a 60s leftist.
First of all, those last two aren't even that big of moral wrongs. Killing people, kind of bad. Selling drugs? I mean, selling drugs is kind of bad, I guess. At least illegally, and especially depending on who you're selling them to, can be a very exploitative relationship. Though even if they were sold in legal senses, it could be a very exploitative relationship. And maying prostitutes, that's completely moral in my book, unless the prostitutes are trafficked, and then in that case, probably not moral, but still.
Anti-hero who blind eye to America's racist past. I'm talking about a world-building risk. If your show is about an anti-hero who commits murder, sells illicit drugs, and screws prostitutes, but you make him a 60s leftist in a world full of overt racists, that just feels like playing to the cheap seats to garner sympathy. And if you stuff your period piece with hate crimes and racial slurs while calling it historical accuracy, but make your criminal lead a paragon of modern-day tolerance, then it just feels like an excuse to be edgy and, well, an excuse to stuff your period piece with slurs. Nookie Thompson is certainly more progressive.
What was that weird? He went the direction I thought he was going, and then at the end he did a weird thing, like it was like he came down hard on using slurs or something.
excuse to be edgy, and, well, an excuse to stuff your period piece with slurs. Nookie Thompson is certainly more progressive than the rest of the cast, but I applaud the show for allowing him to still be a product of his time. He's a friend of Atlantic City's black community, but a fair-weather friend. The sequence where his speech to the black church after...
Yeah, but it's not... Firstly, Nucky gives... There is an episode where a KKK dude gets shot and he gives two speeches. One where he talks about how he loves black people, and then one how he talks about how he loves white people, and it's to two different... it's to like the crowd of black people and the crowd of white people because he's clearly playing both sides. But that's the whole point. Nucky doesn't care about racism. The Commodore even has he's a segregationalist clearly, even in like the flashbacks where it's like the 1890s, and he's like, I bear no ill will to. I think he says black people. I don't even think he says the N-word. But we just should be separate or something. Like, Nucky is probably absolutely not a racist. He's just selfish, which, again, a lot of this comes back to. Because he wants to keep his position of power, and to do that he needs the black vote and he needs the white vote. So he's going to pander to both audiences. And that comes into conflict with Chalky. And even at the end, when he's not really friends with anybody, he's still friends with Chalky, which you would play up to pandering. We'll see if he brings that back at the end and says it's pandering at the end, when he says that Chalky is like his only real friend in this entire endeavor.
Is certainly more progressive than the rest of the cast,
kind of
but I
treats
applaud
this dude like shit a little bit because he shines his shoes or whatever, but like he's never racist towards him. I think when in that one episode where he's like fucked up, he calls him a different black dude's name, and that's kind of racist. But like,
show for allowing him to still be a
again, he's just being shitty to the people that work with him. He's shitty to Eddie all the time, and he's German. Should we read chat again? We're gonna be going flat. So let's finish season 2, then we'll read chat, and then I guess we'll watch the last half of this video tomorrow.
Product of his time. He's a friend of Atlantic City's black community, but a fair-weather friend. The sequence where his speech to the black church after the warehouse shooting is intercut with his speech to the Klan church, where his language and tone shifts seamlessly, perfectly exemplifies the backstabber he is. It helps keep the audience out of the Nookie good, Jimmy bad because Klan affiliation binary other shows would be all too happy to run with.
Oh yeah, they both go to the Klan funeral.
Because Klan affiliation binary other shows would be all too happy to run with. That does us on season 2. The final scene where Nookie drives onto his newly acquired lucrative land, celebrating with a few people who didn't backstab him that they managed to survive the year, all while music that sounds straight out of the Wizard of Oz plays, is a fitting capper. It's a forced return to normalcy, even as the audience's brains are still reeling from the abject despair of everything that unfolded with Jimmy. Still reeling too is Margaret, who, unbeknownst to Nookie, has given away everything he made in his land deal. We'll see what happens there in season 3.
I never miss an episode.
Yeah. Oh, we got an ad. Fuck, my fucking neck is starting to hurt. I just got rid of a headache. Fuck me. Let me read chat and then we'll see if we start the beginning of season 3 after this overly long mid-card. Maybe this guy isn't as much as a reactionary as I thought. Look through his Twitter and there aren't any usual red flags. I think there was at least one person back then who wasn't racist. Yeah, also true. Miller, there were, don't even doubt it. No, you can't relate to a character that's racist, but go ahead and relate to this rapist murderer. Is this some weird virtue signal? I think it was an attempt to try and maybe throw off the scent by doing a virtue signal. I'm not sure. He's taking shots at other media without really specifying any specifics. I mean, yeah, he's been doing that the whole time. Do people really have a problem with characters that are racist if it's presented as a bad thing, like murdering people is worse than racism, but that's fine with most people? Well, just generally in shows, you're far more forgiving of people dying, because I feel like this is very much a thing where people, like, being a murderer is such an abstract thought to most people that it doesn't really affect them. Like, seeing somebody kill people is like, whatever. It's just sort of seen as like pulp action. Whereas like racism is a very everyday thing, and it sort of grosses people out more. That's why rape is definitely handled in media and probably just generally in life. Like if you were introduced to somebody and you're like, this person just got out of jail for rape, or this person just got out of jail for murder, like you'd probably be cool with the murder dude if he was nice, but the rape dude, if he's nice, you're like, fuck this dude, I despise this prick. It's just how generally, optically, these things are viewed by people. Because rape is 1 in 4 women have a story or whatever. It's very much hits closer to home than like murdering people. But yeah, people, again, art is all about like framing and positioning. It's not about actually what's immoral or something. People generally, and well, never mind then, certainly agrees with this, don't weigh moral actions in how they think about or like people. It's all intuition based on how things are presented, really. And like every murder Nucky does is kind of like justified in the way TV shows like to justify things, of like the other person was being a prick, or the other person was trying to kill him first, or things like that. Or like he's just doing it to get power, nothing personal, kiddo. That type of shit. But yeah. I think some people get upset at that, and that's fair. Can't imagine if I were a minority, I'd be too pleased with seeing bigotry on screen, regardless of whether or not it's accurate. I mean, yeah, people can be disenfranchised by anything for any reason they want. I do really like how Hank in Breaking Bad is a cop who will make racist jokes, but is still a character you're positioned to root for, keeps it realistic. But he's still somewhat likable. Sure, but that's only an emotional appeal. Murder is morally worse. I mean, yeah, sure, but like, again, I think art is all about positioning and things like that. That's some Christian sex is holy cuckery. I think unironically, like, the taboo around sex is why rape is held in that regard, but like, rape is very much like a mental thing, right? Like, the physical damage done by rape isn't that much. It's more the mental scarring, and things like that. And it's just like, sure, if we lived in a very, very different reality, mental scarring would be handled differently. But as it stands now, I mean, I'd much rather be murdered than raped. I'm pretty sure most people would take that deal. At the same time, it's not a problem with the story. It's just a product of everybody reacting to media in different ways. Might we say that art is interpretive? Season 3 is going to be a doozy, because he's going to fucking coom all over Gyp Rossetti, I'm pretty sure. We'll start a little bit here before we get the critical goodbye. After you get what you want. Maybe he's going to shit on Season 3. I don't know. I feel like everybody loves Season 3, and I'm the one that's like, probably the worst season.
Season 3 of Boardwalk Empire is what I think most people imagine when they hear there's a TV show about 1920s era gangsters. Well, Season 1 was a slice of life period piece, and Season 2 was...
It's not a slice of life period piece. It's a prestige drama.
Was this character-focused battle of wits between mentor and protege. Season 3 is about an all-out gang war when violent mobster Gyp Rossetti comes to town.
You smug kike midget. Creeping around like a fucking dentist with the ether.
Why don't you watch your fucking stuff?
Why don't you go sit in the corner, short pants?
Gyp Rossetti is no complex...
everybody loves that scene so much. It's like, ugh.
Villainous foil. He is a...
You go sit in the corner, short pants.
Gyp Rossetti is no complex villainous foil. He is a cartoonishly evil super...
He is kind of complex in his cartoonishly evil type ways, and ways where he's not cartoonishly evil.
Supervillain who feels like he was transplanted from a completely different TV show. And he...
Oh my god, he doesn't even get the thing that I hate. He doesn't even get, I don't think, the level of why people love Gyp Rossetti so much, which is the performance, which I'm sure he will end up praising. But like, to call him a cartoonish... Like, he's like a post-cartoonishly evil villain. Where, like, the whole point is that it doesn't belong here, but that people like this exist. Again, we're going back to the realism thing. These types of shows, Mad Men, Boardwalk Empire, Sopranos, they try to do a lot. Like how, like, a Richie starts to hate Tony in season 2 of The Sopranos just because he doesn't like the gift jacket that he gave him. It's like in this, Nucky says the wrong thing and he doesn't show up a meeting, and that makes Gyp go fucking insane and start fucking up all of his shit. It's just like, it's trying to say that the little things are what offend people and will cause the biggest amount of outrage and things like that.
He arrives as the harbinger of schlock as Boardwalk Empire liberally sprinkles Season 3 with action sequences, fan service moments, and explosions. To explain this shit...
What is fan service about Richard getting late? Wait. Oh no. Oh no, he hates the Richard relationship with this girl. Why is that fan service? Anything good? Fan service is such an ill-defined bullshit. I just add it to the list. That's number 80. Anybody ever saying the words fan service? Remember when fan service meant boobs in anime? Ugh.
He sprinkles Season 3 with action sequences, fan service moments, and explosions.
Also, the violence in this show is like a core part of it. How like viscerally violent it is at sometimes. It's not like cheap violence or whatever he's trying to say.
To explain this shift in execution, let's compare murder attempts between the 3 seasons. Seasons 1 and 2 both feature Nookie on the receiving end of an assassin's bullet. They lick the shot, whiff it, then a nearby bodyguard takes care of them a second later. Season 3 instead gives us an extended sequence where Nookie and his butler Eddie are assailed in a suddenly powered down Ritz-Carlton suite, then have to battle their way out in a tense action sequence. They then spend the entire episode on the run from hitmen ready to waste them at every turn.
This is like the best rated episode on IMDb, by the way.
They then spend the entire episode on the run from hitmen ready to waste them at every turn. It's a dramatic shift in execution from what came before, even if the tone of the show comes across as appropriately grounded. At the forefront of all this zaniness is the big bad himself, Gyp Rossetti. Imagine if the funny 'cause I amuse you scene in Goodfellas was a person. That's Gyp Rossetti.
Hey. Thought you said this was today's. All this stuff happened yesterday.
Oh, sure.
Gyp, much like season 1.
Alright, we're getting the critical alert. Oh no, we didn't even get half. Well, I think we might just be halfway, maybe not even halfway through this thing. I had a splintering fucking headache. I can't believe it. So for the YouTube audience, you're not going to have to wait very long. We're going to end stream, but this is where we're going to cut it. See you in 1 second. Alright, YouTube. We're back, continuing on with the video. It's been a while. I've rewinded it a bit. We talked about season 1 and 2. We're moving into 3. This video has been kind of a collage of bad YouTube tropes so far. Bad YouTube analysis tropes. YouTube review tropes. Can't you do X marker? I don't know. Shut up, Miller. Don't try to help me. I can't be helped. We're talking about Gyp Rossetti now and how he's like cartoonishly evil. I expected him to go super hard into the Gyp Rossetti propaganda. He hasn't so far. I'm dreading when he gets to season 4 and 5. He's probably going to say some stupid shit. I've been thinking about this video a lot in the day in which I've let the first half ruminate. And to reiterate some of the points that I have problems with is just, I don't like when YouTubers generally try to present themselves as better than the material. I think there's a very specific way you have to be respectful and critiqueful, if that's even a word. Most of online YouTube doesn't want to be respectful at all. In fact, it gets off and self-indulges itself in being like rude or harsh or fair on the material, because they have a very adversarial relationship with creators. This video is just its tone. It's very like old school YouTube critique type, and I just hate all of it. Mr. Ross says, oh shit, I'm late, but he's right in time. We did all the interesting stuff. You missed the One Piece spoilers, but now we're getting back into the reactions. So, welcome. Do I have anything else to say? I was thinking about this more, and I thought about more things to say in the intro here, but I can't remember them in the moment. So, if they come to me, I'll say them. I'm sure we'll pause it. We do have to finish this video before this stream ends, so we'll try to let it play a little bit more. He's talking about Gyp Rossetti here and how he's cartoonishly evil, apparently. Let's continue.
Funny 'cause I amuse you scene in Goodfellas was a person. That's Gyp Rossetti.
Should I close the documents? Because I've noticed that it's a little laggy sometimes. So let's just close these fucking documents. Spoiler alert for upcoming videos. But we'll have minimal things open. We have to. Let's go.
Rossetti.
Hey. Thought you said this was today's.
This scene is great.
All this stuff happened yesterday.
Oh, sure.
Gyp, much like season 1 Nelson Van Alden, is a scene stealer that comes at a cost. He's super over the top, which is naturally entertaining, but also threatens to poison
There better not be full dick and balls here, because I don't think Twitch is going to let us get away with that, and you do see his full dick and balls, chat. Dick and balls. Watch the show, it's great in this scene.
Grounded prestige television aspects of the show. Doubly so, which is naturally entertaining, but also threatens to poison the more grounded prestige television aspects of the show.
You only said threatens.
Doubly so since Jimmy Darmody, our emotional anchor to the grittier side of the underworld, is now absent. Gyp is responsible for some
I don't think Jimmy Darmody is the only gritty, hold to the underworld. I don't think that's true at all. Again, this is a Sopranos, Mad Men, and Boardwalk Empire type way of writing, this David Chase philosophy of writing, which is absurdity is very much a part of real life, and these shows are treated so seriously, but they also make fun of seriousness as a concept. Now, Boardwalk, I think, does it the least out of the three of them. Mad Men also. The Sopranos is very funny a lot of the time, and a lot of absurd stuff happens, especially, I think it goes over a lot of people's head because of the renown they hold these shows with as, like, the golden gospels, the greatest things ever made. Which is true, but they'll make fun of things for having the same aspects in other ways. There is a lot of crazy, stupid, absurd shit that happens in all three of these shows, and part of the fact, like, AJ even has a monologue about this in The Sopranos, about how life is absurd. Like, that's part of the thing. That's part of the David Chase also goes on this, no, I think it's Matthew Weiner talking about David Chase in the writer's room for Sopranos, going on this monologue about how you shouldn't write jokes, you should just let the situation itself develop into being funny. In The Sopranos, they tell jokes to each other as the characters, but the joke isn't just the jokes they're telling back and forth. The joke is also on the characters because they're so absurd and, like, selfish and evil in certain ways mobsters can be that kind of endears you to them. It's like it's juggling it's a kind of like irony poisoning where it's juggling a million things at once. Like Chip Rossetti looking up at Jesus here and relating to him, and him going to church and praying and getting mad at the I think he kills the priest that comes up to him. It's just like absurd shit, lack of self-awareness and all this stuff. And the commentary isn't that this is like crazy shit, haha, wacky TV. It's like life is wacky like this. These people do exist and things like that. 1 minute pauses if you want to finish the video, Kyle. Shut up. Breaking Bad has some goofy, funny, dumb stuff too. I'm sure.
The show's more out of place.
I thought we were going into an advertisement. Oh, we will be in a second. Let's mute it. Yeah, he does kill that priest. Look, we'll rewind it in a second. Fuck, I was going to go into a point to vamp while we were looking at the ad and then rewinding. We got a second ad. We would have had even more time to talk about a precious thing we could have talked about, but I forgot what to talk about. Oh, Miller was saying that Breaking Bad has this too, and I was talking about how this is... I think it's very much played up. I think Boardwalk Empire and The Sopranos, and probably Mad Men, like, they self-identify as black comedy. Maybe Breaking Bad does that too. I get a more serious vibe from Breaking Bad, though I have no idea. I Am the One Who Knocks could kind of be funny, and him running... I guess, no. I've seen the clip of Heisenberg running around in his underwear, and I've seen people calling it super badass, bro, but I feel like it has to be intended to be a little bit, like, goofy in that way. So, yeah. But also Breaking Bad... The writers talk about The Sopranos all the time or something. It's a fucking thing.
Television aspects of the show. Doubly so since Jimmy Darmody, our emotional anchor to the grittier side of the underworld, is now absent. Jip is responsible for some of the show's more out-of-place, perplexing
There's so much
scenes.
other grounding. I don't like the Jimmy favoritism throughout this other video. Like, I'm just thinking Owen is introduced here now. He's, like, much more gritty and down-to-earth. Eli becomes, especially in Season 3, Eli literally becomes Jimmy moving into Season 3. He kind of replaces him in this aspect he's talking about because he's very much we were talking about postmodernism or post whatever yesterday. He's very much a post-Eli in Season 3.
Underworld television
really
aspects
cool.
of the show. Doubly so since Jimmy Darmody, our emotional anchor to the grittier side of the underworld, is now absent. Jip is responsible for some of the show's more out-of-place, perplexing scenes, like when he robs a church out of nowhere, or the multiple sequences where he explores autoerotic asphyxiation. It just feels like your standard self-indulgent HBO degeneracy. At the same time...
Oh no. This is... Oh my god. The meme is that the big, powerful alpha male is actually not really an alpha male because alpha males don't exist and he likes to be dominated in bed. That's the meme. And he likes to be suffocated. And then he goes back and he has a very traditional... oh my god, it's literally Tony Soprano. It's just like when we see the Jip Rossetti at home scene and his wife and his mother like clearly run his life. And it's just supposed to be making fun of the alpha male dynamic. Of course, this fella probably places a little bit more value in that than you should. And he used the word degeneracy, which is the biggest red flag possible. Breaking Bad has a lot of funny moments in it. Have you seen the pizza on the roof scene in Breaking Bad? It doesn't ring a bell. I mean, almost any scene with Huel. Is he Indian or a black dude who, like, I've seen some scenes in that Jack Saint video where he's like threatening to kill the kid or whatever. I don't know, just because it's a weird name. I assumed it was the minority character. Oh no. Maybe I'm going in the same box with this fella, but yes, degeneracy. It's presented in such a way to hide the butt hurt that Jip Rossetti would like get off on some of this. The YouTuber does not know how to enjoy sex. I've actually noticed that as a trend in a lot of things. You're correct, don't worry. Well, there you go. That is a reoccurring theme in a lot of weird video essays from maybe reactionary-leaning individuals, is this scared of... Because he talked about it earlier with the prostitute, right? Sex intimidates people, I think, more than we give it credit for. Or people participating in sex without them intimidates people a lot more. That's why there's, like, any outrage at all against OnlyFans or whatever the fuck.
Asphyxiation. It just feels like your standard self-indulgent HBO degeneracy. At the same time, Jip is also the centerpiece of...
He continues to do this self-indulgent HBO degeneracy. Like, how... Firstly, justify that it's self-indulgent. Firstly, tell me what the fuck you think self-indulgent means. Like, it clearly plays into his characterization. But everything, there could never be something that doesn't play into characterization, which makes everything worthwhile. But plot bros, they piss me off, and they don't seem to think this. The biggest thing that intimidating them is women having any say in the sex. I feel like that's something we say on the left, but I don't think that... I think that's just a way to say, haha, you hate women, but I don't think that is the case. I think it's just a general insecurity that... Not that women have a say in it, but that women don't choose to sleep with them. It's a whole different thing. I'm not putting that on this guy. It's just a general thing. There's some anime fan service degeneracy points, yeah.
Some of the more memorable moments Boardwalk Empire has ever conceived.
Do you have any idea who the fuck I am? Do you?
Why is he... I feel like this scene is incredible, and he's putting a weird filter over it. Unless Jip was acting crazy in that scene. He definitely was acting crazy, but I think he put a voice filter over there.
Boardwalk Empire has ever conceived. At the same time, Jip is also the centerpiece of some of the more memorable moments Boardwalk Empire has ever conceived.
Do you have any idea who the fuck I am? Do you? Do you?
Oh, he is putting a voice on when he's pretending to be Nucky, okay.
Himself is so shamelessly unhinged that it lends plausibility to his ridiculous scheme of occupying a small town in New Jersey with gangsters like an invading military so he can block Nookie's supply routes.
Barbers cut hair. Librarians keep checking out books because it's very important to read.
What happened? Maybe he is great. I think I'm shitting on Jip a little bit too much because, like, everybody talks him up a lot. I need to stop with the overcorrection stuff.
When Bible camp opens.
Bible camp's canceled, and I'm not really doing questions and answers right now, dear.
Because he got pissed off because he robbed the church earlier and he didn't think the church would help him. It's great. This show's a fucking 10. As if that was ever in question. He's going to start questioning that when we get to the next 2 seasons, and it's going to really piss me off. We need to finish this fucking video.
He's a bit divisive as a character, but I am 100% feeling it almost any time he's on screen. He's also such a clear-cut villain that it enables a lot of fan service moments.
Is it really? I've only seen praise for him.
Even if only by proxy. Nelson Van Alden has been in hiding on the lam as an iron salesman after a fairly bizarre baby mama plotline in season 2. And what a highlight his Coen Brothers-esque journey toward the mob world is. After 2 seasons of a great performance that was adrift narratively, Van Alden finally gets the story arc he deserves. We even get to see him go all Darkman at the carnival on his asshole work acquaintances.
If you screw as poorly...
I felt like this was when he started to get a little bit off track and it was a little weird. I ended up liking it in the end, but like everything he said about Nelson has been stupid so far. The Lucy stuff is a little boring just because I love Lucy so much. Lamau, I said it. And like her being alone, acting by herself a lot was kind of depressing. But she gets that last scene with Nucky, which was really cool. Where she talks about how great of a mother she's going to be, and then she ends up abandoning the kid anyway. It's good.
Yet you really should be selling dildos because your wife could use them.
Whenever there's a bunch of rapid close-ups of people laughing at someone in any medium, you know some shit's about to go down.
George, be reasonable.
Oh, this show is great. Again with the absurdity shit.
Take the fucking elephant.
This is such a Sopranos scene where everybody is like freaking out so over dramatically. Oh, I love it. The absurdity. So great. Why must there be pandemonium? Hold on, I want to check chat. We were having fun. The biggest thing is the intimidate. Yes, we talked about that. Anne has showed up. This video hasn't ended yet. Very much no. Please take note on the time you pause it and then make a video. Shut up, Miller. Didn't have to pause for chat. Chat was talking shit.
But that's not all on the fan service front. Al Capone comes to town out of nowhere at the 11th hour to team up with Nookie and let the
What is fan service, and why is it bad?
Letting begin.
And then you and me sit down, and we talk about who dies.
And last but not least, after 2 seasons of Richard Harrow, the half-faced assassin, barely assassinating anybody, we finally get to what could only be described as the Boardwalk Empire money shot with an...
Oh my god, he just made the Naruto, they're not even ninjas meme. He doesn't even assassinate.
Extended sequence where he guns down 11 armed gangsters in a violent mansion siege. The loss of Jimmy and Nookie's pivoting to full-on gangster both rob the show of some of its niche elements and variety, but it's hard to watch the gang war hoedown of season 3 and not enjoy the hell out of it. And before I start selling the season short, it is still stuffed with deeper character storylines that strike just as true as the season before. Nookie's brother Eli, fresh out of prison from his role in last year's conspiracy...
the only scene here where he walks away from the car consistently is so fucking great.
Gets a lot to chew on as he works his way back at the ladder and back into his brother's life. And while Under God's Power She Flourishes is the star episode of the series, The Milkmaid's Lot is a definite runner-up. On the ropes is...
Oh, it's so good when Billy dies. He hasn't even mentioned Billy yet. What the fuck? She's like the best part of season 3. Oh, and Arnold freaking out. That stuff's all so good in this season. But the episode after Owen... No, it's before Owen dies. Owen dies in the next episode. But the episode after the explosion where he's all fucked up and he's hallucinating things. And he, well, Margaret already knew he was cheating. But, he, finds solace in her about the girl. So good. And the earring and finding the earring and the sound design of that episode to mirror how he's gone deaf because of the explosion and slowly comes out of it, and him freaking out in front of Margaret and talking about how he wants people dead, which he never did in front of her. What a television program.
Series, The Milkmaid's Lot is a definite runner-up. On the ropes as Gyp Rossetti takes over the town, short one showgirl lover who was blown to Kingdom Come and concussed at a critical moment after an assassination
What did he say about Billy just now?
The Milkmaid's Lot is a definite runner-up. On the ropes as Gyp Rossetti takes over the town, short one showgirl lover who was blown to Kingdom Come and concussed at a critical moment after an assassination.
That's all he says about her in this God, her performance was fucking incredible.
Attempt. The Milkmaid's Lot is a tour de force for Steve Buscemi, who so frequently had to play Nookie Thompson as tightly wound and close to the vest. It's great to watch him unravel.
Oh no, it's not a real horse. Look, see? It's all make-believe. No one got hurt, it was a gas leak.
The understated yet palpable fear that his lingering concussion will cost him the war unless he can shape up in time for a mob meeting makes for one of the show's best episodes. Another series highlight comes in the pseudo-bottle episode where all the war stuff goes in the back burner so we can watch what each party does for Easter dinner. And once again, Eli steals the show.
Why does it always need to be such a melodrama with you?
The more I think about it, the more standouts I recognize in Season 3. I mentioned it earlier, but that penultimate episode where Nookie and Eddie are on the run as Gyp seizes control of Atlantic City, that's the most danger I've ever felt Nookie was in. A common complaint of the show that I saw was Nookie seeming 20 steps ahead of everyone and therefore never in actual danger. But when he's being harbored in Chalky's home, with a screaming Eddie undergoing emergency surgery and Gyp Rossetti out on the porch, my god, the edge of my seat was digging right into my ass.
It's like the most basic tension in the entire show. It's really good, but it's so basic. There's so many other more interesting ways it implies tension all throughout the show. To think that this is the most danger Nookie was in, or the most exciting the show ever got because it was the most danger Nookie was in.
Slip 25 G's in your pocket right now. You let me walk in there, drag Nookie Thompson out by his dick.
But you can't win them all. Not every plotline of Season 3 was a home run.
Why is he going to shit on the Richard one? It's really good.
Margaret's sham marriage after the land deal was given up leads to 2 separate affair plots, Nookie and his mistress, and Margaret and her manstress. Both lovers do die horrifically, hooray, and this payoff of each where the spouse learns of the affair because a seemingly unrelated death leaves their partner in tatters is
traumatizing, that moment just there. Oh, and the music cue with it. He's shitting on both of these. I don't know why. They're both great. Probably my favorite part of that season.
Emotionally hard-hitting, but the build-up for both feels odd. It seems like the writers just forgot about Margaret and Owen hooking up, so they were like, whoops, better reestablish that. As much as I enjoyed dipping our toes into 1920s show business and looking at Billy Kent when the show first aired, do we really need that 5-minute audition scene when she's going to get an e-ticket straight to hell that same episode? I doubt it. And the most...
That was a casting couch scene. That was the point of that scene.
Prominent plotline that's a dud, not because it's bad in concept, but because it dominates so much of the season's runtime, is Margaret's adventures in starting a women's health clinic at a religious hospital.
I also really like this one and her relationship with the doctor.
For places at the very, very end, addressing historical societal issues, but for so much of the run.
This is about, he might not like this because it's actually about talking about periods and stuff in the 1920s and how they weren't allowed to say vagina in women's health classes and things like that.
The B story is just hammering the same point. I get it. The church is holding back medicine because of their own puritanical hang-ups. I got it the last scene, and the scene before that, and the scene before that. Catholic Church bad, synagogue good, message received. In a season that's
He did the Jewish thing. We talked about it last time. He didn't do it. But there is a scene where Al Capone learns how to be like a better man because of... That's in season 1, though, isn't it? At the synagogue? Wait, why did he bring that back into the season 3 thing? Clicking. We got a weird Jewish reference. Let me look at chat, though. Real quick. I think there's a line to be drawn when it comes to fan service. Yeah, but I don't think any of the things he's claiming are fan service at all. And I don't think fan service in the way we commonly talk about it exists, unless you're literally talking about boobs and anime. And even then, I'm kind of for it. Kyle, am I correct in assuming that your taste in music, you just really want a girlfriend? What songs are we referring to there? But I mean, I feel like just a lot of overall songs are for love songs. But why is Anne bringing that up now? It isn't always bad. The entire point is that it's adding little things for the fans. The problem is when it comes to be excessive or gratuitous. Panty shots in anime are always fucking garbage, though. I definitely don't agree with that. I hate fan service. I feel like fan service in the anime community has a much different, meaning. It's supposed to just be servicing the fans, but that can mean a million different things. I hate fan service. I don't know what fan service is. I don't care if it's good. I just don't care when understanding it when it seems awful to me. I don't care. Imagine being boring. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Imagine being boring. Little do you know, Miller, that IRL I am indeed a boring person. I think fan service as being something like an onsen scene, the dialogue that happens where there could happen somewhere else, but they choose to have it there purely for the audience's sake. Are we talking about exposition? It's not gratuitous because onsens are a normal occurrence in Japan, but it doesn't need to be there. I watched an onsen scene. Wait, what is onsen? Is this just like a term I don't know? Oh, like a hot spring scene. I thought it was like a media term I didn't know. Last week, and it needed to be there. The guy in a sexual situation with another girl causing conflict with his girlfriend's onsens bathhouses. Carl. Well, too late now. But sure. That's not what he was talking about, fan service. I don't even know what he implied being fan service.
In the scene before that, Catholic Church bad, synagogue good, message received. In a season that's more action-packed than what will come before or after, you've got to make every second count, and the time devoted to the hospital is time that could and should have been spent on the political intrigue. Nookie's out of the treasury seat due to the events of the last season, but the investigation of Harry Daugherty keeps that political torch burning. There are some fascinating historical figures involved, with the nervous wreck Jess Smith and beloved character actor Stephen Root feasting on
this performance is so fucking good.
His role as loquacious private investigator Gaston Means.
Now, Jess, these are the fever dreams of a restless imagination.
But the show barely has time for it, and Nookie's hundreds of miles away. It feels like we're suddenly departing from Boardwalk Empire to watch a completely unrelated show, or maybe some sort of Boardwalk webisodes, which is a shame. The murder...
What does any of this mean?
Or suicide of Jess Smith is a fun little historical mystery. You know, fun for everyone but Jess Smith.
I'll show you how easy it is.
Despite things being all guns, booze, whores, and heroin, we do end on a more somber note than the last 2 seasons, surprisingly. Margaret finally cuts ties with Nookie, and in his fight for survival, Nookie is lost.
I think you're saying Nookie, by the way.
all his political allies and most of his bootlegger allies. Walking out on the boardwalk and ditching his signature schmoozing carnation, a lot of Jimmy's famous quotes are conjured to mind. You can't be half a gangster, and all you have to worry about is when you run out of booze and you run out of company. All that came to pass in Season 3, which leaves us with the question, what happens to Nookie next?
No, he's already setting up the negative shit for Season 4. God help us. You thought I was being pissy before this.
Season 3, which leaves us with the question, what happens to Nookie next? Oh, he fucks off to Florida for a whole season and basically becomes a supporting character. But that's okay, because Season 4 is all about everybody else.
Is that even true?
Here's the thing I'd like to know. Why the whole world
I feel like there's like 3 scenes in Florida. And all the Florida scenes are great. The weird little dude, the disgraced senator, the bar girl. I can't remember her name. But she was great.
to live in Florida, my Florida, I'm coming back to you.
And hold on, it was okay when Jimmy was a secondary protagonist, but now Chalky can't be? Little weird, bro.
I'm going to do something different and start with the climax, then work backward. So you have Chalky White walking into his former nightclub, now under command of Harlem heroin peddler Dr. Narcisse. Chalky just wants safe passage
He's going
to
to
his
talk
daughter's...
about how it's ridiculous that Maybelle gets captured. Wait, no, Maybelle is Nucky's... No, I think Maybelle is his daughter's name. She accidentally gets shot by Richard. He's going to get very mad about convenience or it being stupid.
Wedding in exchange for his whole empire. As if it weren't bad enough that Narcisse seized control of Atlantic City from Chalky, he reveals there isn't even going to be a wedding, and Chalky's daughter is instead down the hall with a gun to her head. One final bargaining chip so he can get everything he wants. Dr. Narcisse is sitting there all smug. He's flooding the black community with heroin.
He's cutting out, like, Chalky wants to kind of die at this point. He's kind of lost everything. That's kind of the point in here. He doesn't even care about the weird game Narcisse is playing, and he only starts to care. He's willing to give everything up. He only starts to care when his daughter's brought in. It's like a breaking point to bring him back into wanting to be alive, which then ends up with his daughter getting killed, and then he spirals even further.
Taking family members hostage, quoting scripture in that smug. He's flooding the black community with heroin, taking family members hostage, quoting scripture in that inimitable voice. Literally twirling his mustache. Dude's like the ultimate villain. And just when all hope seems lost for Chalky, we reveal the ace up his sleeve. The Grim Reaper himself, Richard Harrow.
Oh no, he's gonna get mad that Richard isn't a totally awesome badass and how he accidentally kills the wrong person.
In the rafters with a rifle. Yeah, you kick his ass, Richard.
Oh, add this to the rule set. Number 81 is when you comically edit over clips with music or distort the clips in some way to make it seem stupider than it is to reinforce your point. Fucking with the material like this, I think is pretty unforgivable. Fucking right, Chad, knowing that Kyle would have searched for it, quickly catching up on chat. I think he just called it fan service because it was a good scene, the worst way to look at things. Stephen Root is a great actor. I think that's the one performance. I agree. If he's in this show, he's a great actor. How old is this show? Those death effects are pretty poor. This show was like 7 years old. I don't know which death effects you were talking about. Jeffrey Wright is in this, of Hunger Games fame. Yes, Jeffrey Wright is in this. He's fucking incredible in this show. Oh, he didn't edit anything in. I think that was just the audio from the from the show again. Forgive him, man. Scrub that rule off. Well, keep the rule up. Scrub his name from it. I don't think he edited that in, though maybe he did. I don't think he did, though. We're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
But Richard's been out of the game. He's shook. Your heart races as you're just begging the TV to show Richard blowing away Narcisse. It's all the makings of an exhilarating finale, but Boardwalk does you one better in the cruelest of ways. Richard misses the shot.
Tell me. Maybe he's not shitting on it. Maybe I should stop being so preemptive, though I think he will end up going there.
And in one fell swoop, every single character loses everything. Chalky loses his family, Narcisse loses his only bargaining chip, and Richard loses his honor and his life. It's a devastating rug pull, but it's probably the best.
I think Richard's honor was gone a very, 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 very long time ago when he started killing people for money.
Most tense and most ultimate loses his honor and his life. It's a devastating rug pull, but it's probably the best, most tense, and most ultimately traumatizing scene on the show's entire run. It's always a wonder to behold.
Firstly, that's not true. Ange dying, Owen in the box. Anything to do with Jillian in the last season, that's all way more traumatizing than this. I thought he was going to shit on this for being goofy.
Anytime a show burns itself to the ground in the name of keeping you on your toes.
Oh, he's going to say the show burned itself to the ground because Richard got killed off.
With the ending than working backwards because that feels like that's exactly what the writers did. This amazing moment came at a cost. A big cost. Season 4 is a slog. And I don't mean it's a slow but exciting build-up like you're climbing the left hill of a massive roller coaster, anxiously awaiting the plunge. I mean Season 4 just wastes your time. With Nookie on the sidelines after...
This concept of wasting your time, I just don't like generally in critique at all. I think it comes at the cost of talking about pacing. Firstly, what wastes your time, of course, is subjective. Secondly, characterization isn't a waste of time. A lack of plot is not a waste of time. I hate plot bros. But anyway, this is a bigger issue
it's a slow but exciting build-up like you're climbing the left hill of a massive roller coaster, anxiously awaiting the plunge. I mean, Season 4 just wastes your time. With Nookie on the sidelines after his showdown with Rossetti, Boardwalk Empire made the decision to steer into the ensemble cast skid and make this season about the fan-favorite characters. Chalky and Eli are now effectively the leads, with Richard and Eddie, the bumbling badass butler, seizing prominent B stories. On paper, this is genius. The audience's distance to Nookie is...
episode 5? Nookie is still, I'm pretty sure, probably has the most screen time out of anybody.
Grown as he's become more and more reclusive and violent throughout Season 3, while at the same time our affection for these 4 side characters has expanded. But with one exception, all of these plot lines do a very poor job of doing the characters justice. Suffice to say, I hated Season 4 the first time I watched it. After rewatching it, I liked it significantly more, but I would still call it the worst season of the bunch. Sure, the moment-to-moment character stuff is intact. Pick a random scene out of the batch and compare it to a random scene from another season.
This stuff is Season 4 too?
And you won't see the difference. But Season 4 never becomes greater than the sum of its parts. In an odd way, it's kind of less than the sum of its parts. Season 4 also seems to depend heavily on dramatic irony, which is odd because more than any other season, the fictional characters are taking the spotlight with the real-world historical domain characters on the bench, which means we don't have any clue where this is going on a first viewing. There's a musical juxtaposition
what does any of this mean?
Eddie the butler gets pinched that really hit me hard on the rewatch when I knew what was coming next, that he was effectively being shuffled away to his death. But watching the season cold with no spoilers, Eddie getting arrested doesn't even register as a major issue. So what? You know how many times people get arrested on this show only to pop out of jail the next season? At the
Not by the FBI. Or what will become the FBI.
Start of the season, it's all going swimmingly. Chalky has to
you see scenes of the build up to that, of them promising to break Eddie. I don't think that's true at all.
Arrested on this show only to pop out of jail the next season? At the start of the season, it's all going swimmingly. Chalky has to cover up a self-defense killing tied to his nightclub, which invites the wrath of Narcissus.
This is the cuck scene. He's not even going to talk about it.
Richard does his last job and decides to go through the painful process of getting out of the game, and Eddie decides he deserves more responsibility after
He's not even going to make fun of them for killing a dog?
And decides to go through the painful process of getting out of the game, and Eddie decides he deserves more responsibility after his brush with death in the previous season. All 3 are the makings of great plot lines. It's just a shame that Boardwalk Empire has 0 interest in exploring any of them. Richard gets done a bit dirty by getting sidelined after the first few episodes. They give us the setup, then drop him.
That's because they're doing the thing where he has to travel to and from Atlantic City, so there's like an episode where he's not there or 2.
From the show for much of Season 4, only to bring him back in the final 4 episodes to retcon the awkward Season 3 clincher where he leaves his love interest because he feels guilty? Guilty about wasting a bunch of gangsters who deserve to die probably more than any people on Earth?
No, he didn't want to be around Tommy because Tommy saw him kill people for the first time. Look, little Tommy's right here. He doesn't want to be around him, but then Tommy still loves him anyway, though Tommy is very fucked up from this situation, as we'll come to learn by the finale of the season, the series. So that was kind of stupid.
Guilty about wasting a bunch of gangsters.
It's not a retcon because he doesn't end up being happy with them. Richard knows that he doesn't deserve to be happy with a family because he's a fucking... I don't want to use the word psycho. But he's a fucking awful person. I don't know what you're talking about his honor for.
Gangsters who deserve to die probably more than any people on Earth.
You think I give a fuck?
Yeah, don't feel bad about that, Richie. Go be happy, you fucking saved that kid when no one else could. So that's fixed up, but Mr. Harrow has to sit on the sidelines for most of the gangster plots until the finale, just as he did in Season 2. Next we have Eddie, the always affable butler.
God damn it. Eddie! Yeah. Why is this bourbon empty?
Someone drank it.
After catching a bullet protecting Nookie, he seems shell-shocked and unable to even go about his daily duties, but rather than being put out to pasture, Eddie steps up to demand more responsibility in the bootlegging side of his operation. We get a fun, lighthearted episode where Eddie goes out on the town with one of the Capone brothers. Then the following episode, he gets hauled in for interrogation and cracks under the pressure when they reveal they have dirt on him. He has kids back in Germany.
Also, I feel like he's not paying into like the moral weight of these decisions and how the show... This is what my whole Jillian video will be about if it ever comes out, is about the moral weight and whether or not characters deserve to be happy or not. Because The Sopranos does this, Mad Men doesn't do it because the characters aren't as immoral. But it's like, obviously Richard is never going to have a happy ending. He kills people for money. The show cannot sign off on his character getting a happy ending. He's a terrible person. He's going to end up dying in some sort of way. They give him a beautiful death, which is probably more than a character like him would deserve. I'm doing quotation marks. Because they know that people really like him and they position people to really like him throughout the entire show. Same with Chalky. That's why Chalky was never going to have a happy ending. That's why him dying honorably to save somebody he likes is pretty cool. Nucky doesn't deserve a happy ending by the end, so he gets shot, and Tommy gets in trouble for it and probably gets killed himself. And it's basically the reiteration that Nucky's fucked that entire line of people out of his selfishness. Who are we talking about now? Eddie starts to become a mobster, which is an immoral action and leads to the exploitation of lots and lots of people. So now he's going to end up killing himself. He can't have a happy ending. He's not just a happy little butler anymore. He's like a bad person who needs to be punished by the narrative, the thematic through line of the show to have any weight. I feel like he's not accounting for this at all in his analyses here.
Episode, he gets hauled in for interrogation and cracks under the pressure when they reveal they have dirt on him. He has kids back in Germany and a wife.
And then you're confronted that he abandoned his family, which is another like immoral action where you're like, I don't know if Eddie deserves a happy ending. And it's still really sad to see him die because that punishment is not good. Vengeance through way of punishment is not good. Through way of justice is not good. And that'll also be what the Jillian video is about. That's why Jillian doesn't get a happy ending either, because she's done terrible things, even though you find out that very terrible things in explicit detail have happened to her.
He cheated on, and he ran away with a mistress. Reveal they have dirt on him. He has kids back in Germany and a wife who he cheated on, and he ran away with a mistress to America, and he stole a bunch of money. Wow, Eddie is really sweating. It's too bad this moment completely doesn't land because there was never any indication before the scene that any of this backstory stuff happened. But okay.
It's the whole point. The whole point is that you don't expect it because Eddie has created this person he has become, who is a person that looks after Nucky, probably because he couldn't look after his own family and he regrets it. And he sees Nucky as family, which Nucky comes to view Eddie as family, and that's why... And they both don't necessarily understand that about each other. They don't communicate that well, and that's why he investigates his death a lot after the fact.
Okay, maybe we're going to get to explore this angle now. Make Eddie more than just the goofy, he kills himself at the end of the episode. So much for that intrigue. And at that...
What a stupid reading.
Point, we're through 5 of the season's 12 episodes. Richard has vanished for 2 episodes. Eddie's a deadie.
2 episodes because he's traveling, because it's a long way.
Florida deal looked like they would have some kind of complications because of a murder, but no, it never does. Somebody help me out here. What's the plot?
Because he has now become a bad person also. The senator has literally killed somebody rather than just being a shitty, corrupt senator. And again, he's doing the plot bro thing again.
We're almost halfway done with season 4, and everything you set up went nowhere. I know Jeffrey Wright
He would hate Mad Men if he doesn't like this.
We're almost halfway done with season 4, and everything you set up went nowhere. I know Jeffrey Wright as Dr. Narcisse is supposed to be the bad guy because of the promotional material.
What shall we do?
I don't think it's just the promotional material.
Mr. Thompson, what shall we do?
But he's not exactly making moves against Chalky the same way Jip Rossetti did to Nookie. He's just hanging around town, peddling some dope, putting on plays.
Because the whole point of this storyline is that they are 2 black men of power in 1920 and that they should get along, but their petty differences lead to an all-out war because secretly they're both very selfish and actually immoral people who shouldn't be the leaders of their community like they think they ought to be.
Even so much of a villain in the first half of the season when half the cast is pushing dope too. I mean, he's...
Also, this is a mobster show, so the villains and the protagonists, or the protagonists and the antagonists, are usually going to be pretty equally bad.
He's got that sinister voice.
Howard Corder came back with a little tweak to a side scene, and the line was...
The Negro in question
Twitch, it's okay. A black person said it. I've seen him talk about this before. I've seen this interview. It's great.
Out loud.
And I guess he doesn't believe women. In his first episode, that one woman tells him
No, he's turning it into a Me Too, don't believe all women meme. Because she is actually lying about a rape accusation because her and her husband, who got killed for doing this, because they did it to one of our more main characters, they like to do a cuck situation with black men, but instead of it being consensual, she leads them on, and then the black dude gets into the room, and then the other dude is there, and he holds a gun to his head and is very racist and demeaning and tells him to get on his knees and everything, and then tells him to fuck his wife. And then the black dude, who is not into this, kills the dude, and she runs away, and then she comes back when she's caught claiming rape. And now, obviously, he's gonna want to be sympathetic to the black person who is getting cornered by two white people for their sexual fantasies. And now he's gonna play this off as like the show having an anti-Me Too stance in 13, 14, when actually it's supposed to be a race thing.
Raped and he has her killed.
And also, it's all about selfishness again. This is a bad person.
Believe women. In his first episode, that one woman tells him she was raped and he has her killed.
I was raped.
No doubt. And yet, this is a tale I've heard one time too many.
But he was right. She was lying. We saw it.
Oh, here's
and
the
then,
vaccine.
in the middle of the season, Narcisse goes on the back burner too.
What was his point there? Is just to make a funny joke about believing all women?
His heroin business is expanding with the aid of love-to-hate henchmen done permanently.
Oh, how about when he beats the shit out of daughter? That's kind of when he becomes the villain.
But Narcisse is barely around for it, and Chalky's not around to try and stop it. Where is Chalky? Well, I said they did Richard dirty this season, and I said they did Eddie dirty, but Chalky White gets done the absolute dirtiest of all. All through season 3,
What
they were
are you talking about? He becomes the second lead.
laying the groundwork to have Chalky open up his own club, the first black-owned club on the Boardwalk. The amount of things that you can do with the setup, exploring the history of 1920s.
Oh, he's going to do the fantasy booking thing where he talks about all the things the show should have done, all the great ideas he had that the showrunners were just too stupid to come up with. We've gone for a little bit. Let me read chat. Dementia Streamer can't remember a show he finished a few months ago. Calling me out like that. I've watched some shit that wastes my time, Kyle. Yeah, but you can think it wasted time. It doesn't mean it actually wastes your time. This guy almost definitely hated the teleportation in Game of Thrones. Yeah, this is the thing. Did they do the Tommen shot? Yes, they did the Tommen shot before Tommen did the Tommen shot. On HBO, no less. I never actually put that together. That might have been expired. Tommen isn't dead yet in the books, and he probably can't commit suicide. He's like 8. So they probably did get that idea directly from Eddie. And it is all about personal guilt, too. So I can't believe I never tried to...
Black-owned club on the Boardwalk. The amount of things that you can do with the setup, exploring the history of 1920s show business, is practically endless. It's a premise good enough to warrant a whole spin-off show. What does Season 4 of Boardwalk Empire do with it? Episode 1, we get the weird cuck fetish murder scene with a music promoter.
Again, anything relating to sex is weird.
Daily dose of lovely, stupid HBO degeneracy. Then Narcisse rolls
said the word again.
Into town with hot new act daughter Maitland on his arm.
It's funny how he doesn't complain about the violence here, just the degeneracy of the sexuality of it.
Stupid HBO degeneracy. Then Narcisse rolls into town with hot new act daughter Maitland on his arm in a honeypot so obvious there should be alarm bells and sirens going off the first time Chalky meets her. Then
there are. That's the whole point. That he knows it's a trap. But goddamn, is this girl not incredibly good looking that he falls for it anyway? And there's so much tension and build up to it too. And they both know. I'm pretty sure it's implied that they talk about it off screen after they start hooking up, because she ends up choosing Chalky anyway, kind of. Like that's like the lead the show is bringing out there to then fuck with what would usually happen in this scenario. It's what we call in the business, with big brains, a subversion. This guy needs to have sex.
Married, devoted family man Chalky spends the entire season uncharacteristically...
Why does he do this? Because I figured this out that he was going to say this because the comments talk about this. Why is he talking about Chalky like he's a devoted family man just because we've never seen him cheat before? Again, Mad Men, Boardwalk Empire, The Sopranos, every male character cheats in all of these shows. Actually, usually in each show, there's one character that doesn't cheat, and either it's a point in a later season that they do end up cheating or they don't. Bobby Bacala, I don't think, ever cheats on anybody in The Sopranos, though he also hasn't killed anybody until the last season, and then they make him do that. Like, the implication here, like, of course he was going to go for it. He probably did this all the time. They all do this. Why would Chalky be any different? Because he's the black character and the black character can't have a side girl? He did this with Richard too, and he did it with Jimmy slightly too, where it's like the characters that he likes, he seems to like value their honor or something more. Also, if we're going with he's a conservative slant, the family values thing could come in here.
Then married, devoted family man Chalky spends the entire season uncharacteristically falling for the honeypot hook, line, and sinker. Chalky has ascended to the most prominent character in season 4, effectively becoming the lead, and the ultimate tragedy is that he spends his year in the limelight looking like an absolute chump. I mean, Lucky Luciano...
They end up fucking him over. They end up getting the up on Narcisse anyway. After he beats the shit out of that girl. What is he talking about?
Had a honeypot plotline in season 1. It wasn't because the writers wanted to make him look like a swab James
It's okay,
Bond
Twitch, it's a TV show.
Figure, though. Season 1. It wasn't because the writers wanted to make him look like a swab James Bond figure, though.
Oh, fuck! I wasn't sure if you took cream.
It's not there, dear.
It was because he was stupid. At least at the end of the day, Chalky gets daughter to go...
Chalky's just lovesick. I guess he's going to call him a simp again.
Starscream.
This wouldn't happen to like, this is such an like, this wouldn't happen in real life. Like, this is such an uncommon thing.
And she flips to his side. Narcisse dead.
Hold on, now he's talking about the flipping.
End of the day...
It's not there, dear.
It was because he was stupid.
And it ends up not eventuating either. And he loses his family for it and everything. Again, all of these characters get punished for their bad actions, just like Chalky, who is a bad person at the end of the day too. So he loses his family, he loses his new girlfriend, his daughter gets killed in front of him, he loses all of his institutional power, he loses his status as a leader.
At the end of the day, Chalky gets daughter to go Starscream, and she flips to his side. Narcisse steps up to the table and becomes a much nastier big bad, and Chalky has to go on the run and hide out with his former mentor, which winds up being yet another opportunity to explore a character's past that is rushed and wasted.
You stay here.
Rushed and wasted, and add them both to the list. With no justification.
Build something up.
5 minutes later.
The point is he also got him killed because they came after him. Chalky's leading this path of destruction for his self-realization, just like all the other characters.
The big showdown. Give me back daughter Maitland, or I waste your daughter in this club. Richard takes the shot, the rest is history. The writers try to get Nookie embroiled in this conflict too, right at the very end, when he gets strong-armed into allowing Narcisse to ship heroin on his trucks. But
wait, the whole point is also that Nookie is being a shitty friend to Chalky because he's not helping him out with the Narcisse thing because he doesn't want to cause a war because it's inconvenient to him. And at the end, it ends up biting him in the ass too because Narcisse now has power over him, and him and Chalky are in the same position. Well, I don't think Chalky's around then, but now he knows how Chalky feels. Which leads him to, like, him and Chalky further understanding each other later when they re-meet in season 5 and they actually call each other friends.
It really does feel like an afterthought where the writers realized, oh shit, we never set up why Richard would help Chalky, but we have a reason for him to help Nookie. Come up with a reason
this
for...
fake, like, they must have come up with the final scene first and he's working backwards himself to try and, like, characterize the writing decisions as stupid to fit his made-up thing that he hasn't stated the writers have said anywhere is, like, cringe and
Nookie
bad.
to enlist Richard. We have this really great final scene in mind in the nightclub, and if getting everyone there is
this is all made up. He just came up with this.
Contrived, so be it. Nookie's involvement feels superfluous, especially because he already shared a big finale moment with his brother Eli. Yes, and now we get to the Eli.
You can't have two? I thought he wasn't in this season.
Plot. I've espoused my love for the character before, and his year in the limelight in season 4 is actually good. I won't spend too much time on it. Eli's oldest son goes to college, accidentally kills a student when he spikes the kid's drink with a laxative, and then secondary antagonist Agent Knox puts the squeeze on Eli to get Rothstein, Masseria, and Nookie in a room together.
Also, this dude was also one of the main antagonists too. And the whole point is that Nookie doesn't realize that he's fucking him, and the whole thing, and it's like a subversion at the end that Eli takes care of it.
one big bust. If Eli doesn't get the whole operation locked up, his son will have to
Also, this is when we start transitioning into Nucky increasingly doing bad things to set up for the fucking finale where we justifiably, like, not agree, but don't feel as bad when Nucky gets shot.
face the music. Eli wrestling with having to betray his brother.
I'm so curious what he's going to say about season 5. He's probably just going to say they rushed through a bunch of things.
Again, is much meatier than the rest of what's on in a room together for one big bust. If Eli doesn't get the whole operation locked up, his son will have to face the music. Eli wrestling with having to betray his brother, again, is much meatier than the rest of what's on offer this season. And it's introduced in a perfect black comedy.
I thought it was kind of the boringest subplot.
A scene where the agents first approach Eli at a restaurant and he refuses to scoot across the booth like a child.
Would you mind sliding over?
This is great.
We'd like you to slide over. Stop that.
Unlike the other seeming attempts at dramatic irony this season that don't get any mileage on a first viewing, the dramatic irony in this storyline actually works. All these historical figures who never wound up in prison are in the mix. We know Eli isn't going to pull this sting off. And unlike Narcisse, who doesn't show his power levels until well into the season's run, Agent Knox's growing ruthlessness and insanity is peppered amusingly throughout, building expertly to the crescendo when he petulantly announces he's going to send Eli's son to be raped in prison. Eli, I guess you could say, takes issue with that.
Last I heard, he was very popular with the other inmates.
I will fucking kill you, you son of a...
Oh, it's so good because he has so much institutional power and he feels like there's nothing Eli can do, and then Eli just does the thing.
Being a federal agent?
I don't know what you are.
I'll tell you what I am. I'm a man who's gonna
fucking kill you!
The nightclub assassination scene will always be the best part of the finale, but this knockdown, drag-out fight gets
I can't believe you liked that scene.
Medal.
Not this
really
one, but the finale thing.
It just feels like two dudes who want to beat each other to death, beating each other to death. Great, brutal stuff. That's all I've got on season 4. Chalky winds up on the run, Eli winds up on the run, joining Van Alden in Chicago. Oh, I almost forgot. Jimmy's mother winds up in jail after her Harlequin romance plotline turned out to be an elaborate scheme to socially engineer a murder confession.
Oh, I thought he was going to really make fun of that storyline, which I think is a little goofy, but then it's revealed at the end that it's intentionally goofy, and it actually ends up being really great.
Yeah, you got me with another twist, season 4. Good for you. On this outright downer ending, we say goodbye to the...
There's no way... He was being sarcastic. There's no way it got him. It feels off the entire time, and you're just waiting for the second shoe to drop, because you know the show isn't going to give... Maybe he didn't think about, like, bad characters aren't going to get happy endings. But obviously you know, especially then when Jillian hasn't been fleshed out in her backstory at all, that Jillian is not going to be afforded a happy ending after incest, pedophilically sleeping with her son. I guess he might have been 18 then. But kissing the Winky when she's like, yeah, but she was also 13. She's not a good person, that's the point.
Roaring 20s. I'll catch you all after the time skip to 1931 with season 5.
He's already complaining about them skipping 7 years for the last season. Which was done because the show did get cancelled, kind of. Well, it was only afforded one last season to wrap everything up. Well, at least I assume that's what happened. Actually, I know that's what happened. I did see that in the interview thing. I guess we should look at chat real quick. They haven't done anything. This guy needs to have sex. Chad Walt would never cheat. Is that something that I forget the fucking show Breaking Bad people talk about while ago now, and has abandoned us once again. She does that a lot. Gone with the farewell blues. That could be negative or positive. This is my favorite season, by the way.
After a 7-year time skip, we catch up with our characters as the mushroom tip of the Great Depression gets shoved up everyone's asses.
The country is strong.
This is a great
The market is strong. Connors and Gould is strong. Oh, no. Everything's going to work out fine.
The time jump seems to be used more as a way to get to important historical events. Joseph Kennedy amassing his fortune and post...
No, I guess he doesn't even know that it kind of got cancelled. The point is that they had plans to go up to this point the whole time, but, like, Because I heard Terrence Winter in that one interview I've been talking about the whole time we've been reviewing this video, talks about, I think that was done like after season 3, and he talked about how he wanted the show to be like 8 or 9 seasons and how he had plans for that. And obviously it wasn't getting the ratings required to get extended that long. So they had to do basically a lot of the stuff they had planned. You can tell like they're cramming a lot in, and it would be super easy to say it's rushed, but I think it just is like perfectly placed in certain points. Like the Kennedy dude being in it is pretty funny.
Used more as a way to get to
the president's father, this fella is supposed to be.
Important historical events. Joseph Kennedy amassing his fortune in post-crash real estate, Joe Masseria and Sal Maranzano getting whacked, and Lucky, Meyer, and Bugsy forming the commission. To get to all these things, though, some important stuff was passed over, most notably the murder of
Arnold gets killed off screen, which they play into it perfectly in the season, especially with his wife. But I know a lot of people are pissy that they didn't get to see that in real time.
Commission. To get to all these things, though, some important stuff was passed over, most notably the murder of Arnold Rothstein. Arnold's luck with gambling finally fell through, as foreshadowed in the previous season. We don't get the death scene I was always quite excited to see how Boardwalk would handle, but season 4 still gave the character a somber send-off in one of my personal favorite exchanges.
First time I ever played craps, I won $32. I was 9 years old.
Lucky little boy.
Yes. Or at least I used to think so.
We also miss out on the completely bizarre tale of what happened to George Remus.
I actually don't know anything about George Remus, which is interesting.
His arrest. It's fascinating, but this video is already getting really, really long.
Oh, he's not going to say it anyway, but his arrest scene here is fucking hilarious. George Remus is a great character throughout the fucking show.
Story for another day. I cite the historical stuff first before telling you where our fictional characters are at, because by and large, everybody just did the end of the Star Wars prequel thing and stayed exactly where we left them in season 4. For most of them, it makes sense.
What?
Margaret still has her job in the trading firm. Van Alden and Eli are still hiding out with Capone.
Oh, they're still there at the beginning. Okay, yes.
He is still in prison, and Nookie is finagling his Florida deal into a Cuba deal. Although I find it hard to believe he stayed with his underwhelming East Coast fling Sally for 7 years.
Firstly, they're not together at the beginning, which is explicitly stated when she doesn't go home with him and says she's got somebody waiting. So firstly, they haven't been together for 7 years. Firstly, that's a weird way to just say that she's not as attractive. And thirdly, I think she's really attractive, and it's like Nookie would totally be into her. Firstly, because they're the similar age, it's not a younger woman again, and she like punches him the first time. It's all great. They play off each other really well.
It's hard to believe
she's underwhelming because she's a little bit older. He's like 40 like he is.
Underwhelming East Coast fling Sally for 7 years after 4 seasons of endlessly cheating on his girlfriends and wife. I remembered...
They're not together, plus she's in Cuba. He could be cheating on her all the time, which I think he is.
Really coming away from the final truncated season of Boardwalk Empire a happy camper. I even referred to it years after 4 seasons of endlessly cheating on his girlfriends and wife. I remembered really coming away from the final truncated season of Boardwalk Empire a happy camper. I even referred to it as God tier in my 30 Rock video. Rewatching it now, I can confirm the final 3 episodes leave a good taste in your mouth, but the show struggles to capture your investment in the first half. In contrast to what came before, every plotline is pretty much self-contained, and with all the deaths and arrests over the last 4 seasons, the world just feels kind of empty. Yet still, Boardwalk goes about diligently introducing us to new characters and historical figures.
Oh, I hate... if Anne was here, I'd tell her to add this to the list. I hate when people try to time sync finales of things. I hate when people like, it's the last season, but you're introducing new characters. It's like they've thought about the timing more than you will ever think about the timing. They know what they think is valuable enough to do. They know what they don't think is valuable enough to do. If they had more time, they still wouldn't do those things they don't think is valuable because they've deemed it not valuable and not necessary. So Kennedy getting introduced instead of more focus going to somebody else was all factored into the equation. They didn't have to put Kennedy in. They could have done that other stuff. They chose not to.
Empty. Yet still, Boardwalk goes about diligently introducing us to new characters and historical figures, almost like they're blissfully unaware they're going to be off the air for good in a few short hours.
She's at Pacey's on Twitch.
Down of season 5 is Nookie versus Meyer Lansky and Lucky Luciano, characters that have been kicking around in the background since the very beginning.
He hasn't talked about Lucky or Lansky's plots through any of the season, and they're all great.
Bit of an odd spat, one that seems born of historical necessity and not exactly because it's...
No, this has been built up continually throughout the series, where they've always been at odds and they've always had many interactions, and the whole time you're thinking, probably shouldn't fuck with Lucky Luciano since we know historically what he comes to be. And he's always had... Oh, I love the scene on after this scene where Al fucks off on Lucky Luciano and says, call Thompson or whatever. Oh, it's so good to reinforce the Al Capone Nucky deal.
The most
and
logical.
bond.
Meyer Lansky and
so
Lucky
He hasn't talked about Al in any detail either throughout this whole video.
Luciano, characters that have been kicking around in the background since the very beginning. It's a bit of an odd spat, one that seems born of historical necessity and not exactly because it's the most logical or compelling given where we last left these characters. Meyer and Lucky are looking to do away with the old bosses and set up the commission, meaning racial divides and personal egos will not be a factor in mob decisions going forward. This leads to Maranzano, Narcisse, and Masseria getting iced, but why does Nookie need to get a bullet kicked in him while Torrio doesn't? I don't remember.
Well, Torrio, they're gonna kill Torrio anyway. What even they do? Who kills Torrio, or does he just get pushed to the side? Oh, I can't believe I can't remember. So yes, they're pushing Torrio out. They're just using him. Bugsy even has a conversation about that. They say anybody that doesn't disagree goes, and because Luciano wants to kill Nucky because Nucky slapped him in the head in season 1, and he's pissed off about that still. Luciano keeps grudges a lot. And he's attempted to kill Maya twice. He kidnaps Bugsy. Of course he wants to kill Nucky. He hates fucking Nucky.
Nookie causing anybody any headaches if they didn't come at him first. Sure, he put a gun to
That's not how they're gonna think about it.
Meyer's head twice, but both times
Bugsy is fucking crazy. He'll do whatever.
It was because Meyer was fucking him over. The better question is, why do they want, or even think, Al Capone, the coke-addled maniac, would be compatible with this organization in any way?
They can't fuck with Al Capone. And also, Al comes off crazy the people he's around, not necessarily the people around, further away. And he still values that deal with Nucky.
So yeah, the motivation between the Nookie v. Lucky assassination exchanges is shaky compared to the meatier, more practical stuff that came in the seasons prior, and the plot ultimately boils down to a hostage exchange that Nookie's nephew royally screws up.
This scene is fucking great. It's also kind of tragic.
Were you screaming at your TV during this scene? Because I was. So Nookie surrenders Atlantic City, takes his stock manipulation money, and hangs up his hat. It's an underwhelming final gang war, especially if you've done your homework on American mobsters and know that
The whole point is that it's underwhelming, that Nucky is kind of being forced out, and it's not the grand finale he thinks, because it fools you into thinking that Nucky might get this chance to be happy at the end, only for his greatest sins to come into the limelight. Because this season isn't actually about Lucky Luciano getting one over on him, it's Jillian coming back to haunt him.
He absolutely
and it's so good that it all comes back to him and Jillian. Oh, greatest television show I've ever
not
seen.
winning this one unless the writers do something crazy like rewrite history, which, to be fair, they occasionally teased was a possibility.
Vinny Piazza and Stephen Graham would say, well, you can't kill me, I'm Al Capone, I'm Lucky Luciano. And I said, until we do the episode where we reveal that you're actually an imposter and the real Al Capone comes in, and I kind of was met with these blank looks.
And this is the closest the show ever
What a man young Terrence Winter is.
Came to convincing me something ahistorical was going to happen.
Oh, it's so good when he's singing the song about his girlfriend's pussy or whatever, and he's screaming it at the top of his lungs. It's so great. Bugsy is so good. What a performance.
The closest the show ever came to convincing me something ahistorical was going to happen.
Something ahistorical does happen at the end, right? Nucky
Lady walks up to Nookie on the boardwalk and says,
oh, this scene is so great where he sees the television for the first time. Oh, get it? The medium you're watching it on. Oh, how big, grand, and meta. I love it. If you shits on it, I'm going to cry.
Convincing me something ahistorical was going to happen. When that lady walks up to Nookie on the boardwalk and says she's from the future, I started getting the same vibes I got during the Community episode where they learned Greendale never existed, and they've been in a mental institution this whole time.
This fantastical community college where everything that happens is unbelievably ridiculous and it all revolves around you.
You're thinking to yourself, okay, this is probably a big joke, but the show is on its way out, and there's a 1% chance they might just be crazy enough to do it.
Do you know who I am?
Oh, this scene is so good. I think the meta aspect might have gone over his head.
Some sort of genie?
Because what he just said about that Community episode seems to think that was also doing a meta thing as well.
I'm from the future.
I've gone flat.
Knew it. Stop letting him make you realize stuff.
If Nookie's plot is a bit of a dud, why did I care for the season so much? Well, every character, including Nookie in a storyline unrelated to the mob war, gets an appropriate send-off. In contrast to the previous season, the show's final run of episodes really does our favorites justice. Eli and Van Alden's buddy cop adventures in working for Capone, robbing Capone, and ultimately helping the IRS bring down Capone is probably the best of the best. Because come on.
Really?
What better trifecta of characters could you ask for?
Are you successful?
Not really.
Why?
I've got a feeling
I get the feeling my boss doesn't like me.
You ever say thank you? I never heard it.
It doesn't count now.
Thank you. Very much.
Doesn't count now.
The only odd part of the storyline is that sometimes it feels like it's 7 years after season 4, and sometimes it feels like it's 7 days. Al Capone going from lovable hothead to violent addict, or Eli having an affair with Van Alden's wife, those all feel like 7-year things. Eli becoming a grizzled drunk in the absence of his wife, and he and Van Alden being terrible at their jobs, that feels more like a 7 days thing. Also, we're supposed to believe Eli is all pain.
I kind of don't entirely disagree with that.
Drunken and turns to Van Alden's wife in desperation since he's on the run and can't see his wife. Then halfway through the season, boom, his wife just shows up, with the heavy implication they've been seeing each other on the regular. I know he hasn't seen the kids in a while, but surely that could be arranged too.
Hold on. Maybe Mr. I was right about the sex thing. One rendezvous with your wife every 3 months when she comes to visit you is very different than living with a woman.
Why is he so utterly miserable? It recontextualizes stuff in a bad way.
Especially when he's forced out.
It's a lot like, so there's this show called Jane the Virgin, right? It's about a girl named Jane who's a virgin in that. And the crux of some of the plot lines are her boyfriends having to keep it in their pants until marriage. Then in season 3, they reveal with a throwaway line she's been sucking them off the whole time. Oh, that kind of takes the edge off, don't you think?
Stop. We should stop.
I think Mr. I was right again. What is this tangent?
Okay, now just blow him. In the end, Eli and Van Alden go for Capone's ledgers in a hilariously bad heist attempt.
This has not been thought through.
Van Alden goes out in a righteous blaze of glory, inadvertently creating the diversion that will bring down...
I don't know if you'd call it righteous, I'd call it crazy, which is more fitting for his character. It is an incredible final scene, though.
Biggest bootlegger in the country in the process. A shell-shocked Eli finally gets a free pass from the feds to return home. And while Al Capone slid into more of a villain role this season, when the House of Cards comes tumbling down and he has to face the music, Stephen Graham does a Stephen damn fine job
such a great scene.
Bringing heart back to the character. Capone's final scene, where he puts up a front for the press but tips his cap to the Elliot Ness squad, knowing it's all over, is an absolutely perfect send-off to the legend. His glory days last only as long as it takes him to ascend the courthouse stairs, so Boisterous Al's gonna make every step count. That's a series wrap on Capone, Eli, and the late Nelson Van Alden. A-pluses all around.
Talk about the Jillian stuff, hurry up.
And I swear by Jesus our Lord, justice will rain down upon you if it is my...
The character who
scene
needs the
is
most
so good.
Course correction after last season is Chalky, who was in the worst spot of anyone as the season
What? I guess he likes it because Chalky goes out in kind of a blaze for glory.
begins. Escaping a chain gang with a schizophrenic inmate unwantedly tagging along, he's on a Breaking Bad-esque Felina journey to set things right before cashing out.
Did you get that reference, Miller?
Ultimately, he visits daughter Maitland, offering his life in exchange for Narcisse finally letting her free to pursue her own musical career.
Gonna keep your word to her. Because I'm keeping to mine.
How will you know?
I won't. Then tell yourself I will.
His final season arc is a bittersweet send-off that does the yeoman's work of putting things in place for a satisfying conclusion after a messy arc in season 4. It works even better if you can put the actual relationship scenes from last season out of your head. Just imagine her as Chalky's great love. Forget about the honeypot bullshit and Chalky's, actual wife and kids, and it makes the final
Why is he so obsessed with the wife and kids thing?
scenes all the more touching. After being reduced to cameos following the many adventures of Catholic healthcare, Margaret gets the chance to return as a series regular. This is undoubtedly the strongest season for Margaret. She gets all tangled up in
That might be true, but everything else is really good too.
Nucky's stock scam, so she's close
Oh, and Nucky wakes up and thinks it's Mabel, but it's actually Margaret is the greatest
the
thing I
action
ever saw with
and the
my
chemistry
fucking
season
Pretty
for
Little
Margaret.
Lies. God, this season is so good. Plus all the interactions with Arnold's wife is so good.
She gets all tangled up in Nucky's stock scam, so she's closer to the action, and the chemistry between Steve Buscemi and Kelly MacDonald has never been stronger.
Did you get a cut of Rothstein's portfolio?
I'll make my own decisions, thank.
No,
Oh, that's
pretty dumb.
you're right. I should have benefited from a dead man's money.
Wouldn't have bothered him. Well, it would have, but that's beside the point.
In the series finale, the actor who voiced Randall Boggs and the actress who voiced Princess Merida share a final dance together.
I didn't even know she was the girl from Brave. But they share a dance together, but it's a false dance because that Nucky prick's gotta pay.
Mental image linger in your head for just a bit. Okay, now we can keep talking about the scene. It was the last scene shot during the production of the series, and it really feels
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
like a goodbye, even as the characters are flirting with the idea of cohabitating again. They know as well as the audience it isn't to be. I love, love, love this scene. I asked my fiance if we could make the song in the background.
Now he's revealing he's got a fiance. What now, Mr. R?
Of the scene, our first dance at our wedding, but she said no, and that I'm an idiot.
Am I supposed to say I'm sorry?
He's got no Atlantic City and he's got no Margaret, but we know he's got his money. How does the saga of Nookie Thompson end? Well, to get to the end,
we haven't talked about the flashbacks yet. He finally catches the thing underwater.
Go back to the
What
beginning.
a television program.
Shunting us back to the late 1800s, each episode of the final season is peppered with flashbacks to Nookie's childhood, tutelage under the Commodore, promotion from deputy to sheriff, an eventual moral event horizon moment as he pimps out an underage Jillian Darmody. Boardwalk Hood was hit or miss. We know everything that happens, so there's no surprises, and the early flashbacks can't help but feel like a time waster. But when things come to a head and tie in with the final scene, they feel meaningful. Who settles Nookie's hash in the end?
Tommy Darmody.
Oh, I bet he likes this because it's like Jimmy's kind of revenge. Really, it's Jillian's kind of revenge, but he's going to play it off as Jimmy's kind of revenge.
It's a capper that both feels very satisfying, but is also easy to nitpick. You can complain about why does he even know anything about Jillian and Jimmy? Why is he so much older than 12? Why
Because
did
he was listening the whole time. People said things around him, because you know that because he calls her Nima. It's very much like, again, this is a Mad Men Sopranos, Boardwalk Empire type thing of liking to point out that kids are constantly listening. That's why in the final episode of The Sopranos, AJ makes a reference to something that was said to him in like season 1. And it's very clear that very weird certain things stick with kids until their adulthoods and help very much form who they are. And when Tony doesn't remember the line he said to AJ, but AJ does, it's kind of this profound moment of like Tony is kind of lost his way or he was just saying bullshit, but actually AJ was listening. It's sort of the effect you can have on kids even when you think they're stupid or whatever.
do something to Why does he even know anything about Jillian and Jimmy? Why is he so much older than 12? Why did they do something
also,
to
he could have asked Mickey about it when he worked for him.
Cut Richard's arc to give the kid a normal life? But for me personally,
because Richard fucked him up. That's the whole point. Richard is not a good person. I don't know why he keeps trying to
show had built up enough goodwill that I was fine with rolling with the punches. I like the send-off, and I like how every character who did die got to die the right way, with the exception of one. Why, oh why did they have to kill Mickey Doyle so close to the finish line? Love to hate turned love to love sleazeball Mickey Doyle could
I like that he's kind of not shitting on Mickey here, but I think his death is perfect, because him and Nucky have the scene in that episode about, it's really been you and me the whole time. You're the only one that's still around. It's such a cute little moment. And because everybody around Nucky has to fall apart. He's kind of a complete fuck up. Not really in like the sense of like he's an idiot, but in terms of like what a horrible person, and that's part of the thematic undertone.
Should have died so many.
His wife Margaret gets away because she dissipates from and forges her own path.
Many times throughout the series that it became a running gag.
AR holds a $500,000 policy against your life.
I don't know nothing about that.
I watched you sign it, you fucking snitch.
You gotta believe me.
Mr. Harrow.
Didn't do it! Didn't do it!
Let me ask you something, Mickey. How the fuck are you still alive?
When he finally does get shot for mouthing off at the wrong time.
And it's also that he's surprisingly competent in like the meandering things he does. He just has a stupid mouth.
It feels like it's supposed to be a joke, okay, sure, but I think the better
I
joke
don't think it's supposed to be a joke at all.
The meta
because it
joke.
comes right after the guard dude gets killed.
This show is an absolute bloodbath. Of the fictional characters introduced in the pilot, only Margaret and Eli walked away from it. Wouldn't it have been hilarious if Mickey Doyle survived? Or if the final shot after the credits was Mickey like waking up in the hospital, maybe with a mechanical throat that has an even higher pitched annoying laugh? Mecha Mickey. That's my dream. Okay, that's it.
Didn't talk about
Video's
Jillian
over.
really at all.
Actually, you know what? Screw it. I've still got time. I'll tell you the big thing that didn't make the show.
Oh, he's
and one
actually
I
going to talk about George Remus.
earlier.
Okay.
Here's what happened to George Remus.
This
In
will be the best part of the
1925,
video.
George Remus was convicted of several thousand violations of the Volstead Act and sent away to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. This happened on the show, but what happened after? Well, in prison, George Remus made a friend. This friend wasn't actually his friend, but rather an undercover Prohibition agent looking for dirt. Learning that Remus's wife had control over his vast bootlegging estate in a very do-you-trust-your-wife, Shawshankian legal scheme, the Prohibition agent said to himself, that's a good thing to know. Did he tell his bosses this information? No. The agent quit his job, found Mrs. Remus, seduced her, and then they decided to screw over her husband together. Running away with his millions of dollars, they left Remus with nothing more than $100 and a contract killer on his way to murder him. The contract killer, noticing that the couple who hired him seemed to stab people in the back, instead informed Remus of the plot. Between the affair and the contract killer, surely Remus is going to have a field day in divorce court, right? Well, Remus's wife would sadly never make it there. In 1927, fresh out of prison, Remus saw his wife driving on the road and instructed his driver to kindly run her off the road. Presumably angling for a big Christmas bonus, the driver agreed, criminally running Remus's wife off the road into Eden Park. Remus then got out of the car and shot her to death. Now, Remus was a lawyer and a smooth operator, so surely he did this under cover of night. No, George Remus shot his wife to death in broad daylight in a public park with dozens of onlookers while she was on her way to divorce court. Remus was put on trial for murder, and not only did he decide to represent himself, he tried to get off with the insanity defense. Your Honor, my client, who is me, was temporarily insane. More insane than that legal tactic, the defense worked. The jury deliberated for less than 20 minutes before acquitting him. Remus spent 6 months in the booby hatch.
He fixed the jury.
Then rode off into the sunset, marrying his secretary and living happily with her till the day he died. On the other hand, I have it on good authority that Remus's wife still haunts Eden Park till this day. Thought patrolled.
Ugh. Of course he ends it with the Thought Patrol meme. Not that he's a bootlicker, but because she cheated on him. He was so good at having a good part in the video, and then he said Thought Patrol unironically. Well, look at that. Let me catch up on chat. We may as well do that before... Oh, we're getting a critical sign. So actually, for the YouTube audience, this is where we're going to cut the video. Oh, this might be the end. So if this is the end, you'll be able to see this by scrolling on the timeline. But if we made it to the 7-hour mark with this video, for the YouTube audience, this will be goodbye. If not, we'll cut and we'll pick up tomorrow, probably talking about an Evangelion video. I have the Ava Monkey one. We're going to end with bad videos, I think. With that being said, in case it is the end, support links in the description below. Cut or thanks. Well, chat, it turns out that wasn't our sign-off. We should be at about 6 hours and 40 minutes in this overall reacting to YouTube essays, random YouTube video essays saga here. So we've got about 20 more minutes to fill before I can meet the title replications, the title requirements that I've set for myself. I could have just changed it to 6 hours, but we're going to shoot for 10 hours. No, we're not. We're going to shoot for 7 hours. Miller promised me that this Ava Monkey video, Ava Monkey is an Ava YouTuber, I'm assuming. I don't think I've ever seen any of their videos. He promised me some stupid stuff in this, so I thought it would be maybe. Apparently it is a scripted video, it's 40,000 views. Oh no, Plague of Gripes is in the chat. Oh no, I didn't even see that. I didn't scroll down. So I've been promised some stupid shit. Chat's dead right now, so that's why we're doing this. For better or for worse, here's what I thought about Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 Thrice Upon a Time. Still an incredible title. I just think that was the heart of the whole film. This is something, I think Miller said this. Let's blame everything on Miller. I'm pretty sure that's what he was saying about this fucking movie when he had seen it and I hadn't seen it yet. Like, the best part of them, I think it's all great, obviously. I gave it a 10. I think every section is a 10. But if we're rating the 10s, the third part's the best, then the middle part, then the beginning part. The whole point of the movie, maybe the whole series, was Shinji's connection with humanity. That's such a vague thing to say, and to say the rest of the film isn't also that is weird. The difference between him and his father's ability to be an individual within a world of differences. My only criticism would be, while things like Shinji's change in outlook and Gendo's epiphany or the time skip at the end are understandable, and maybe less details about the tone, they could use more breathing room, especially it felt like 2 films worth of ideas in one. This is just like another YouTuber trope thing of saying something that sounds cool but actually means nothing. In fact, it does mean something, it's just you haven't said what it means. Basically, it feels like 2 films worth of ideas in one. Like, how many ideas should be in one film? Why does it feel like twice? It could just be a descriptor of, like, he felt like too much was going on, but I don't think, like, that's on you, bro. It's on your ability to keep up. Miller, I see, is in chat. Hold on. The least memorable and least important parts of this movie, coincidentally, was the action. That's definitely not true. That opening sequence, my God. I assume he's going to criticize the village part for, like, not doing anything or something. That's why all these comments seem to be about the village part. There's some stupid stuff, but not as bad as hour-long discussions I've seen from him and Goat Jesus. Yeah, the Gendo stuff is probably the best. The village stuff is close to the second, though. Obviously, I think the Asuka stuff is the best. I remember, my worry throughout the whole film was like, oh, because it's been a thing throughout the whole rebuilds is like, well, Asuka's clearly taken a back seat here. I guess that's okay. And then we get the bare bones Asuka stuff that's in the original series, and I was just like, all right, perfect film. Evangelion is great, 10 out of 10 stuff. But yes, the Gendo imagery stuff is fucking incredible. I just love everything about this stupid fucking film. You think the 2 minutes of Asuka is the best part in the film? Well, obviously, I think that. Well, I guess we'll start the thing. Did you get a notification, Miller? Do you always get a notification? Because the stream died like 2 minutes in, and I think that fucked everything up. But we'll talk about that afterwards, I guess. Oh, the brightness is all the way up on max, so we're not going to get a long stream, but oh well. That's probably noticeable in the YouTube video, but fuck it.
Well, guys, it's time. Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 is here. Finally.
I wasn't on my laptop, I saw it on Twitter. Do you get notifications on your laptop?
At long last.
Do you watch these streams on your laptop? I just assume everybody's watching on their phone.
That means that it's time to share some thoughts with all of you. Before we move on, this video will contain spoilers for Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, so consider yourself warned.
Alright, this is weirdly, incredibly nitpicky, but the song in the background sounds like it's way too high.
I want to start out by saying that I don't consider this a formal review. I fully expect to revisit and review the Rebuild series, both individually and as a whole.
I wonder if we watched them all before it came out.
And
like
because
I did, like professionals like me.
Because of what the film's resolution revolves around, I feel I can't fully stamp an approval or disapproval on 3.0 plus 1.0, or Rebuild as a whole at this time. There's so much that I want to revisit beforehand, not just the prior 3 films, but also the television series.
Drew! He's couching everything here. It's nice.
And Sadamoto's manga. I think it's important
Let's get on that manga grind
to consider the interrelation between all of these works, when also evaluating 3.0.
I think he's playing this song for every video, maybe.
Plus 1.0, which in some ways endeavors to be the new capstone for the core works of the franchise. I've been an Evangelion fan for a long time, and I've spent a long time awaiting this film. When the rebuild of Evangelion films were announced 15 years ago, they were described as 3 re-edits of the television series, concluded with a new ending, and the original time frame for that ending would have seen it released by the end of 2008. In a way, I've spent the majority of my Evangelion fandom in expectation for this new ending.
I've engaged with zero Anno stuff, really, about the rebuilds especially. So I'm super curious, like this development cycle. It's probably in that documentary thing that I still haven't watched, but like, is everything he's saying in this video true? Was it just supposed to be a re-edit at some point? There's no way. Like the first film, as its ending, is clearly we're fucking up things here.
It had a lot, perhaps too much, to live up to.
Uh-oh.
One of the things that I hope is pretty apparent from my social media, the content that I create, and how I interact with all of you in the fandom.
It gives off the vibe of constantly consuming no media except for Evangelion. Well, that's pretty pog in my opinion. Also, times 2ing videos is bad, but he's talking real fucking slow.
Is that I want to project positivity and optimism, because I really love this franchise, and I want people to enjoy every facet of it.
And critiquing media is bad.
In the case where I don't care for a part of it, and particularly where others do, I genuinely feel bad, like I'm letting you all down. All of this is to say that I wanted to like this film. I wanted to be...
Oh, it's Thanatos. That's the song that's playing now. Because I'm so afraid, you know.
Satisfied by this film, but I'm not. After 3 viewings, I can't say that I liked it. I can't say that I hated it either. Mostly, I feel disappointment in nearly every aspect of its narrative. I've read comments and responses by people who found it beautiful, emotional, cathartic, and had they removed...
It's super interesting that the wide opinion on this is just that it was great. Like, that was... If there was one reaction I didn't think this movie would have, especially after the third movie and how it was reacted to, it was definitely that it's great. And it's kind of awesome that it is that.
Moved to tears by it.
It's kind of interesting that it seems like all the Ava YouTube bros didn't like it.
Part of me wants to joke and ask, did we even watch the same movie? Candidly, the first time I watched it, it felt like a fever dream. Like, my brain genuinely hurt afterwards. I suppose that's fitting, in a way. The memory of my first viewings of the prior two endings were also a lot to take in and process. Nevertheless, it took me a while to slowly decompress and begin to put my feelings into human speech. My first issue was the film's length. In every way, it felt like a 2.5-hour film. It never engaged me to the point where
Isn't that 2 hours right there? Oh no.
Every
I always
way,
fuck that up. I think an hour is 100 minutes.
Felt like a 2.5-hour film. It never engaged me to the point where the time slipped by. It crawled.
I remember thinking that for the third movie for one section, the weird first half an hour, and the first movie a little bit, but for that fourth movie, it was engagement the whole way. It was just tenning out everywhere.
Kept checking the playhead to see how much time was left. I was surprised by how slowly it progressed through its acts. I can recall...
Why would you make that critique of an Evangelion thing? Like, episode 23 has that 1.5 minute Karu stare off me. And it's great, but like, I feel like this movie was so fast paced though.
Recall watching the disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, which is longer than 3.0 plus 1.0, and being engaged with it to the point where it didn't feel remotely as long as it was. 3.0 plus 1.0, on the other hand, felt...
Is he uncovering what pacing is? Of course, something can feel longer or shorter depending. What was that video? Oh, that one Nerd Rider video from, if you're watching the YouTube video, from like 3 hours ago, where we talked about how time is kind of relative in perception, at least, of like when you want something to happen, time goes really slow. When you don't want the time to run out, your football team's got to score twice in the last 5 minutes of the game, that clock be going real fast. It'd be cheating you. It just depends on perception. The village stuff especially flew by so fast. I think I agree with that, yeah.
Much longer than it actually was. Another issue I had was the film's structure, and that despite being
this is the one thing I want to make a video on. Let's see what he says.
Pretty long film, it felt like the first half contributed very little to the second half. I liked the Paris sequence as an action set piece.
God, it's so good, that fucking song. I'm still listening to it.
Really, all it boils down to is them getting parts and supplies.
Oh, we're being a plot bro now. It didn't help out the plot any, so it's useless.
If the children had rejoined Ville after they had made repairs, I really don't think anything would have been lost in terms of the narrative. Similarly, the village sequence really doesn't add much to the rest of the film.
Wait. I've been caught out for this before, for like saying story, narrative, and plot and all treating them like they're the same thing. But narrative... He's talking about plot, because narrative would be... These words are so interchangeable, I think. But like... What? No, there's not even any point in nitpicking this point.
It's mostly
I feel
about...
like nobody understands what any of those words mean.
Similarly, the village...
Like, narrative would be like the through line of everything. So it would be like, the point of it would be the bombast. And then it would contribute something to... Well, unless he's saying the narrative in terms of characters, but that can't be what he means. I don't know. Yes, the angel battles in Ava always contribute to the plot. I mean, yeah, of course they do. Well, again, not plot, but like, I don't know. Plot is... I don't want to talk about it.
Sequence really doesn't add much to the rest of the film. It's mostly about completing Rei Q's arc, which is basically the same as Rei 2's arc in 2.0. She's nice to Shinji, and she gives him his father's tape player, which is symbolic of wanting them to communicate. It feels very redundant, and I would have liked to see her character arc connect with Rei 2 in a more meaningful way. As for Shinji...
But the point is that they're different people, because they have different experiences, because each Rei is different. That's the point.
This film feels like it completely forgot.
God, I love this fucking aesthetic. Oh my god, remember when I used to shit on the aesthetic of the rebuild so much? God, it looks fucking good. Maybe modern anime looks alright. Maybe we don't need thick outlines. Look at his stomach. Look at this color scheme up here.
He's the protagonist.
Look at
With the
shadows.
exception of isolating himself from others, he doesn't do or say anything for an entire...
But also, I don't want to be like the original series did this too, because it did. That's what my video was going to be about. But like Rey 3 has the same character arc again in Ava after Rey 2 dies in the original like timeline or the original series.
37 minutes of the film. And while he starts to open back up through the efforts of Rey and Kensuke, he does nothing
the shadows. They're playing with the shadows
to advance the film's plot. In particular,
Rey's his shadow.
The transition from Reikyu's death, which should have triggered a relapse of his PTSD, to him resolving himself to go...
Wait, no, did we miss the whole point of Rey's speech there about living life, and even if her life was this short, at least she had the fun times, which engages Shinji to think, like, maybe I shouldn't be wasting my time if I have so much time afforded to me, and Rey doesn't, but she's living life to the fullest. Maybe I shouldn't be moping around. The Shinji point, oh no. The montage sequence is so good.
37 minutes of the film. And while he starts to open back up through the efforts of Rey and Kensuke, he does nothing to advance the film's plot. In particular,
my plot throwing out real hard here.
Transition from Reikyu's death, which should have triggered a relapse of his PTSD, to him resolving...
I hate this is just... if Anne was here, I'd tell her to add to the list. The refusal to engage with the material and just say, Shinji should have done this. Like, who the fuck are you to say what Shinji should do? Like, clearly they're going to tell you what Shinji's going to do. If Shinji's going to do something. It's like this weird, like, engaging with the material objectively and then not engaging with it objectively when you want to, like, say that it betrayed something. It's just bad engagement. The Passion is here saying, what's up? I found it really refreshing seeing Shinji not talk for so long. It really differentiated itself from the other depressive episodes. Well, it's literally the end of Ava stuff, right?
Himself to go with the Wunder, which happened the same day, felt incredibly abrupt, unrealistic, and...
Abrupt needs to also be added to the list. Like, characters have singular change points, and even then he slowly reintroduces himself back to his people.
Sloppy. I'm certain many of you will disagree, but I could have done without the entire village sequence, and instead followed the opening titles, with the children being retrieved by Vile, and reinvest that time in the reconciliation between Shinji and Misato being a thing that allows Shinji to cope with his PTSD and rediscover his path in the story. Alternatively, have the Wunder spend time at the village so that Misato and Shinji can connect, and so that Shinji and Mari can develop a more believable relationship.
Oh no, he's doing the Miller, they're in a relationship meme. I think everybody's doing that though. I haven't engaged with much Ava stuff, but a lot of you idiots seem to think they're together. Embarrassing.
Issues from 3.0 are resolved.
Also, people seem to forget that 2.0 scene, where Mari, like, completely coaches Shinji. She literally replaces Kaji in that, like, sense. I don't know. Maybe you need to rewatch these movies back to back. I feel like Shinji and his hot aunt have a lot of scenes.
Village, so that Misato and Shinji can connect, and so that Shinji and Mari can develop a more believable...
Also, the Misato Shinji... We all understand Misato and Shinji, alright? We don't need any more Misato and Shinji stuff. We all get it. She's... the son thing is there. Like, part of the goodness... of the moment in this film is that it's just sort of intrinsic that they understand each other, that we don't have to go over it again. I don't know. I feel like this it's very much a sequel series in this regard because it builds on what happens before it, right? Like, we don't get as much Shinji and Misato stuff because we got a shit ton of Shinji and Misato stuff in the original series. That's why we get a lot more post-Third Impact stuff with the other surviving classmates, because there's none of that in the end of Ava. And we focus on Ritsuko and Misato's relationship a little bit more than we do in the original series, and on Ritsuko and Gendo's relationship a whole lot less. It's just sort of we focus on Asuka completely less and Rei a lot more in the rebuilds. It's just sort of like, we did a lot of this. Asuka has like 3 episodes where it's nearly entirely about her in the back half of that series, plus the entire first part of the end of Ava movies, the entire first episode of that movie is Shinji moping around and Misato and Asuka doing everything, so that the last part can be a lot of Shinji stuff. Like, Asuka gets so much focus there that sure, we don't necessarily need to see it all again here when we can do something interesting and different from just sort of a different perspective. Imagine not liking the village section of the movie. Are you kidding, man? That was the best part, or at least one of the best parts. Kyle likes complimenting his aunt's boobs and sniffing her before running home and holding hands. I mean, your fake aunt, your mum's best friend, who you actually call your auntie.
Relationship.
You know what I mean.
While some lasting issues from 3.0 are resolved, we don't get to the actual plot or conflict of the film until a full hour in, when we get to
the most interesting part, this fucking stupid ship.
Operation Yamato, which has the goal of rendering Unit 13 unusable to prevent instrumentality or another impact from occurring. It took an entire hour to get to what the film is actually about.
Who the fuck is to say what it's actually about? Maybe it's actually about
My
the
issue
village.
with Operation Yamato,
Or maybe it's actually about all of it, because that's what the film is actually about. That's actually what's in the film.
Itself is that it's a solid half-hour action set piece that's followed with another half hour of being punched in the face repeatedly by deep lore babble. It was exhausting. And after an hour of all of that,
You can get through the deep lore babble real easy. You just let it wash over you, and then it's done. Even though I'm pretty sure I kept up with all of it, it made pretty basic sense.
at 2 hours into the film, and after ruining the suspension of disbelief with the ridiculous face of Evangelion Imaginary, we finally get to the...
The disbelief was ruined here, I guess. Suspension of disbelief is a concept, and it needs to be... Nobody should be saying those fucking words anymore. Add that to the YouTube list.
Main emotional hook of the film, Gendo. This is the part of the film where I completely...
Hold on. Because Miller has already warned me about this, about a bunch of the YouTube guys don't like that Gendo gets redeemed or something, or that he's the emotional core of the movie. First of all, it's always been the truth. It's always been, not the truth, it's always been in the movies, in Evangelion, that Shinji and Gendo are basically the same thing. Gendo's just like, what if Shinji went down a dark path? And after he loses somebody, he retreats entirely into himself. This has been a thing since the end of Evangelion. Me and Minty were talking about this on stream 2 years ago. All right, this isn't just something that came with this movie. I'm not just saying this because I've seen this movie, and this movie hits on that point repeatedly. The Karu and Yui confronting Gendo as he dies. In the end of Ava, I'm pretty sure there's an exact line that says, so you were just like Shinji, scared of the world or something, which implies everything that you see in this movie. So it's always been the case that Gendo's emotional core has been like, I don't know if people actually think he's like this badass, overseeing like operative or some bullshit, and that's actually how they see him. He's just a sad little boy like Shinji. The point of the movie is that everybody is a sad little boy like Shinji, and we all just need to learn to love ourselves. And plus he's saying this is the emotional core of the movie when he disregarded the whole first fucking part, which is all about deeply emotionally connecting to Ray 3 or Ray Q. Plus, like, Shinji is in all of these scenes. It's all about Shinji. It climaxes with him hugging little Shinji.
Disengaged from the narrative. I don't care about Gendo, and I really don't care about healing his heart. Moreover, despite being...
What do you think Evangelion is about?
10 minutes long.
I don't care about Sasuke. I don't care about Obito. I don't care about Madara. I don't want to see their backstories. I don't want to empathize with them.
Gendo's emotional epiphany that Yui lived on through Shinji felt very sloppy and abrupt. It's as if
also in the end of Evangelion.
Gendo abandons his 20...
That's like the next line after the you were just like Shinji.
Plus year quest to be reunited with his wife. A quest where he has literally destroyed the world, pretty much at the drop of a hat, and all it took was Shinji telling him that he should share.
Wait, let's just do a basic thematic analysis here. If he has been looking for Yui the whole time, and he just wants to get back to Yui, but then he comes to the epiphany that Yui is alive in Shinji, well, that would show that he had always had that, and he still wasn't happy, because he can't get he can't get his worth from somebody else. He has to love himself. But he's gone too far, and he must sacrifice himself for his sins so he can actually pay back Shinji and all the fuck shit he's done to Shinji, and let Shinji live on and love himself. Gendo's done too much. He has to get off the train. It's literally a train meme. And he's got to fucking let Shinji continue on. Basic thematic analysis here. So I don't know why we're pretending it doesn't make literal sense, like Evangelion is a literal series.
World, pretty much at the drop of a hat, and all it took was Shinji telling him that he should share his feelings. And for as important as Yui
this is literally every criticism of Naruto, how it's coded. Like, because I feel like there's a certain subsect of anime fans who have such a disconnect with anime. Anime is usually a lot about, like, the theme becoming, like, realized. Because it's wacky shit, right? Anime is pretty fantastical in a lot of ways, but like Western TV isn't, because it's usually about normal people or whatever. This is about mechs or whatever the fuck. You can actualize like thematic concepts into like sci-fi stuff and have it actually impart on the narrative. From what little I know about Star Trek, this seems to also be true there. It's just like, but with Naruto and now with him in Evangelion, it's just like this weird like, oh, it was too abrupt when the thing made literal, the thematic thing made literal is actualized in the narrative. It's just wacky. Let me read chat real quick. Thank God the film didn't start with them. Oh, first of all, I just saw Miller's comment about the aunt thing again. People talk about like, I think Miller said this to me about how like, clearly they don't have like an aunt-nephew relationship here, which is not literally what I mean. I mean, mum's hot best friend, of course. But like, to try and imply that they have like a normal like boyfriend-girlfriend relationship when she's coming up behind him and covering his eyes and Shinji's still being like not really awkward, because part of the point is that he's not that awkward with her at the end. But it's not like that's a stereotypical relationship scene either. But moving on. Where were we up to? Thank God this film didn't start with them planning for the final battle or something. Yes. Even if I didn't like it, you're a hypocrite if you don't like the lore babble here, but love End of Ava. I don't know. What lore babble are we talking about? I feel like it's like 2 minutes of both films. When Shinji was entrusted by Misato to basically save the world, I would have liked Shinji to have kissed Misato on the forehead to be a healthy inversion of the comfortable kiss. Well, there is a comfortable inversion there, right? They hug, right? I remember saying that in my review, that it was like, we're not doing the thing anymore, because apparently people don't realize the growing up metaphor, and they just want to yell Misato pedophile over and over again. Sorry, my phone is wacky. How does an Evangelion channel not care about Gendo? It's so bizarre. Yeah, it's kind of true. Gendo doesn't abandon his quest. He quest is to see Yui off by killing her in the embrace at the end. His quest is to see Yui off by killing her in the embrace at the end in Shinji. I don't know what Miller's saying there. But I'm pretty sure it's understandable have a change of heart, having a cosmic father-son therapy that peels away your facade and exposes your truth. Yeah, again, all of this is in the original series too, but I think he likes it there. That's a typical relationship scene. Do you need Anno to spell it out for you? What's the point of the scene if he's hanging out with his aunt? It's just that she's back, and it's like establishing that she gets to live on there, which is weird since she is older than them and everything. First of all, if I get mad at Misato for being a weird pedo, we gotta get mad at Mari too. Let's be equal here, because she's like 20 years older than Shinji or something. Maybe we have to reference the manga more to figure out what exactly is going on there. Wait, what was my next point going to be? That's a typical... It's very much not a typical relationship scene. It's just not. When Gendo stabs Unit 1 with the spear is what I was referring to. I don't even know if I remember that part. Why would it focus on Mari if they're not together? Because she's there. She gets to be in the happy ending, which is something you would have had a question about. You could have just shown her over there. But I feel like it's very much like another section of his mother, like, comforting him in that moment. But I'm sure I could explain it if I thought about it more. And hopefully I will in that video eventually. But let's finish this fucking video up.
In all of this, she's been reduced, less of a character now, and more of an idea.
A lot of the Yui stuff was cut out of the movie, but like, so was Ritsuko's mother. She's always been more of an idea. Like, she's like this looming ghost over most of the cast, who has been like reduced. I guess reduced is kind of a cute way to put it. Reduced to godhood, in sort of the mythos and stuff. And then you meet her and she's very plain. It's like the Cowboy Bebop Julia meme. It's like the worst line in the dub of that show where Faye is like, she's a special kind of beautiful that seems plain or something. It's in like the last episode. It's awful. Faye's voice actress has some bad lines. in the Bebop dub. This is completely off topic. But it's supposed to be the meme of she's actually pretty ordinary. She's actually like most other people, personality-wise, but she has such an impact. It's a trope.
The only spoken line, considering the names of Rei and Shinji, is recycled from 1.0. And if I'm not mistaken, is her only spoken line in the entire tetralogy.
Why does that matter at all? It's way more like... It would be way more of an apt thing to say, I don't care about Yui than I don't care about Gendo. But Yui is an idea. I'm trying to think. Besides the Fuyutsuki conversation, does she have many lines in the original series? There's the whole flashback episode, but that's a Fuyutsuki episode where we see Yui. But, is that the only scene in which she speaks? I don't think we ever get... Her and Gendo give exposition to Fuyutsuki, but they don't really talk to each other ever. It's just sort of kept a mystery what their interactions are like, because it would kind of ruin the whole thing to prove that Gendo is a real simp boy at the end.
And finally, the loop.
Oh my god, it's so good. Remember when they have fucking the end of Evangelion play on a screen while Rei is talking here with her long hair and a fucking doll? I love imagery. Oh, it's so good. It's projected on a screen, and this fucking sexy pattern is here, where it's the little squares, but there's depth to the squares, and there's little details on the little squares, and it looks like a studio. What a movie.
Neon Genesis all felt very big and messy. And Shinji
I
decided...
feel like a lot of the lore dudes, which I'm assuming he is, I have no proof of this. I haven't seen any of the other videos, of course. But the limited exposure I've had to the Ava community online, like the YouTube Ava community, has seemed to be very obsessed with lore aspects, or not even lore aspects, deep lore aspects, but just trying to piece together, oh, there's 7 coffins on Karu on the moon. What does that mean? And Karu references things like they've happened before, and trying to figure out the plot elements of that and how it would connect to the original series. It was always going to be vague. I'm doing the quotation marks with my fingers. And metaphorical. It was never going to be Shinji is now talking to 90s style animation Shinji, and they meet and now they know how to defeat Seele or something. It's just this is just the last 2 episodes of the original series, where it's very metaphorical about different forms reality could take to.
Getting to rewrite reality to one without Evangelions felt like a very cheap resolution. Instead, I would have rather...
It's interesting also, because Attack on Titan did this, and believe it or not, we are going to talk about Attack on Titan after we end this YouTube video. I always thought stories like this would always be morally forced to have the moral of the story being Evangelions aren't the problem, our behavior is the problem, or Titans aren't the problem, how we are acting with each other are the problem. But both of them actually do the thing of Evangelions are gone, now everybody can be happy. Titans are gone, now everybody can be happy. Asterisks, we'll talk about Attack on Titan later. That's not actually what ends up happening in Attack on Titan, but it's interesting. I'm trying to think of a story like that. X-Men is never the cure is the way. Though in the 3rd movie, doesn't what's the one girl's name? Rogue, right? She takes the cure because she is fucking people up if she touches them. So I guess even there, it's sort of oh, sometimes maybe being a mutant is a problem. It depends, there's nuance here. I'm trying to think of other things. In Spider-Man, it's not really treated like a curse all that often. I guess in Spider-Man 2, it kind of is. It's a whole thing. That's completely off topic, but...
I have seen the Evangelions wiped from existence, the door to Guff closed, the corization of the Earth purified, and the curse of Evangelion lifted from the pilots. And initially, that's what appears to happen. But then, Shinji appears to awaken in a reset world with Mari, who removes his DSS choker, the responsibility that Masato had bestowed upon him, as the last remnant of that reality. I don't interpret this as the literal feature of that world. The presence of the choker, and of Asuka, Rei, and Kaoru, seemingly as strangers in the background, and that it transitions to live action to connect it to our reality, would also...
I still couldn't tell if it was actually live action or if it was just super 3D animation. I guess it is live action. I still haven't thought about that. I haven't seen this scene since then. It is live action, right? What I'm looking at here is real. Anime does this sometimes. I feel like... I was going to say video games do this sometimes, but I can't think of an example.
Just otherwise. This film talks about...
yes, it's supposed to be different forms. That's why you probably shouldn't take that literally. but I have a feeling
standing
Miller's
up
going to disagree anyway.
in the real world and accepting the response otherwise. This film talks about standing up in the real world and accepting the responsibility of your actions.
Oh no, he's not going to bring this into, you didn't bring up the responsibility of 3.0. No, he's not going to say it. He's not going to say it, Chad.
And where previously we were told that time can't be turned back, that you cannot redo. Wishing for an entirely new world feels like it undermines...
Wait, did he miss the title scheme? Did he just say you cannot redo? You understand it's in brackets because it's both, right? Because it could be either, because it could be you can redo or you cannot redo. Like, you cannot redo certain things, you can redo certain things. It's supposed to be like this duality meme, not that one is correct.
All of that. I would have liked to see wishing for an entirely new world feels like it undermines all of that. I would have liked to see Shinji return to the village, which the film spent the better part of an hour developing to help.
Also, I feel like this is our meme cross-dwarf Buddhism point of, like, the world being rebirthed is like a Buddhist theme. And, like, these same archetypes of Shinji, Misato, Rei, Kaoru, and everybody existing there too.
Rebuild, rather than wishing it all away. The fact that Shinji is heavily implied to have ended up with Mari didn't upset or disappoint me. The fact that it seems to have wished away everything else along with it.
I want to point out that I don't mind it, like, if that is what actually happened. I just don't think that's what actually happened. I don't think Evangelion would ever do that, where it's like, oh, they ended up together. Like, I don't think Rei and Kaoru sitting here is supposed to imply that either. I think this is supposed to imply that Asuka's going to be alone forever.
Feels like a disservice to that
Obviously, these two are very similar, and Asuka is a bit of a loner.
And the potential it had to renew itself, had it only been given the chance. The finality of the ending came at the expense of any joy that people found in the village, as well as the characters or the
point of the Rei stuff is that, like, even if you just get that little section of the village, that to be grateful that it happened because it happened and because you perceived it to be happening because it had some effect on you.
Versions of those characters lost in the real.
I feel like a lot of this is just like, again, trying to do like a criteria sheet where it's like, I've been told that in good movies, everything builds on each other, and at the end, it ties back into the beginning, and everything builds to a better future. Whereas this doesn't do that. I don't know why you would expect Evangelion to have like a traditional structure in that regard. But it's just like, you can do different interesting things other than that.
Right. What shouldn't have been rewritten was...
That's some animation right there. I don't know. These bushes looking real? These trees kind of be looking real.
The world of this film. What should have been rewritten was the film itself.
Oh, ba-dumps.
I sincerely wanted to like this film. Maybe it will grow on me over time. But for now, I feel overwhelming.
What does I wanted to like this film mean? Like, what a dramatic way to put it.
Disappointment for it. There are certain elements, ingredients within the film that I enjoyed. I enjoyed seeing Toji and Hikari together, raising a baby girl. I enjoyed the action set pieces, like the Paris operation, and the Evas diving into the vortex of mass-produced Evangelions. Ridiculous in its excess, as it may have been. I found most of the experimentalism
excess ridiculous
in the instrumentality sequence interesting.
Fucking PlayStation controllers, let's go.
As it may have been. I found most of the experimentalism in the instrumentality sequence interesting. Visually, the film was mostly very well done. The film was certainly well crafted.
Oh, I need to watch this movie again.
Countless hours were put into its creation, and the soundtrack was excellent, with a lot of memorable background music and lyrical interludes. But the narrative itself felt overly long and poorly structured, and the emotional core of the film didn't resonate with me. For those of you who were so moved by this film, I want to say that, for what it's worth, I am genuinely happy that you were able to enjoy this film, or I could not. More than anything else, Evangelion 3.0 Post 1.0 leaves me with a desire to reread the Neon Genesis Evangelion manga by Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, which I think more accurately reflects the ending that I had wished for, and more fittingly leaves Evangelion thrice ended. Hey guys, thanks for listening. I hope you...
That sure was a video. We should all read that manga at some point. It should be fun. But other than that, we'll read chat and then we'll sign off. I think I've spent 20 minutes on this video, so we'll actually meet the 7-hour mark. What if I go in and I chop it up and I put it into the timeline and it's like 6 hours and 56 minutes? That'll really piss me off. Fuck me. How much are you fucking idiots in chat talking? How much do I gotta read here? Yeah, Mari is actually older than me, so do I think. I don't know what the passion is trying to say. They would have focused on Ray and Asuka at the end too, if that was the point. I don't remember what I said the point was right now. So, yeah, I know the party's talking about when Unit 13 Gendo embraces and holds Unit 1 Yui and then stabs Lance through both of them. I guess I don't remember this. A lot happened in this movie, right? I only remember that one conversation she has under the tree or something. Yeah, that's with Fuyutsuki and baby Shinji. Stabs the Lance. You see the studio at the end a lot in the documentary, by the way. Like, that's like the aerial shot or the studio. I'm a law whore too. Yeah, Ava Law has always been vague and something I don't jive with. Like them just mentioning this thing called the Book of Life with no elaboration as the connection to the original seems in line with how things have been handled before. It's live action. The new world at the end is moving forward, not redoing what the rebuilds did. Yeah. You're just an Oscar fan in denial? Sure, Kyle. I definitely do not in any reality want Oscar to end up with Shinji. Though I guess I kind of do in the End of Ava meme. But that's because I had always thought they were the only two that were going to come back. But this movie implies that like a lot of people would have come back. I kind of like that interpretation of the End of Ava, like even though they kind of are sick of each other, they're like the only two that have learned to love each other in the entire series and come back at the end. But though it's definitely implied everybody in the village would like come back at the end. I don't think like Masato would come back. That's a whole different thing. But like I don't even like the one thing I was curious about liking or not liking in the films was when Asuka admits that she had a crush on Shinji, even though that's like the most obvious thing in the world. Hearing her actually say it was like weird to me. I like it now though. That was me just being an Asuka fanboy. The Shinji stuff isn't that. The new world that exists without Evangelion has to happen too, because Evangelions are a form of escapism, literally escaping their mother's wombs. I mean, that's one way you can read the rebuilds, of course, but at least you didn't want to hate the film, thank God. Asuka using Murderer was so fucking sick for the 2 seconds where it happened. Is that like the transformation meme? The sentence about Mari made no sense. I'm just using speech-to-text and it misheard me. Using speech-to-text, now that's kind of the Chad move, but you really don't remember the scene where Gendo and Yui die and all the Evangelions are destroyed and Yui pushes Shinji away? I honestly don't remember a single thing of this. I remember the cool shot of Yui like mechanically looking like Jesus or whatever. But it would be just like me to forget the action climax and remember most of the other things. Live action Evangelion ? With that being said, for the YouTube audience, hopefully we've covered the 7 hours. So hopefully when we sign off here, it'll be true and based. You don't remember the climax of the film? Sad. Whatever. You fucked up my outro. Yeah, so we've done 7 hours of this. We might do 7 hours again later. I don't know how. We've done a lot of reacting on like the last week and a half of streams. I think we want to do a little bit of other stuff. But the next one hopefully will be a compilation of Attack on Titan reactions. And then maybe Last of Us 2 reactions, though a bunch of those videos are like 5 hours in their own right. So that'll be like 7 streams minimum to get through those videos if we end up doing that. Just because Attack on Titan and The Last of Us Part 2 have such like rigorous like debate about them. Then maybe we could do an End of Ava meme react. Not an End of Ava, an Evangelion reaction compilation. We'll see. More react content, I think. It's kind of been successful in film. It made me stream basically every day I could last week. So that was fun. Not that that's resulted in increased viewership as we're sitting here with our 3 viewers. But I don't know, maybe this upload will increase our viewership because people will see the fun we are having over here on stream. With that being said, I think it's time to sign off this very long video. Support links in the description below. Thanks.